The headlights of my old Chevy cut through the inky darkness, illuminating an endless ribbon of asphalt stretching towards the horizon. I'd been driving for hours, the monotony of the empty highway lulling me into a trance-like state. The radio had long since faded to static, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the hypnotic hum of tires on pavement. I glanced at the glowing green numbers on my dashboard clock, 2:37 a.m. Still a long way to go before I reached my sister's place in Tucson. I'd promised to help her move, but now I was regretting my decision to drive through the night. My eyelids felt heavy, and I fumbled for my lukewarm coffee in the cup holder. As I took a sip of the bitter liquid, a flicker of movement in my rearview mirror caught my attention. Headlights appeared in the distance behind me, growing larger as they approached. I felt a mixture of relief and unease. On one hand, it was comforting to know I wasn't completely alone out here in the middle of nowhere. But something about the way the car was rapidly closing the gap between us sent a shiver down my spine. Within minutes, the vehicle was right on my bumper. I squinted into the mirror, trying to make out any details, but all I could see was a dark silhouette in the glare of headlights. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I waited for them to pass. The highway was wide open. There was no reason for them to tailgate like this, but they didn't pass. The car matched my speed exactly, staying mere feet from my rear bumper. I tapped my brakes, hoping they'd take the hint and back off. Instead, they seemed to inch even closer. My heart began to race. This wasn't normal behavior. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my old car faster. The speedometer crept up, 70, 75, 80 miles per hour. The car behind me kept pace effortlessly. I white-knuckled the steering wheel, my palms growing sweaty. "What the hell do you want?" I muttered, glancing nervously between the road ahead and my rearview mirror. After a few more minutes of this nerve-wracking pursuit, I spotted a sign for an upcoming rest area. My gas tank was still nearly full, but I decided to pull over anyway. Maybe this weirdo would just pass me by if I got off the road. I flicked on my turn signal and began to decelerate. To my surprise and relief, the headlights behind me dimmed as the car slowed down too. As I pulled into the rest area and found a parking spot, I watched the other vehicle continue down the highway, quickly disappearing into the darkness. I let out a long exhale, realizing I'd been holding my breath. "Get it together," I told myself, shaking my head. "You're letting your imagination run wild." The rest area was deserted, just a small building with restrooms and vending machines surrounded by a few picnic tables. I stepped out of my car, stretching my legs and breathing in the cool night air. The silence was absolute. No traffic noise, no insects chirping, not even a breeze rustling the scraggly trees dotting the landscape. I headed for the restroom, fishing some change out of my pocket for the vending machines. As I pushed open the heavy metal door, the fluorescent lights flickered to life, humming faintly. I winced at my reflection in the grimy mirror, bloodshot eyes and stubble shadowing my jaw. I splashed some cold water on my face, trying to wake myself up. When I emerged a few minutes later, clutching a bag of stale chips and a bottle of water, I froze in my tracks. There, parked right next to my Chevy, was a car I hadn't noticed before. It was hard to make out many details in the dim lighting, but it looked remarkably similar to the one that had been tailing me. My breath caught in my throat as I approached cautiously. The car was empty, its windows tinted too darkly to see inside clearly. I did a quick scan of the rest area, but there was no sign of the driver. A gust of wind sent a discarded paper bag skittering across the pavement, making me jump. Get a grip, I thought. It's probably just another traveler who pulled in after you. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I hurried back to my car, fumbling with my keys. As I slid into the driver's seat, I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. My head snapped around, but there was nothing there, just shadows and stillness. With shaking hands, I started the engine and peeled out of the parking lot, gravel crunching under my tires. In my rearview mirror, I saw headlights flare to life. The other car was pulling out behind me. No, 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 I muttered, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. This couldn't be happening. I accelerated hard, the engine of my old Chevy protesting as I pushed it to its limits. The headlights stayed right with me, neither gaining nor losing ground. Miles of empty highway flew by as I tried to put distance between us. My mind raced through possible explanations and options. Should I try to call for help? My cell phone was dead. I'd forgotten to charge it before leaving. Could I outlast them? Eventually they'd need to stop for gas, right? Just as I was considering attempting some evasive maneuvers I'd seen in movies, a new set of headlights appeared on the horizon ahead of me. Relief flooded through me. Another car, a witness, maybe even help. As the approaching vehicle drew closer, I flashed my headlights desperately, trying to signal that something was wrong. But the car didn't slow down. It blazed past me at high speed, and in the brief moment it was alongside me, I caught a glimpse of the driver. The car was empty. I let out a strangled gasp, nearly swerving off the road in shock. That was impossible. I must not have seen correctly in the split second the car passed. But a cold dread settled in the pit of my stomach as I replayed the image in my mind. There had been no one behind the wheel. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. The car that had been following me was still there, keeping pace. But now, it was joined by the car that had passed me. Both sets of headlights glared in my mirror, perfectly aligned. I was trapped between them. Panic clawed at my throat. This couldn't be real. I was hallucinating. I had to be. The lack of sleep, the stress of the long drive. It was all catching up to me. I shook my head violently, trying to clear it. When I looked back at the road, my blood ran cold. Ahead of me, more headlights were appearing. First, just a few pairs, then dozens, all speeding towards me. As they drew closer, I could see that every single vehicle was empty, driver's seats vacant, yet moving with precision. I was surrounded on all sides by a convoy of ghost cars. My breath came in ragged gasps as I searched desperately for an escape route, but the phantom vehicles had formed an impenetrable wall around me. No matter which way I swerved, they moved to block my path. Suddenly, all of the cars began to slow down in unison. I found my own speed dropping, as if my car was being controlled by an unseen force. We came to a stop in the middle of the highway, my vehicle at the center of a circle of silent, driverless cars. For a long moment, nothing happened. The only sound was my own panicked breathing and the ticking of my engine as it cooled. Then, one by one, the doors of the surrounding cars began to open. Dark figures emerged from each vehicle, humanoid shapes, but wrong somehow. They moved with an unnatural fluidity, gliding rather than walking. As they drew closer, I could see that their bodies seemed to be made of swirling shadows, constantly shifting and reforming. I scrambled to lock my doors, but my trembling fingers couldn't seem to find the button. One of the shadow figures reached my car and placed a hand on the window. Where it touched, frost spread across the glass in intricate patterns. The temperature inside my car plummeted. My breath fogged in front of me as I shrank back against the seat, as far from the window as I could get. The shadow being leaned in close, its featureless face inches from mine, separated only by the thin barrier of glass. And then, impossibly, it began to push through. The glass rippled like water as the figure's head and shoulders emerged into my car. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The shadow creature reached for me with hands made of darkness. Just as its cold fingers brushed my skin, a blaring horn jolted me awake. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding. I was in my car, pulled over on the shoulder of the highway. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and a semi-truck roared past, the driver giving me an irritated look. It took me several minutes to get my bearings. I must have pulled over at some point during the night, too tired to continue. The terrifying journey had all been a dream. I scrubbed my hands over my face, trying to shake off the lingering dread from the nightmare. As my breathing slowly returned to normal, I reached for the key to restart my car. My hand froze. There, on the passenger seat next to me, was a single black feather. As I watched, it crumbled to ash and blew away on a phantom breeze. I sat there for a long time, staring at the empty seat and trying to convince myself that I was truly awake. Eventually, I put the car in drive and pulled back onto the highway, but I couldn't shake the feeling that just beyond my peripheral vision, shadows were moving, and somewhere in my rearview mirror, phantom headlights were gaining ground. The scream that echoed across our farm that night wasn't human. It wasn't animal either. It was something in between, a sound that made my blood run cold and my hair stand on end. I'd heard all manner of noises growing up on this land, the low bellow of cattle, the shrill cries of hawks, even the occasional mountain lion screech. But this was different, and it was coming from the old silo. I'm Jim Hawkins, third-generation owner of Hawkins Family Farm. We're not a big operation, just a modest spread of cornfields and cattle pastures nestled in the rolling hills of rural Ohio. The farm's been in my family for nearly a century, passed down from my grandfather to my father, and now to me. I know every inch of this land like the back of my hand, or at least, I thought I did. The night everything changed started like any other. I'd finished my evening chores, fed the livestock, and was looking forward to a cold beer and some mindless TV before bed. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. A warm breeze rustled through the cornfields, carrying the earthy scent of late summer. I was halfway to the house when I heard it, that bone-chilling cry piercing the twilight. I froze, my work boots rooted to the dusty path. For a moment, I thought I must have imagined it. Then it came again, louder this time, unmistakable. My first instinct was to run, either away from the sound or towards the house to call for help. But something held me in place. Curiosity, stubbornness, or maybe just the ingrained responsibility of being the man of the farm. Whatever it was, I found myself turning towards the old silo instead of away from it. The silo loomed against the darkening sky, a hulking cylinder of corroded metal that hadn't been used in years. It was the oldest structure on the property, built by my grandfather in the 1930s. We'd switched to more modern grain storage decades ago, and the silo had stood empty ever since, a silent sentinel at the edge of the cornfields. As I approached, my footsteps crunching on gravel, an eerie silence fell over the farm. No crickets chirping, no distant lowing of cattle, just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the thudding of my heart in my ears. The silo's rusted door stood slightly ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. I hesitated, suddenly aware of how foolish this was. I had no weapon, no flashlight, nothing but my own two hands and a stubborn need to know what was going on in my own backyard. I pushed the door open wider, wincing at the screech of metal on metal. The interior was pitch black, the fading twilight unable to penetrate the silo's depths. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, cursing under my breath when I realized I'd left it charging in the house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Is anyone in here?" Silence. I took a tentative step inside, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. The air was thick with the musty smell of old grain and something else, something sharp and acrid that made my nose wrinkle. As my vision slowly cleared, I began to make out shapes in the gloom. The concrete floor was littered with debris, old pieces of machinery, empty feed bags, rusted tools. But something else caught my eye, something that didn't belong. Scratches, deep, jagged grooves carved into the metal walls of the silo. They started near the floor and ran upwards, some as high as I could see in the dim light. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. What could have made marks like that? And why? I ran my hand over one of the scratches, feeling the roughness under my calloused fingers. Whatever had done this had been powerful and desperate. A sound from above made me jerk my hand back. It was faint, barely audible, a scraping noise, like something moving against metal, I tilted my head back, squinting into the darkness overhead. That's when I saw it. A ladder, running up the side of the silo all the way to the top. It was old, the metal rungs coated with rust, but it looked sturdy enough. And at the top, was that a flicker of movement? Before I could talk myself out of it, I was climbing. The rungs were cold under my hands, flakes of rust coming off on my palms. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run from this place and never look back. But something drove me upward, a need to know that overpowered my fear. I was about halfway up when I heard the noise again, that inhuman cry that had first drawn me here. It was louder now, coming from directly above me. I froze, clinging to the ladder, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. For a long moment I stayed there, paralyzed between fear and curiosity. Then, slowly, I began to climb again, one rung at a time, my breathing ragged in the stillness of the silo. As I neared the top, a new sound reached my ears, a low, rhythmic thumping, like something heavy being dragged across metal. It was coming from the very top of the silo, just out of sight. I reached the final rung, my arms trembling with exertion and fear. Taking a deep breath, I poked my head up through the opening at the top of the ladder. What I saw there will haunt me for the rest of my days. The top of the silo was bathed in pale moonlight streaming through the open roof hatch. And there, in the center of the circular space, was something. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but larger, much larger. Its skin was a mottled gray, hanging in loose folds over a skeletal frame. Long, spindly limbs ended in claws that scraped against the metal floor with each movement, creating the dragging sound I'd heard. But it was the creature's face that made my blood run cold. Where eyes should have been, there were only dark, empty sockets. Its mouth was a gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth, opened wide in a silent scream. For a moment, we stared at each other, me, frozen in horror, and the creature, its eyeless gaze somehow fixed directly on me. Then it moved, faster than anything that size should be able to move, lunging towards me with impossible speed. I reacted on pure instinct, releasing my grip on the ladder and letting myself fall. The world spun around me as I plummeted through darkness. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Pain shot through my body, but adrenaline pushed me to my feet. I stumbled towards the silo door, my vision blurry, ears ringing. Behind me, I could hear the creature descending, its claws screeching against metal as it climbed down the ladder with inhuman agility. I burst out of the silo, gasping in the cool night air. Without looking back, I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, across the fields towards the safety of the farmhouse. The sound of pursuit faded behind me, but I didn't slow down until I'd slammed and locked the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bedroom, every light in the house blazing, a loaded shotgun across my lap. As the first rays of dawn crept through the windows, I finally worked up the courage to look outside. The farm was quiet, peaceful in the early morning light. No sign of the horror I'd encountered. Part of me wanted to believe it had all been a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But I knew better. I called the sheriff that morning, trying to explain what I'd seen without sounding like a complete lunatic. To his credit, he listened patiently, then promised to send a deputy out to take a look around. They found nothing, of course. No creature, no scratches on the silo walls. The deputy gave me a look that was equal parts pity and suspicion, clearly thinking I was either crazy or pulling some kind of prank. But I know what I saw. I know what's out there, hiding in the darkness of that old silo. And every night since, as the sun dips below the horizon, I find myself staring out at that rusted cylinder, watching for any sign of movement. Because deep down, I know the truth. Whatever that thing was, it's still out there, waiting. And someday, it will be back. The farm's been in my family for generations. This land is in my blood. But now, For the first time in my life, I'm thinking of selling, of packing up and leaving this place behind, because some things once seen can't be unseen, and some horrors once awakened can never truly be put back to sleep. The moment I saw those blood-stained hands, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. But by then, it was already too late. The sun was setting, my phone was dead, and I was stranded on a lonely stretch of road with a stranger whose smile didn't quite reach his eyes. It had all started so innocently, just another long drive on my cross-country road trip, the kind of journey I'd dreamed about since I was a kid. Me, my beat-up Honda Civic, and the open road, freedom, adventure, and the promise of new horizons. I'm Sarah, 28 years old, and finally taking that gap year I never got around to after college. 5 years of grinding away in a cubicle had left me feeling hollow, unfulfilled. So I'd quit my job, sold most of my stuff, and hit the road. No real destination in mind, just a vague plan to head west and see where the wind took me. For the first few weeks, it had been everything I'd hoped for. Stunning vistas, quirky roadside attractions, late nights around campfires with fellow travelers. I'd felt more alive than I had in years. But as I pushed deeper into the heartland, the romance of the road started to wear thin. Long stretches of monotonous highway, endless fields of corn and wheat. The novelty of gas station coffee and greasy diner food had long since faded. So when my car started making an ominous rattling noise somewhere in the middle of Nebraska, my heart sank. I'm no mechanic, but even I could tell this wasn't good. I managed to limp along for another hour or so, the rattling growing louder with each passing mile. Just as the sun was starting to dip towards the horizon, I spotted a faded sign for a town called Millbrook, population 362. It wasn't much, but it was my best hope for finding a mechanic before nightfall. I never made it to Millbrook. About 5 miles outside of town, my car gave a final sputtering gasp and died. I coasted to the shoulder, a plume of smoke rising from under the hood. Cursing under my breath, I got out to survey the damage. The acrid smell of burning oil hit me as soon as I popped the hood. Even to my untrained eye, it was clear this was beyond a quick roadside fix. I reached for my phone only to find the battery completely drained. In my haste to get on the road that morning, I'd forgotten to plug it in. Panic started to set in as I looked around. Nothing but empty fields and darkening sky in every direction. The last car I'd seen had passed by over an hour ago. I was well and truly stranded. Just as I was contemplating whether to start walking towards town or hunker down in my car for the night, I heard the rumble of an engine in the distance. Relief flooded through me as I saw headlights approaching. The vehicle, an old pickup truck that had seen better days, slowed as it neared. The driver, a man who looked to be in his mid-40s, leaned out the window. "Car trouble," he called out, his voice friendly enough. I nodded, trying not to look as desperate as I felt. "Yeah, I think it's the engine. Any chance you know of a mechanic in town?" He smiled, and something about it made me uneasy. It didn't quite reach his eyes, which remained cold and assessing. "Well, you're in luck," he said. "I do a bit of mechanical work myself. Why don't I take a look?" Before I could respond, he was already out of his truck and heading towards my car. I watched as he peered under the hood, making thoughtful noises. "Oh yeah, I see the problem," he said after a minute. "Looks like your timing belt snapped. Took out a good chunk of your engine with it, I'm afraid." My heart sank. This was going to be expensive, I could tell. "Any chance of a quick fix to get me to town?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. He shook his head. "No, I'm afraid this old girl isn't going anywhere under her own power. But tell you what, I can give you a tow into my shop in Millbrook. We can sort it out there." I hesitated. Every instinct was screaming at me not to get in a car with this stranger. But what choice did I have? It would be dark soon, and I couldn't very well spend the night out here. "That's really kind of you," I said, trying to sound grateful rather than apprehensive. "I really appreciate it." He waved off my thanks. "No trouble at all. Always happy to help a traveler in need. Name's John, by the way. Sarah, I replied, shaking his offered hand. That's when I noticed it. As our palms met, I caught a glimpse of something dark caked under his fingernails and in the creases of his knuckles. At first, I thought it was grease or oil. He was a mechanic, after all. But as he pulled his hand away, I realized with a jolt of horror that it was blood. My mind raced. There could be innocent explanations, right? Maybe he'd cut himself working on a car earlier. Maybe he was a hunter and had been field dressing his kill. But the way his eyes glittered as he watched my reaction told me this was something far more sinister. I forced a smile, trying to act as if I hadn't noticed anything amiss. So, shall we get started on that tow? John nodded, turning back to his truck to fetch a tow cable. As soon as his back was turned, I made a split-second decision. I had to run. But before I could take more than a couple of steps, I felt a hand clamp down on my shoulder. John's voice was low and dangerous in my ear. Now, Sarah. Let's not do anything foolish. I felt something sharp press against my side. A knife, I realized with growing terror. Get in the truck, John said, his friendly demeanor gone. And don't try anything stupid. With the knife at my back, I had no choice but to comply. As we pulled away, leaving my car behind, I watched the last traces of sunlight disappear from the horizon. The darkness that fell seemed to mirror the despair settling over me. We drove in silence for what felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. The knife remained pressed against my side, a constant reminder of the danger I was in. Finally, John turned off the main road onto a rutted dirt track. We bumped along for another few minutes before a dilapidated farmhouse came into view. My heart sank. This was no mechanic's shop. Home sweet home, John said, his voice dripping with mockery. As we got out of the truck, I tried one last desperate plea. Please, I said, hating the tremor in my voice. You don't have to do this. Just let me go, and I swear I won't tell anyone. John's laugh was cold and humorless. Oh, Sarah, don't you know? No one ever leaves Millbrook. He marched me towards the house, the knife now openly visible in his blood-stained hand. As we neared the porch, I heard something that made my blood run cold, the sound of muffled screams coming from inside. In that moment, I knew I had to act. It was now or never. Summoning every ounce of strength and courage I possessed, I drove my elbow back into John's solar plexus. He let out a grunt of pain and surprise, his grip on me loosening just enough. I bolted, running blindly into the darkness. I could hear John cursing behind me, his heavy footsteps in pursuit. But fear and adrenaline lent me speed I never knew I had. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I finally dared to look back, there was no sign of John. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. I ran through cornfields and across muddy creeks. I ran until the first pale light of dawn began to streak the eastern sky, and still, I ran. It was mid-morning when I finally stumbled onto a highway. A kind-faced woman in a minivan stopped to help, her eyes widening at my wild appearance and frantic story. She drove me straight to the sheriff's office in the next town over. The investigation that followed uncovered horrors beyond my worst nightmares. John wasn't just a killer. He was part of something larger, something that had been preying on unlucky travelers for years. They found my car, of course. The engine was fine. John had merely disconnected the battery to strand me there. A simple trick that had nearly cost me everything. It's been 6 months since that night, and I'm back home now. My dreams of carefree adventure have been replaced by nightmares of blood-stained hands and lonely roads. But I'm alive. I survived. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself thinking about those other victims, the ones who weren't as lucky as me, the ones whose screams I heard in that farmhouse, and I wonder how many others are out there waiting for help that may never come. So I tell my story, again and again, to anyone who will listen, because maybe, just maybe, It will save someone else from making the same mistakes I did, from trusting too easily, from ignoring their instincts. Because out there on the open road, freedom and danger often walk hand in hand, and sometimes the real monsters aren't hiding under your bed. They're waiting by the side of the road, ready to offer you a helping hand. The first time I noticed something was amiss was when I found a single long black hair on my pillow. It wouldn't have been strange, except I'm blonde, and I was traveling alone. That's when I realized the nightmare had already begun, right here in the middle of paradise. My name is Emma, and this was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. A 2-week Caribbean cruise to celebrate my 30th birthday and my recent promotion. I'd saved for months, splurging on a balcony cabin with ocean views. The brochure had promised sun-drenched days, star-filled nights, and memories to last a lifetime. What it didn't mention was the terror that would keep me awake at night, wondering if I'd make it off this floating city alive. The cruise started off perfectly. I boarded the massive ship, the SS Oceanic Dream, with a sense of awe and excitement. My cabin was everything I'd hoped for, spacious, with a private balcony overlooking the sparkling Caribbean. I spent that first day exploring the ship, marveling at the multiple pools, the lavish restaurants, the bustling casino. It felt like I'd stepped into another world, one where my everyday worries couldn't touch me. That evening, I met my cabin neighbor, a friendly older woman named Margaret. She was a cruise veteran, regaling me with stories of her past voyages. We made plans to meet for breakfast the next morning, but Margaret never showed up for breakfast, or lunch, or dinner. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was a big ship, after all, with plenty to do. Maybe she'd made other friends, or was sleeping off a late night at the casino. But as the days went by and I still hadn't seen her, a nagging worry began to grow in the pit of my stomach. On the third day, I decided to ask the cabin steward if he'd seen Margaret. His response sent a chill down my spine. "I'm sorry, miss," he said, looking confused. "But there's no one registered in the cabin next to yours. It's been empty this whole voyage." I insisted that he was mistaken, that I'd met Margaret, talked to her, but he just shook his head, a look of concern crossing his face. I could see him wondering if the sun and sea air had gotten to me. That night, I lay awake in my cabin, listening intently for any sound from next door. The walls on these ships were thin. I should have been able to hear something, but there was nothing but silence. Unable to sleep, I stepped out onto my balcony, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. That's when I saw it. A flicker of movement in the cabin next door. A shadow passing behind the curtains. Someone was in there. My heart racing. I rushed to my cabin door, determined to knock on Margaret's door and get to the bottom of this. But as I reached for the handle, I froze. There, stuck to the outside of my door, was a Polaroid photo. It showed me sleeping in my bed, taken from inside my cabin. Panic seized me. Someone had been in my room while I slept. Someone was watching me. With trembling hands, I locked and bolted my door, then wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of my cabin, jumping at every creak and groan of the ship. When morning finally came, I went straight to ship security. I showed them the photo, told them about Margaret, begged them to investigate. But the head of security, a stern-faced man named Johnson, seemed more annoyed than concerned. "Ma'am, we take the safety of our passengers very seriously," he said in a tone that suggested the opposite. "But we've checked the logs. The cabin next to yours is unoccupied. There is no passenger named Margaret on this cruise. As for the photo, well, are you sure you didn't take it yourself? Maybe as a joke?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They thought I was making this up, or worse, that I was crazy. Frustrated and scared, I decided to do some investigating of my own. I started paying closer attention to my surroundings, watching for anything out of the ordinary. And slowly, I began to notice things. Small things at first, easily overlooked. like how certain crew members would exchange meaningful glances when they thought no one was looking, or how there always seemed to be someone lingering near my cabin, no matter the time of day. Then there were the disappearances. Not just Margaret. Other passengers I'd met and chatted with would suddenly vanish, with no explanation. When I asked about them, I was met with blank stares or insistence that no such person had ever been on board. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to take a walk around the ship. The decks were eerily quiet, most passengers long since retired to their cabins. As I rounded a corner, I saw a group of crew members huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but their serious expression sent a shiver down my spine. As I turned to leave, my foot scuffed against the deck. The sound echoed in the quiet night, and the crew members' heads snapped up in unison. The look in their eyes as they spotted me. It wasn't surprise or embarrassment at being overheard. It was hunger. I ran. Behind me, I could hear footsteps, gaining on me quickly. I didn't dare look back, just focused on putting one foot in front of the other, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. I made it back to my cabin and locked myself in, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. As my panic subsided, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Was I losing my mind? Or was something sinister really going on? The next day, I decided to try one last time to get help. I approached a group of passengers lounging by the pool, determined to make them understand the danger we were all in. But as I began to speak, I saw their eyes glaze over. Their smiles became fixed, artificial. And then, in perfect unison, they all stood up and walked away, leaving me standing alone by the empty pool. That's when I knew. Whatever was happening on this ship, it wasn't just a few crew members. It was everyone, or at least almost everyone. I spent the next few days in a state of constant vigilance, barely sleeping, jumping at every sound. I stopped eating at the ship's restaurants, subsisting on snacks I'd brought from home. I trust no one. And then, 3 days before we were due to dock, I made a terrifying discovery. I was in my cabin, frantically searching for my passport. I'd decided I needed to be ready to run as soon as we reached port. As I rifled through my suitcase, my hand brushed against something hard and cold. It was a small, metal object. As I pulled it out, my blood ran cold. It was a set of surgical tools, crusted with what looked horribly like dried blood. I didn't put those there. I would never. But then, a flash of memory. The first night on the ship. The welcome cocktail that had tasted a bit off. The strange, dreamlike state I'd been in afterwards. What had I done? As I sat there, staring at the damning evidence in my hands, a knock came at my cabin door. Housekeeping. A cheery voice called out. I didn't answer. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. Miss Emma, we know you're in there. It's time for your treatment. Treatment? What treatment? I never signed up for any treatment. The door handle jiggled, once, twice. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of a key card sliding into the lock. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I grabbed my emergency bag, the one I'd packed days ago when I first suspected something was wrong, and ran for the balcony. As the cabin door swung open behind me, I did the only thing I could think of. I jumped. The shock of the cold water jolted me back to reality. I surfaced, gasping for air, and looked up at the towering hull of the ship. I could see figures on my balcony pointing down at me. In the distance, I heard alarms begin to blare. I started swimming. I had no idea how far I was from land, or if I could even make it. But I knew one thing for certain. Whatever fate awaited me in these waters, it couldn't be worse than what I was leaving behind. As I swam, the ship's lights grew dimmer. The last thing I heard before the waves swallowed all sound was a voice over the ship's PA system. Attention passengers. We seem to have lost one of our own, but don't worry. On the SS Oceanic Dream, no one is ever truly lost. Sleep tight and sweet dreams. I don't know how long I swam. Hours, maybe days. My muscles screamed, my lungs burned. But finally, miraculously, I saw lights on the horizon, a coast, safety. As I dragged myself onto the beach, I knew my ordeal wasn't over. Who would believe my story? A ship full of people involved in, what? Some kind of cult? A massive conspiracy? Even I wasn't sure I believed it. But I knew what I'd seen, what I'd experienced, and I knew I had to warn others. So I'm telling my story now, to anyone who will listen, because somewhere out there, the SS Oceanic Dream is still sailing, still claiming passengers, and not everyone will be as lucky as I was. If you're planning a cruise, do me a favor. Double-check your itinerary. And if you see a ship called the Oceanic Dream, run. Run as fast as you can, because on that ship, the nightmare is all too real. The first time we saw the symbols carved into the trees, we laughed it off as some hiker's idea of a joke. By the time we realized the truth, we were already lost in a maze of ancient pines, with something watching us from the shadows, something that didn't want us to leave. My name's Alex, and I've been an avid hiker for most of my 28 years. I thought I'd seen it all. Treacherous mountain paths, unexpected wildlife encounters, even the occasional rescue mission for less experienced trekkers. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened in the depths of Blackwood National Forest. It was supposed to be a routine weekend trip. My best friend Jake and I had been planning this hike for months, poring over maps and trail guides, eager to explore one of the most remote areas of the forest. We'd both grown up near Blackwood, but this particular region had always been off limits. Too dangerous, too easy to get lost in, the rangers said. But we were experienced, confident, maybe a little too confident, as it turned out. We set out early on a crisp Saturday morning, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The first few hours were everything we'd hoped for. Challenging terrain, breathtaking views, and a sense of true wilderness that's hard to find these days. It was around midday when things started to feel off. "Hey, Alex," Jake called out, his voice tinged with confusion. "Come check this out." I backtracked a few steps to where he was standing, staring at a massive old-growth pine. At first, I didn't see what had caught his attention. Then my eyes focused on a series of symbols carved deep into the bark. They weren't like any trail markers I'd ever seen. Intricate spirals and angular lines formed patterns that seemed to shift the longer I looked at them. It was unsettling, to say the least. "Weird," I muttered, running my fingers over the grooves. They felt older than they looked, the edges worn smooth by time. Probably just some bored kids playing around. Jake nodded, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. "Yeah, probably. Let's keep moving." We pushed on, trying to shake off the strange feeling those symbols had left us with. But as the afternoon wore on, we started noticing more of them. Every few hundred yards, we'd spot another tree marked with those bizarre carvings. And something else was bothering me. Though I couldn't quite put my finger on it, it wasn't until Jake mentioned it that I realized what was wrong. "Alex," he said, his voice low and tense. "Have you heard any birds lately, or anything?" I stopped in my tracks, listening intently. He was right. The forest had gone completely silent. No bird song, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Nothing but the sound of our own breathing and the crunch of leaves under our boots. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cooling air. "Maybe we should turn back," I suggested, trying to keep the growing unease out of my voice. "We can always try this trail another day." Jake nodded eagerly, clearly as unsettled as I was. We consulted our map and GPS, plotting the quickest route back to the trailhead. But as we started to retrace our steps, nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Shadows deepened, despite it being early afternoon. And those symbols, they were everywhere now, carved into nearly every tree we passed. After an hour of increasingly panicked hiking, we had to face the truth. We were lost. "This is impossible," Jake muttered, frantically checking his GPS. "We should have hit the main trail by now. It's like the whole forest has changed." I was about to respond when a twig snapped somewhere behind us. We both whirled around, hearts pounding. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and scared in the oppressive silence. "Is someone there?" No response, but I could have sworn I saw movement in the shadows between the trees, a flicker of something that didn't move like any animal I'd ever seen. "We need to get out of here," Jake whispered, his face pale. "Now." We picked a direction and started walking, trying to move as quietly as possible while still covering ground quickly. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now. Every few minutes, I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to find nothing there when I turned to look. As the light began to fade, panic set in. We were not equipped for a night in the forest, especially not whatever this place had become. Our flashlights cast eerie shadows as we pushed on, jumping at every rustle and crack in the darkness. That's when we heard it, a sound that I still hear in my nightmares. It started as a low hum, almost below the threshold of hearing, but it grew louder, resolving into something that was almost like words. Almost, but not quite. It was as if the forest itself was trying to speak. Jake grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "Tell me you hear that," he said, his voice shaking. I nodded, too terrified to speak. The not quite words seemed to be coming from all around us now, rising and falling in a rhythm that made my head spin. And then, cutting through the otherworldly sound, came a scream. A human scream, filled with terror and pain. It came from somewhere ahead of us, deeper in the forest. We stood frozen, caught between the instinct to run and the ingrained need to help someone in trouble. "We have to check it out," I said finally, hating myself even as the words left my mouth. "What if someone's hurt?" Jake looked like he wanted to argue, but nodded grimly. We moved forward slowly, every step feeling like we were walking deeper into a trap. The screaming had stopped, replaced by a heavy, anticipatory silence. We came to a small clearing, our flashlights illuminating a scene that defied explanation. In the center of the clearing stood a massive, ancient tree. Its trunk was wider than any I'd ever seen, twisted and gnarled with age, and carved into every inch of its bark were those symbols, more intricate and alien than ever. But it was what was at the base of the tree that turned my blood to ice. A collection of objects that had no business being this deep in the wilderness. Watches, phones, wallets, dozens of them, arranged in a careful circle around the tree. Personal belongings from other hikers, other people who had wandered into this part of the forest and never made it out. "We need to go," Jake whispered, tugging at my sleeve. "Now, Alex, we need to go right now." I nodded, unable to tear my eyes away from the grisly display. As we turned to leave, my flashlight beam caught something moving at the edge of the clearing. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, stepped out from behind a tree. It looked almost human, but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its movements too fluid, and its face, where its face should have been, was nothing but smooth, blank skin. A scream caught in my throat as more figures emerged from the darkness. 3, 5, a dozen of them, all with that same blank, featureless face. They began to move towards us with an unnatural grace, their not quite words growing louder. We ran. Branches whipped at our faces as we tore through the underbrush, blind panic driving us forward. I could hear them behind us, moving through the forest with inhuman speed. The symbols on the trees seemed to glow in the darkness, pulsing in time with the alien chant that filled the air. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmare forest. But suddenly, miraculously, we burst out onto a paved road. We didn't stop running until we reached Jake's car, parked at the trailhead. As we sped away, I looked back at the forest. For a moment, I thought I saw those blank faces watching us from between the trees. Then they were gone, and it was just a normal forest again. We drove straight to the ranger station, babbling our story to increasingly skeptical-looking officers. They searched the area we described, but found nothing out of the ordinary. No symbols, no clearing, no evidence that anything strange had happened at all. Part of me wanted to believe we'd imagined it all. Some sort of shared hallucination brought on by exhaustion and dehydration. But I know what I saw, what I felt. It's been 6 months since that day, and I haven't set foot in any forest since. Jake's the same way. We don't talk about what happened, but I can see the lingering fear in his eyes. The same fear I feel every time I look at the trees lining my suburban street and wonder what might be hiding behind them. I'm telling this story now as a warning. If you ever find yourself in Blackwood National Forest, or any wilderness really, and you start to notice strange symbols carved into the trees, don't dismiss them. Don't laugh them off like we did. Turn around. Get out while you still can. Because there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that live in the deep, dark places of the forest. Things that are always watching, always waiting for unwary travelers to wander just a little too far off the beaten path. And if you hear whispers in the woods that sound almost, but not quite, like words, run, run, and don't look back. Because in some forests, getting lost is the least of your worries. The scratching started on the second night. At first, I convinced myself it was just a raccoon or a curious bear. But when I unzipped the tent and came face to face with those glowing, inhuman eyes, I realized our family camping trip had become a fight for survival. I'm Mark, a 35-year-old software engineer from the suburbs of Seattle. My wife Sarah and I had decided it was time to introduce our kids, 10-year-old Emma and 8-year-old Ethan, to the great outdoors. We'd both grown up camping and wanted to share that experience with them. So we packed up our minivan with a tent, sleeping bags, and enough supplies for a long weekend in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. The first day was picture perfect. We found a secluded campsite near a babbling brook, set up our tent, and spent the afternoon hiking and identifying plants. Emma proved to be a natural, eagerly pointing out different types of trees and flowers. Ethan was more interested in skipping stones across the stream, but he seemed to be enjoying himself too. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. The kids were enthralled by the star-filled sky, so different from what they could see back home. Sarah and I exchanged satisfied smiles. This was exactly what we'd hoped for. We all turned in early, tired from the day's activities, the sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl lulled us to sleep. It was peaceful, perfect, until it wasn't. The scratching woke me sometime in the early hours of the morning. It was faint at first, barely audible over the nighttime forest sounds, but it was persistent, rhythmic. Scratch, scratch, pause, scratch, scratch, pause. I lay there for a while, listening. It seemed to be coming from the side of the tent. Probably just a curious animal, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. But as the minutes ticked by, the scratching grew louder, more insistent. I could feel Sarah stirring beside me. "Mark," she whispered. "Do you hear that?" I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me in the darkness. "Yeah," I whispered back. "Probably just a raccoon. I'll check it out." I fumbled for the flashlight we'd left by our sleeping bag and slowly unzipped the tent flap. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the surrounding trees. Nothing seemed out of place. The scratching had stopped as soon as I moved. I was about to zip the tent back up when I saw it. A flicker of movement just at the edge of the flashlight's beam. I swung the light in that direction, my heart suddenly pounding. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of eyes reflecting the light, but they were too high off the ground to be a raccoon, too large to be a deer, and the glow, it wasn't the normal reflection you'd see in an animal's eyes. It was an eerie, almost phosphorescent green. Then it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I'd imagined it. I quickly zipped the tent back up and tried to reassure Sarah. "Didn't see anything," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Probably just ran off when it heard me." She didn't seem entirely convinced, but we both eventually drifted back to sleep. The rest of the night passed without incident. The next day, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, looking for... what? I wasn't sure. The kids, oblivious to the night's disturbance, were having a blast. We spent the morning fishing in the stream, then went for another hike in the afternoon. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. More than once, I thought I saw something moving just out of the corner of my eye. When I turned to look, there was never anything there. Sarah noticed my unease. "Everything okay?" she asked as we were preparing dinner. I forced a smile. "Yeah, just a bit tired, I guess. Didn't sleep great last night." She gave me a look that said she didn't quite believe me, but didn't press the issue. That night, as we sat around the campfire, Emma suddenly pointed into the darkness. "Dad, what's that?" I followed her gaze, my blood running cold. There, just beyond the circle of firelight, was a pair of glowing green eyes, the same ones I'd seen the night before. "Everyone in the tent. Now," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "But Dad," Ethan started to protest. "Now," I repeated, more firmly this time. As Sarah ushered the kids into the tent, I grabbed a burning branch from the fire, holding it out in front of me like a weapon. The eyes had disappeared, but I could hear movement in the underbrush, something circling our campsite. I backed slowly towards the tent, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Just as I reached the tent flap, I heard a low, rumbling growl. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, not quite human. It raised the hair on the back of my neck. I practically dove into the tent, zipping it up securely behind me. Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide with fear. The kids, picking up on our anxiety, huddled close. "What's going on, Dad?" Emma whispered. I took a deep breath, trying to figure out how to explain without terrifying them further. "There's something out there," I said finally. "Probably just a curious bear, but we need to stay in the tent, okay?" Ethan's lower lip trembled. "I'm scared." Sarah pulled him close. "It's okay, sweetie. We're safe in here." But even as she said it, the scratching started again, louder this time, more purposeful. It moved around the tent, as if whatever was out there was testing for weaknesses. We huddled together in the center of the tent, listening to the scratching and that occasional, bone-chilling growl. The kids whimpered softly, and I could feel Sarah trembling beside me. Suddenly, a shadow fell across the tent wall. Something large was right outside. We could hear it breathing, heavy, ragged breaths that didn't sound like any animal I knew. Then, a new sound. Sniffing. Long, deep inhalations. It was smelling us. The shadow moved, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought it was going to tear right through the tent fabric. But instead, it let out another low growl and moved away. We stayed frozen in place, barely daring to breathe. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. Gradually, the normal sounds of the forest returned, the rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl. When dawn finally broke, I cautiously unzipped the tent and peered out. The campsite looked normal in the early morning light, but as I stepped out, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Tracks. Large, deep impressions in the soft earth around our tent. But they weren't bear tracks, or any other animal I recognized. They were almost like human footprints, but larger with long, curved claw marks at the end of each toe. And there, stuck to one of the tent poles, was a clump of coarse, dark hair. "We're leaving," I announced, my voice shaking slightly. Now, we packed up in record time, the kids unusually quiet and compliant. As we drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something emerge from the trees. We never went back to that campsite. Never went camping again, actually. The kids were disappointed at first, but as they got older and we finally told them the full story of what happened that night, they understood. I've spent countless hours since then researching, trying to find an explanation for what we encountered. I've read about Bigfoot sightings, Wendigos, skinwalkers. Nothing quite fits. All I know is that there are things out there in the wilderness that defy explanation. Things that remind us that for all our technology and civilization, we're not at the top of the food chain everywhere. So if you're planning a camping trip, especially in the Pacific Northwest, be careful, be aware. And if you hear scratching outside your tent in the middle of the night, if you see glowing green eyes in the darkness, don't convince yourself it's just your imagination. Because sometimes the monsters are real, and they're hungry. The first time I heard the voice on the CB radio, I thought it was just another stranded motorist. By the time I realized the truth, I was already deep in a nightmare I couldn't escape. They say the long-haul trucking life can drive you crazy, but I never expected it to nearly drive me to my death. My name's Jake, and I've been a trucker for the better part of 2 decades. I've crossed this country more times than I can count, hauling everything from fresh produce to auto parts. I've seen my share of weird stuff out on the road. Ghost trucks, unexplained lights in the sky, even what I swear was a honest-to-God UFO once. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what happened that night in the backcountry of Montana. It was a run like any other. I was hauling a load of electronics from Seattle to Chicago, taking the northern route through Idaho and Montana. It was late October, and winter was coming on fast in the mountains. The forecast had warned of an early snowstorm, but I figured I could beat it if I pushed through the night. I'd just crossed the Idaho-Montana border when the snow started. At first, it was just a few flakes, nothing to worry about. But within an hour, it had turned into a full-blown blizzard. The world outside my windshield was a swirling mass of white, my headlights barely penetrating the gloom. I was considering pulling over to wait it out when I heard it. A crackle of static on my CB radio, then a voice cutting through the white noise. "Hello? Can anyone hear me? I need help." The voice was female, young-sounding, and terrified. I'd heard my share of distress calls over the years, but something about this one sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the storm outside. I keyed the mic. "This is Big Jake. What's your situation?" "Oh, thank God," the voice replied, relief palpable in her tone. "My car broke down. I'm stranded out here in the storm. I don't know where I am exactly, but I passed a sign for Route 87 a while back." Route 87. That was the road I was on, though I couldn't remember seeing any turnoffs recently where a car might have gotten stuck. "All right, stay calm," I said. "I'm on 87 now. Can you see the highway from where you are?" I think so," she said, her voice wavering. "There's a lot of trees, but I can see lights sometimes through the snow. Please, you have to help me. I'm so cold." Every instinct honed by years on the road was screaming at me that something wasn't right, but I couldn't just ignore someone in trouble. That's not who I am. "Okay, I'm going to try to find you," I said. "Keep talking to me. What's your name?" "Sarah," she replied. "My name's Sarah. Please hurry." I slowed my rig, peering out into the storm for any sign of a stranded vehicle. The wind howled around me, rocking the truck. Visibility was down to almost nothing. "Sarah, I need you to help me find you," I said. "Do you see my headlights? Can you hear my engine?" There was a pause, longer than I liked. Then, I think I see something. "Yes, I see lights. You're getting closer." But I couldn't see anything ahead except swirling snow and the vague shapes of trees. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I don't see any sign of a car." "Please." Sarah's voice took on an urgent, almost frantic tone. "You're so close. Just a little further. Turn right up ahead." I frowned. There was no right turn up ahead, at least not on any map I knew, just miles of unbroken forest. Sarah, there's no turn here. Are you sure about where you are? Another pause. This one stretched on so long I thought we'd lost the connection. Then Sarah's voice came back, but it was different, lower, almost growling. Turn right, Jake. Turn right now. A chill that had nothing to do with the storm ran down my spine. I eased off the accelerator, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Who is this? I demanded. What's going on here? The laugh that came through the radio speaker wasn't human. It was a low, guttural sound that made my skin crawl. Oh, Jake, the voice said, all pretense of being Sarah gone. You should have turned right. Now we'll have to do this the hard way. Suddenly, my headlights illuminated something in the road ahead. A figure, standing motionless in the swirling snow. It was vaguely human-shaped, but too tall, too thin, and its eyes... God, its eyes glowed with an eerie, greenish light. I yanked the wheel hard, sending my rig into a skid. The world spun around me as I fought for control. I caught a glimpse of the figure as I careened past, its arms stretching out impossibly long, clawed fingers reaching for my truck. Then I was past it, fishtailing wildly on the icy road. It took everything I had to keep from jackknifing. By some miracle, I managed to straighten out, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I stomped on the accelerator, pushing my rig to speeds it was never meant to go in these conditions. In my side mirror, I could see something moving through the woods parallel to the road. Something fast. Impossibly fast. The CB crackled to life again. You can't run, Jake, the voice taunted. We know these woods. We know all the roads. All the shortcuts. I switched off the radio, but it made no difference. The voice continued, seeming to come from the very air around me. We've been so hungry, Jake. So very hungry. And you're going to feed us, one way or another. I drove like a man possessed, taking turns too fast, skating on the edge of control. More than once, I felt the trailer start to swing out, nearly sending me off the road. But somehow, I kept it together. Hours passed in a blur of white snow and black terror. I didn't dare stop, didn't dare even slow down. Every time I thought I'd lost them, I'd catch a glimpse of glowing eyes in the woods, or hear that terrible voice on the radio. As dawn broke, I finally burst out of the mountains and onto the plains. The storm was behind me, the road ahead clear. I pulled into the first truck stop I saw, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn off the engine. It took me 3 cups of coffee before I could even think straight. The locals gave me strange looks. I must have been a sight, wild-eyed and babbling about voices on the radio and things in the woods. Most of them wrote me off as another trucker who'd pushed himself too hard and started seeing things. But one old-timer, a leathery-faced man who introduced himself as Bill, listened to my story with a grim expression. You're not the first to run into them, he said quietly. Those woods, there's something wrong in them. Something old and hungry. He wouldn't say more, just shook his head and walked away, leaving me with more questions than answers. I called my dispatcher and told them I was taking some personal time. Spent a week in a motel, jumping at every shadow, before I felt steady enough to drive again. When I did get back on the road, I took the southern route. Haven't been anywhere near those Montana woods since. Sometimes, late at night when I'm driving and the CB is quiet, I think I hear a voice. A young woman, calling for help. I never answer anymore. Never will again. Because out there on the long, dark roads, not every call for help is what it seems. Sometimes, the voice on the other end of the radio isn't human at all. And sometimes, the real monsters aren't the ones we can see. So if you're ever driving through the mountains of Montana on a snowy night, and you hear a desperate voice on your radio, keep driving. Don't stop. Don't answer. And whatever you do, don't turn right, because there are things out there in the darkness, things that are always hungry, and they know how to lure their prey. The first photo was just a blur, a dark smudge against the trees. I dismissed it as a malfunction, a quirk of the cheap trail camera. But as the images progressed, night after night, the figure became clearer, closer. And on the final night, when I woke to find my camera smashed and claw marks on my tent, I realized I wasn't documenting wildlife. I was being hunted. My name is Lena, and or I guess I should say I was, a wildlife photographer specializing in endangered species. I'd spent years traipsing through jungles and scaling mountains, capturing images of animals on the brink of extinction. But it was a rumor of an unclassified species in the Pacific Northwest that led me into the heart of Olympic National Park and into a nightmare I'm still trying to understand. It started innocently enough. I'd heard whispers in cryptozoology forums about sightings of an unknown primate in the dense forests of Washington state. Most serious scientists dismissed it as yet another Bigfoot hoax, but something about the descriptions caught my attention. They didn't match the usual Sasquatch lore. This creature was reportedly smaller, more agile, with peculiar bioluminescent markings. Intrigued, I packed my gear and headed into the wilderness. I found a secluded spot deep in the forest, miles from the nearest hiking trail. Perfect isolation to set up my equipment without human interference. The first few days were uneventful. I set up my tent, scouted the area, and positioned my trail cameras at strategic points. During the day, I'd hike, taking photos of the lush forest and its known inhabitants: elk, black bears, the occasional cougar. At night, I'd review the footage from my trail cams, hoping for a glimpse of my elusive quarry. It was on the fourth night that I saw it, just a dark blur at the edge of the frame, there and gone in an instant. I nearly missed it, almost dismissed it as a glitch or maybe a bat flying past the lens. But something made me pause, made me go back and look closer. There was a shape to the blur, a suggestion of a form that was neither human nor any animal I recognized. I felt a tingle of excitement. Could this be what I'd come for? The next night, it appeared again. This time, the image was clearer. A hunched figure, moving on all fours but in a way that seemed off, unnatural. And there, just barely visible, were faint glowing spots along its flank. I could hardly contain my excitement. This was it. Proof of an undiscovered species. I just needed clearer images, definitive evidence. But as the days passed and I reviewed each night's footage, my excitement began to turn to unease. The creature was appearing more frequently, and it was getting closer to my cameras, closer to my camp. One image in particular stuck with me. The creature, now clearly visible, was staring directly into the camera. Its eyes reflected the infrared light, glowing an eerie red. But it was the intelligence in those eyes that chilled me. This wasn't the blank stare of an animal. There was purpose there, curiosity, maybe even malice. I told myself I was anthropomorphizing, projecting human qualities onto an animal. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. A week into my stay, I woke in the middle of the night to a strange sound, a sort of chittering, like insects but deeper, more guttural. It was close, just outside my tent. I lay there, heart pounding, barely daring to breathe. Something moved past the tent, its shadow visible through the thin fabric. I could hear it sniffing, taking long, deep inhalations. Then, silence. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I heard it move away, the underbrush rustling as it retreated into the forest. Come morning, I found prints around my tent. They were like nothing I'd ever seen, vaguely hand-like, but with long, curving claws at the end of each digit. I photographed them meticulously, my hands shaking as I operated the camera. That should have been my cue to pack up and leave. Any sane person would have hightailed it out of there, but I couldn't. Not when I was this close to the discovery of a lifetime. So I stayed. I moved my tent, set up more cameras. I started sleeping with my largest knife close at hand, though I wasn't sure what good it would do against a creature that could rip through canvas like paper. Each night, the images from my trail cams became clearer, more terrifying. The creature, and I was becoming increasingly convinced there was only one, was larger than I'd initially thought. Its body was covered in a sort of mottled fur, with those bioluminescent patches glowing softly in the infrared images. Its face was a nightmare, almost human in structure, but with a protruding snout filled with sharp teeth, and those intelligent, hungry eyes. It was studying my cameras, I realized. In some images, it would be examining them closely, tilting its head as if trying to understand the device. In others, it would be looking past the camera towards my camp. I stopped sleeping more than an hour or two at a time. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves would jolt me awake, my hand clutching my knife, but it never came closer than the periphery of my camp, at least, not while I was awake. On what I'd decided would be my last night, creature or no creature, I couldn't take the stress anymore. I set up one final camera. I positioned it facing my tent, hoping to catch the creature if it approached during the night. I don't know what woke me. There was no sound, no movement that I was aware of. Just a sudden, overwhelming sense of wrong that jolted me from sleep. The chittering sound was back, but it wasn't outside the tent this time. It was inside, right next to me. I opened my eyes and found myself staring directly into the face of the creature. It was crouched over me, its hot breath fanning across my face, smelling of rotted meat and damp earth. Those bioluminescent patches pulsed softly, casting an eerie glow inside the tent. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to even scream. The creature tilted its head, studying me with those terrifyingly intelligent eyes. Then, deliberately, it reached out one long-fingered hand and grasped the knife I'd been clutching in my sleep. It pulled it from my grip effortlessly, never breaking eye contact. I was certain I was about to die. I waited for the slash of claws, the snap of teeth, but instead, the creature turned away. It moved to where my camera was set up, raised the knife, and in one swift motion, smashed the device to pieces. Then, it turned back to me. It made a sound, not the chittering from before, but something almost like speech. A series of clicks and guttural noises that, impossibly, seemed to form words. No, see, us. With that, it slashed its claws across the tent wall and was gone, leaving me alone in my shredded shelter, surrounded by the wreckage of my equipment. I don't remember packing up. I don't remember the hike back to civilization. The next clear memory I have is sitting in a diner miles away from the forest, my hands shaking as I tried to hold a cup of coffee. I never reported what I saw. Who would believe me? I had no evidence the creature had seen to that. All my cameras were destroyed, the images lost. Even the prints around my tent had been obliterated, obscured by what looked like deliberate scraping of the ground. I've spent the years since trying to make sense of what happened. Was it really an unknown species? Some kind of primate that had evolved in isolation? Or was it something else entirely? Something that defied scientific classification? I don't know. But I do know this. There are things in this world that we don't understand. Things that don't want to be understood. And sometimes, when we go looking for the unknown looks back. I haven't set foot in a forest since that night. I've given up wildlife photography, moved to the city where the only creatures I have to worry about are of the human variety. But sometimes, late at night, I wake up in a cold sweat, certain I can hear that chittering sound outside my window. And I lie there, paralyzed, wondering, did I really escape that night? Or did it let me go? And if it did, why? Because deep down, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in the dark forest of the Pacific Northwest, something is waiting, watching, and maybe, just maybe, it's still hunting me. So if you're ever in the wilderness, setting up trail cams in hopes of capturing images of elusive wildlife, be careful. Be very careful. Because you never know what might be capturing images of you. And some things, once seen, can never be unseen. The first time I saw the figure darting between the corn rows, I told myself it was just my imagination. By the time I realized the truth, I was lost in an endless maze of stalks, my phone dead, and night falling fast. I never should have gone into that field alone. My name's Jack, and I've worked summers on my uncle's farm since I was old enough to walk. At 17, I thought I knew every inch of the sprawling cornfields that stretched as far as the eye could see. But on that sweltering July evening, I learned that some parts of the farm held secrets darker than I could have ever imagined. It started with a malfunctioning irrigation system. Uncle Dave had noticed one section of the field wasn't getting enough water, and he asked me to check it out. Simple enough task, I thought. I'd done it 100 times before. I set out just as the sun was starting to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. The corn was at its full height, easily towering over my 6-foot frame. I'd always loved walking through the fields at this time of year, feeling dwarfed by the lush green stalks stretching endlessly in every direction. The faulty section was near the center of the field, so I had a good 10-minute walk ahead of me. I moved quickly, wanting to get the job done before dark. The corn rustled around me as I pushed through, the leaves rough against my bare arms. About halfway to my destination, I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. Not the usual chorus of crickets or the distant lowing of cattle, but something else. A sort of skittering noise, like something moving rapidly through the corn just out of sight. I paused, listening intently. For a moment, there was nothing but the normal sounds of a summer evening on the farm. Then I heard it again, closer this time. A rush of movement, the corn stalks swaying unnaturally about 20 feet to my left. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the vast field. "Is someone there?" No response, just another rustle of movement, this time behind me. I turned quickly, heart starting to race. That's when I saw it. Just a glimpse, really. A dark figure, darting between the rows of corn. It was there and gone so fast I couldn't make out any details. Just an impression of something large, moving in a way that didn't seem quite human. I told myself I was imagining things. It was probably just a deer, I reasoned, or maybe one of the farm dogs had gotten into the field. But deep down, I knew it wasn't either of those things. I picked up my pace, no longer meandering but moving with purpose towards the irrigation system. The sooner I fixed the problem, the sooner I could get out of this field. But as I walked, I became increasingly disoriented. The rows all looked the same, an endless sea of green. I could have sworn I should have reached the faulty section by now, but there was no sign of it. I pulled out my phone, intending to use the GPS to get my bearings. My stomach dropped when I saw the screen. No signal. And worse, the battery was almost dead. I'd forgotten to charge it last night. That's when I heard the skittering noise again. Much closer this time. Close enough that I could hear something else underneath the sound of movement. A low, guttural growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. I started to run. I crashed through the corn, no longer caring about following the rows. All sense of direction was lost as I fled from the unseen presence that I could feel pursuing me. Cornstalks whipped at my face and arms, leaving stinging cuts, but I didn't slow down. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that green maze. But eventually, gasping for breath, I had to stop. I bent over, hands on my knees, trying to gulp in air. The sun had almost set now, the light fading rapidly. As my breathing slowed, I realized I couldn't hear anything. No crickets, no birds, nothing but the sound of my own panting breaths. Then, a rustle, directly in front of me. I straightened up slowly, my eyes straining in the dim light. The corn parted, and a figure stepped out into the small clearing I'd found myself in. My mind struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but wrong. Too tall, too thin. Its arms hung down past its knees, ending in hands tipped with long, curved claws. But it was the face that made my blood run cold. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, blank skin. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a featureless oval of pallid flesh. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to even scream. The creature cocked its head to one side, as if studying me. Then, impossibly, a seam appeared in the smooth face. It split open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. That's when I found my voice. I screamed, a sound of pure terror that seemed to startle the creature. It flinched back, and I seized the opportunity. I turned and ran again, no longer caring about direction or finding my way out. I just needed to get away from that thing. I crashed through the corn, branches and leaves slashing at me. I could hear it behind me, moving impossibly fast. That skittering sound was all around me now, as if there were multiple creatures converging on my position. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I burst out of the cornfield. I found myself on the dirt road that ran along the edge of the property. In the distance, I could see the lights of the farmhouse. I ran towards those lights like my life depended on it, because I was pretty sure it did. I don't remember much of what happened next. I have vague memories of bursting into the kitchen, babbling incoherently to my startled aunt and uncle. I remember the look of concern on their faces turning to alarm as they took in my scratched and bleeding state. Uncle Dave got out his rifle and went to check the fields, but of course, he found nothing. No strange creatures, no signs of anything unusual, just corn, stretching as far as the eye could see in the beam of his flashlight. They thought I'd gotten heat stroke, become disoriented and panicked in the field. And part of me wanted to believe that, wanted to think it had all been some kind of hallucination brought on by dehydration and exhaustion. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt pursuing me through that cornfield. I left for college a month later, earlier than planned. I told my parents I was eager to get settled in my dorm, but the truth was, I couldn't stand to be on that farm anymore. Couldn't bear to look at those fields and wonder what might be hiding in them. It's been 5 years since that night. I'm finishing up my degree now, in a city far from any cornfields. I thought I'd put it all behind me. But last week, I got a call from my aunt. Uncle Dave had disappeared. He'd gone out to check on the irrigation system one evening and never came back. They found his truck parked at the edge of the field, but no sign of him. As she spoke, I could hear the panic in her voice, the fear. But underneath that, I heard something else. The faint sound of rustling corn, carrying through the phone line. And just before the call cut out, I heard it. That skittering noise that has haunted my nightmares for years. I'm on my way back to the farm now. I know it's crazy. I know I should stay far away from those fields. But I can't abandon my family. I have to know the truth. So if you're ever driving through farm country on a summer evening, and you see a sea of corn stretching to the horizon, remember this. Not all fields are what they seem. And sometimes the real danger isn't getting lost in the rows. It's what might find you there. Because in some cornfields, something is waiting, watching, hungry, and it's only a matter of time before it decides to harvest. The moment we set foot on that abandoned yacht, I knew something was terribly wrong. The eerie silence, the signs of struggle, the increasingly frantic logbook entries, it all pointed to a nightmare we couldn't begin to imagine. But by the time we realized the true horror of what had happened, it was already too late. We weren't alone on that ghost ship, and our uninvited guests were hungry. My name's Mike, and I've been a commercial fisherman out of Gloucester, Massachusetts for the better part of 2 decades. I've seen my share of strange things out on the water. Freak storms, impossible waves, even what I swear was a sea monster once, though no one believes that story after a few beers. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what happened that day on the Atlantic. It was supposed to be a routine fishing trip. Me and my crew, my first mate Jack, and our greenhorn Charlie, had set out at dawn, heading for our usual spots about 100 miles offshore. The weather was perfect, clear skies and calm seas. We were looking forward to a good haul, We'd been out for about 6 hours when Jack spotted it. A yacht, drifting aimlessly about a half-mile off our starboard side. It was a big one, probably 80 feet or so, the kind of boat that costs more than I'd make in 10 lifetimes. "Should we check it out?" Charlie asked, his voice tinged with excitement. The kid was always eager for anything out of the ordinary. I hesitated. Maritime law says you're obligated to render assistance to vessels in distress, but something about this didn't feel right. The yacht seemed intact. No visible damage. Why wasn't anyone on deck? Why hadn't they radioed for help? But in the end, duty won out over my unease. "Bring us alongside," I ordered Jack, "but keep the engine running. If anything seems off, we're out of here." As we drew closer, the wrongness of the situation became more apparent. The yacht was pristine, almost too clean. No signs of life on deck, no movement at all. It was as if the boat had been abandoned in a hurry. We pulled up alongside and hailed them. No response. I tried the radio. Nothing but static. "I don't like this, Mike," Jack muttered, his weathered face creased with concern. I didn't either, but we were here now. "Let's take a quick look," I said. "Charlie, you stay here with the boat. Jack and I will check it out. If anything happens, anything at all, you radio the Coast Guard and get the hell out of here. Understood?" Charlie nodded, his earlier excitement replaced by nervous energy. Jack and I boarded the yacht, the gentle lapping of waves against the hull the only sound. The deck was immaculate, not a rope out of place. But as we approached the main cabin, I noticed something odd. Scratches on the door frame, deep gouges in the polished wood. I exchanged a glance with Jack. He'd seen it too. We both drew the filleting knives we kept on our belts. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. I pushed open the door, wincing at the creak of hinges. The interior was dim, shafts of sunlight filtering through partially closed blinds. As my eyes adjusted, I took in the scene before us. The main salon was a mess. Furniture overturned, cushions slashed open, and there, on the plush carpet, dark stains that could only be blood. "Jesus," Jack whispered. "What the hell happened here?" I shook my head, my mouth dry. "Let's check the rest of the boat, quick and quiet. If we find anyone, alive or otherwise, we radio the Coast Guard immediately." We moved through the yacht, room by room. The galley was ransacked, cupboards emptied, food scattered everywhere. The staterooms were in similar disarray, clothes strewn about, more of those unsettling bloodstains on the sheets. But it was what we found in the captain's quarters that chilled me to the bone. The room was relatively untouched, save for the desk. Papers were scattered everywhere, and in the center lay an open logbook. The early entries were mundane, weather reports, course changes, nothing unusual. But as we flipped through the pages, the tone changed dramatically. The last entry, dated just 2 days ago, was a scrawl of barely legible handwriting. "They're inside the walls. God help us. They're inside the walls. If anyone finds this, don't..." The entry ended abruptly, a long ink streak trailing off the page. Jack and I looked at each other, the same thought mirrored in our eyes. We needed to get off this boat. Now, that's when we heard it. A skittering sound, like something moving inside the walls. At first, I thought it might be rats, but rats don't make the walls bulge and ripple like something massive was moving through them. "Run!" I yelled, all pretense of stealth forgotten. We burst out of the captain's quarters, racing for the deck. Behind us, I could hear the sound of tearing metal, of something bursting free from its confinement. We emerged into the sunlight, gasping for breath. Charlie was at the railing of our boat, eyes wide with fear. "Start the engine," I bellowed. "We're leaving." But before we could make it to our vessel, something erupted from the yacht's deck. The polished wood splintered as a creature burst through, all writhing tentacles and gnashing teeth. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. Part octopus, part eel, but twisted into something nightmarish and wrong. More of them followed, pouring out of every opening in the yacht. They moved with terrifying speed, undulating across the deck towards us. Jack was closest to our boat. He leaped the gap, landing hard on our deck. I was right behind him, my muscles screaming as I pushed myself to jump farther than I ever had before. I made it. Barely. Tentacles lashed at my legs as I sailed through the air, but they fell short by inches. "Go! Go! Go!" I shouted at Charlie, who was frozen at the wheel, his face a mask of terror. The roar of our engine coming to life snapped him out of it. He threw the throttle forward, and we lurched away from the yacht. But the creatures weren't done with us. They poured over the side of the yacht, hitting the water and swimming with unnatural speed. I could see more of them bursting out of the hull below the waterline, the yacht's immaculate white paint stained with spreading tendrils of some black, oily substance. "Faster!" Jack yelled, grabbing a gaff hook and swinging it at a tentacle that had latched onto our stern. Charlie pushed our boat to its limits, the engine screaming in protest. Slowly, agonizingly, we began to pull away from the writhing mass of creatures pursuing us. I don't know how long we ran. Hours. Maybe. We didn't slow down until the yacht was long out of sight and our fuel gauge was dangerously low. Only then did we dare to breathe, to try and process what we'd seen. We radioed the Coast Guard, trying to explain what had happened. They didn't believe us, of course. How could they? It sounded insane even to us, and we'd lived through it. They sent out a cutter to investigate, but by the time they reached the coordinates we gave them, there was no sign of the yacht, no debris, no oil slick, nothing to indicate a boat had ever been there. We were questioned for hours when we got back to port. The authorities thought we were running drugs, or had stumbled upon some kind of smuggling operation. They couldn't wrap their heads around what we were telling them. In the end, they let us go. No evidence of wrongdoing, they said. Just the ravings of fishermen who'd been out in the sun too long. But I know what I saw. What we all saw. There's something out there in the Atlantic. Something that doesn't belong in this world. Something that can infest a ship, hollow it out from the inside, and wait for unsuspecting victims. I don't go out on the water anymore. Can't bring myself to set foot on a boat. Jack and Charlie are the same way. We've all found jobs on land as far from the ocean as we can get. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear it. That skittering sound, like something moving inside my walls. And I lie awake, wondering, did we really escape that day? Or did we bring something back with us? So, if you're ever out on the ocean and you come across a drifting boat, pristine and seemingly abandoned, don't approach it, don't board it, just run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because some ghost ships aren't empty, and some nightmares don't end when you think you've escaped. The moment our flashlights began to flicker, I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. The darkness of the abandoned mine seemed to press in around us, hungry and alive. And as the last light died, leaving us in pitch blackness, I heard it, the sound of something ancient and angry stirring in the depths. My name's Alex, and I've been an urban explorer for the better part of a decade. There's something intoxicating about uncovering the secrets of abandoned places, about walking where few have dared to tread in years, maybe even centuries. But our expedition into the old Holloway silver mine would prove to be my last. It started, as these things often do, with a rumor. Whispers on message boards about a vast network of tunnels beneath the mountains of Colorado, untouched since the mine's mysterious closure in 1923. The stories varied. Some said the miners had struck a rich new vein right before the shutdown. Others swore they'd uncovered something that wasn't silver at all, something that led to the mine being sealed off by the government. Whatever the truth, it was too tempting to resist. I gathered a small team, my usual exploring partner, Sam Ago, and a local guide named Mike who claimed to know a way in. We packed our gear, told ourselves we were prepared for anything, and set off into the wilderness. The entrance to the mine was hidden behind a tangle of overgrown vegetation, the old warning signs barely visible beneath a century of neglect. Mike led us to a section of the hillside that looked no different from any other, then pushed aside a curtain of vines to reveal a narrow opening. "This was an old air shaft," he explained, his voice tinged with excitement. "The main entrance was collapsed decades ago, but this should take us right into the heart of the mine." We switched on our headlamps and entered single file, the beam of light from my lamp seeming pitifully small against the vast darkness ahead. The air was cool and damp, heavy with the musty smell of long-abandoned spaces. For the first hour or so, everything went smoothly. We marveled at the old equipment left behind, rusted carts and pickaxes frozen in time. Sam took photos, the flash of her camera momentarily illuminating vast chambers carved out of the living rock. But as we delved deeper, an uneasy feeling began to creep over me. The tunnels seemed to twist and turn in ways that defied logic, leading us ever downward. And there was something about the quality of the darkness that felt wrong. It seemed to swallow our light, pressing in around the edges of our beams as if trying to consume them. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Sam whispered, her voice echoing strangely in the confined space. I was about to dismiss her concern when I saw it, a flicker of movement just at the edge of my light's beam. I swung my flashlight towards it, but there was nothing there, just more darkness. "It's probably just bats," Mike said, but he didn't sound convinced. We pressed on, the uneasy feeling growing with every step. That's when our lights started to fail. It happened gradually at first. My headlamp dimmed, then brightened again. Sam's flashlight flickered intermittently. We all checked our batteries, but they were fresh. We'd put new ones in just before entering the mine. "This doesn't make sense," I muttered, tapping my lamp. "These should last for days." As if in response to my words, all of our lights went out simultaneously, plunging us into absolute darkness. For a moment, we stood frozen, the sudden absence of light disorienting. Then Sam let out a nervous laugh. "Okay, very funny, guys. Who turned out the lights?" But it wasn't a joke. No matter what we did, none of our lights would come back on. Even the screen of my phone remained stubbornly dark. "Everyone stay calm," I said, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. Let's just stay put for a minute. Our eyes will adjust." But they didn't. The darkness remained absolute, pressing against my eyeballs like a physical thing. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. That's when we heard it, a sound echoing from deep within the mine. At first it was faint, a sort of scraping noise, like stone grinding against stone. But it grew louder, closer. "What is that?" Sam whispered, her voice trembling. Before I could answer, another sound joined the first, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the very rock around us. It was a sound that didn't belong in this world, ancient and hungry and undeniably alive. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing for Sam's hand in the darkness. We ran blindly through the tunnels, one hand on the rough wall to guide us. The sounds behind us grew louder, accompanied now by the unmistakable noise of something large moving through the mine shafts, something that was gaining on us. I don't know how long we ran. Time lost all meaning in that lightless maze. We stumbled over unseen obstacles, scraped against jagged rocks, all the while with that terrible sound growing ever closer. Suddenly, my outstretched hand met empty air. We'd reached some kind of chamber. The echoes of our panicked breathing suggested it was vast. "Stop," I gasped. We need to figure out where we are." As we stood there, gulping in air, I became aware of a change in the atmosphere. The air felt different here, less stale, with a faint breeze that suggested a connection to the surface. I think we might be near an exit," I said, hope rising in my chest. But that hope was short-lived, because at that moment, we heard it again, that grinding, rumbling sound. Only now, it wasn't just behind us. It was all around us, coming from every direction. And then, impossibly, we saw light. Not the warm, comforting light of the sun or our flashlights, but a cold, pale bioluminescence that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the chamber. As our eyes adjusted to this faint illumination, I almost wished for the darkness again, because now we could see what had been pursuing us. They were everywhere. Creatures that defied description, like a nightmarish fusion of insect and reptile. Their segmented bodies clung to the walls and ceiling, each easily the size of a car. Multifaceted eyes glowed with an alien intelligence, fixed unblinkingly upon us. But it was the largest creature that drew our terrified gaze. It sat in the center of the chamber, a monstrosity that dwarfed its brethren. Its massive jaws worked slowly, grinding the stones it seemed to feed upon. This, I realized with dawning horror, was the source of the grinding sound we'd heard. For a moment that felt like an eternity, there was perfect stillness. We stood, frozen in terror, as the creatures regarded us with cold, alien curiosity. Then, as one, they began to move towards us. What happened next is a blur in my memory. There was screaming. Maybe mine, maybe Sam's or Mike's. We ran again, no longer caring about direction, just desperate to escape the horrors behind us. By some miracle, we found another tunnel. We sprinted down it, the scrabbling sounds of pursuit echoing behind us. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw it, a pinprick of natural light ahead. We burst out of the mine into the fading evening light, gasping and stumbling. We didn't stop running until we reached our car, parked what felt like miles away on a lonely dirt road. As we sped away, I looked back at the mountain that housed the Holloway mine. For a moment, I thought I saw movement at the entrance we'd emerged from, a glimpse of something large and insectile withdrawing into the darkness. Then it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I'd imagined it. We drove straight to the nearest police station, babbling our story to increasingly skeptical officers. They searched the area we described, but found nothing out of the ordinary. No strange creatures. No vast chambers filled with bioluminescent horror. Just an old, abandoned mine, slowly being reclaimed by nature. Part of me wants to believe it was all a hallucination, some kind of shared delusion brought on by the darkness and the thin air of the mountains. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt in those lightless tunnels. I don't go exploring anymore. Can't bring myself to enter so much as a dark basement these days. Sam and Mike are the same way. We've all found new hobbies, new passions that keep us firmly in the light. But sometimes, late at night, I wake up in a cold sweat. In those moments between sleep and waking, I swear I can hear it, that grinding, rumbling sound. And I lie there, heart pounding, wondering, did we really escape that day? Or did we bring something back with us? Something that's slowly working its way towards the surface? So if you're ever tempted to explore an abandoned mine, to delve into the dark places beneath the earth, don't. Some secrets are meant to stay buried, and some darknesses, once seen, can never be unseen. Because sometimes, the real monsters aren't hiding in the shadows. They are the shadows, and they're always hungry for more. The first time I noticed something was off, it was the silence. No footsteps in the hallway, no chatter from neighboring rooms. Just an eerie quiet that seemed to press in from all sides. By the time I realized the truth, it was too late. I was trapped in a nightmare, and the hotel itself seemed to be my jailer. My name is David, and I'm, or I guess I should say I was, a traveling salesman. Medical supplies, to be specific. I spent more nights in hotels than in my own bed, crisscrossing the country, living out of a suitcase. I thought I'd seen it all when it came to accommodations, from 5-star luxury to roach-infested dives, but nothing could have prepared me for room 313 at the Pinewood Inn. It was meant to be a routine overnight stay, just another forgettable hotel in another forgettable town. I'd driven for hours through a relentless downpour, the windshield wipers barely keeping up with the deluge. When I saw the flickering neon sign of the Pinewood Inn, I was ready to call it a night. The lobby was deserted when I entered, water dripping from my coat to form a puddle on the faded carpet. A bell sat on the front desk, and I gave it a ring. The sound echoed unnaturally in the empty space. After a moment, a man emerged from a back room. He was tall and gaunt, with deep-set eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Checking in?" he asked, his voice a dry whisper. I nodded, suppressing a shiver. Something about this place felt off, but I chalked it up to exhaustion and the gloomy weather. "Just one night," I said, fishing out my credit card. The clerk's long fingers danced over an ancient-looking computer. "Room 313, he said, sliding a key across the desk. An actual metal key, not the key cards most hotels use these days. "Third floor. Elevators to your left." I took the key, noticing how cold it felt in my hand. "Thanks. Is there anywhere nearby I could grab a bite to eat?" The clerk's face remained impassive. "Kitchen's closed. Vending machines on each floor." "Great. Dinner of champions." I thanked him and headed for the elevator, dragging my wheeled suitcase behind me. The elevator creaked and groaned its way up to the third floor. As the doors slid open, I was struck again by the silence. Shouldn't there be some noise in a hotel? TVs from other rooms, people talking, something. I made my way down the dimly lit hallway, the worn carpet muffling my footsteps. Room 313 was at the very end, tucked away in a corner. The key stuck a bit in the lock, but with some jiggling, the door swung open. The room was unremarkable. A bit dated, maybe, with floral wallpaper that had seen better days and a TV that looked like it was from the 90s. But it was clean, and the bed looked comfortable enough. I set my suitcase down and flopped onto the bed, the events of the long day catching up with me. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound. It took me a moment to place it, knocking. Someone was knocking on my door. I glanced at the bedside clock, 2:17 a.m. Who the hell would be knocking at this hour? "Hello?" I called out, my voice rough with sleep. No response. Just another series of knocks, more insistent this time. I got up, a sense of unease growing in the pit of my stomach. I approached the door, but something made me hesitate before opening it. Instead, I put my eye to the peephole. The hallway outside was empty. I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs of sleep. Maybe I'd dreamed the knocking. But even as I thought it, the sound came again. Only this time, it wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from the window. My blood ran cold. I was on the third floor. Slowly, I turned towards the window. The curtains were drawn, but I could see a shadow moving behind them. A human shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to even breathe. The knocking continued, growing louder, more frantic. Then suddenly it stopped. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, a voice. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, seeming to seep out of the very walls. "Let us in, David," it whispered. "We've been waiting for you." That broke my paralysis. I lunged for the door, yanking it open and bursting into the hallway. I had to get out of here, had to find help. But the hallway, it was wrong. It seemed to stretch on forever, the doors repeating endlessly. I turned back to look at my room, but 313 had vanished. Every door now bore the same number, CR0. I ran, my heart pounding in my chest. The hallway seemed to twist and turn, defying the laws of physics. No matter how far I went, I couldn't find the elevator, the stairs any way out. And all the while, I could hear them, whispers and scratches, coming from behind every door. Sometimes, I'd catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow darting across the hall, a hand reaching out from a doorway. But whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. My legs burned. My lungs screamed for air, but I didn't dare stop. Because I knew with a bone-deep certainty, that if I stopped, they would get me. Finally, I saw it. The elevator. I practically fell into it, jabbing frantically at the lobby button. As the doors began to close, I saw them. Figures emerging from the rooms, gliding down the hallway towards me. Their faces, God, their faces were... The doors slammed shut, cutting off my view. I sagged against the wall, gulping in air. The elevator began to descend, and for a moment I allowed myself to hope. Maybe this nightmare was over. Maybe I'd get to the lobby and find everything normal. But when the doors opened, I wasn't in the lobby. I was back in room 313. The room had changed. The wallpaper was peeling now, revealing pulsing, organic-looking material underneath. The bed writhed as if alive, sheets twisting like tentacles. And there, reflected in the mirror, was a figure. But it wasn't me. It wore my face. But the eyes. The eyes were black voids, endless and hungry. It smiled, revealing too many teeth, sharp and gleaming. "Welcome home, David," it said, its voice a chorus of whispers. "We've been waiting so long," I screamed. I screamed until my throat was raw, until I tasted blood. I screamed as the room twisted around me, as unseen hands grabbed at me from the shadows. And then, I woke up. I was in my car, parked at a rest stop. Rain pattered against the windshield. My phone was buzzing, a missed call from my boss, wondering why I hadn't shown up for my meeting. For a long moment, I just sat there trying to get my bearings. It had all been a dream. A vivid, terrifying nightmare, but just a dream. I must have pulled over when I got too tired to drive, fallen asleep at the wheel. I started the car, ready to put this all behind me. But as I pulled out of the rest stop, I caught sight of something in my rearview mirror that made my blood run cold. There, on the back seat, was a key, an old-fashioned metal key with a tag attached. Room 313, it read, Pinewood Inn. I drove and didn't stop until I was 3 states away. I quit my job, sold my house, changed my name. I don't stay in hotels anymore. Can't bring myself to even look at one, because I know the truth now. The Pinewood Inn is out there, waiting. It might not be in the same place, might not even look the same, but it's waiting. For me, for you, for anyone unlucky enough to check in. So if you're ever driving late at night, tired and looking for a place to rest, and you see a hotel you don't remember being there before, keep driving. No matter how exhausted you are, no matter how bad the weather is, just keep driving. Because some rooms you check into, you never really check out of. And in some hotels, every night is an eternity. The first entry in the journal was mundane. The last was a frantic scrawl that chilled me to the bone. By the time I heard those heavy footsteps on the cabin's porch, I knew I was living the same nightmare that had consumed the previous occupant. And as the door handle began to turn, I realized with horrifying certainty that I wouldn't be leaving these woods alive. My name is Chris, and until a week ago, I was just another burned-out city dweller looking for an escape. When I stumbled across an ad for a remote cabin rental deep in the Adirondacks, it seemed like the perfect solution. A month of solitude, surrounded by pristine wilderness, no cell service or Wi-Fi to tether me to the stress of my normal life. Just me, the trees, and the promise of peace and quiet. The drive up was long and winding, the roads becoming progressively narrower and rougher as I left civilization behind. By the time I reached the turnoff for the cabin, the dense forest pressed in on both sides of the dirt road, branches scraping against my car like grasping fingers. The cabin itself was exactly as advertised, rustic, secluded, perched on the edge of a small clearing with a breathtaking view of the mountains. As I unloaded my supplies, I felt the tension of the past few months already beginning to melt away. That first evening was idyllic. I sat on the porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink, a glass of whiskey in hand. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves in the breeze and the distant call of a loon on some hidden lake. This, I thought, was exactly what I needed. It wasn't until I went inside to prepare dinner that I noticed the journal. It was sitting on the small writing desk in the corner, a leather-bound notebook that looked well used. Curious, I flipped it open. The first entry was dated 3 months ago. Finally made it to the cabin. The drive was longer than expected, but the silence up here is already worth it. Looking forward to a productive month of writing. The entries that followed were relatively mundane. Observations about the weather, notes on the local wildlife, progress updates on whatever the previous occupant had been writing. But as I flipped through the pages, I noticed a shift in tone. The entries became shorter, more fragmented. There was an increasing sense of unease permeating the words. 2 weeks in, there was this: heard strange noises last night. Not an animal, at least, not like any I've ever heard. Almost sounded like words, but in no language I know. Probably just the wind. A few days later, the noises are getting closer. Not the wind. Definitely not the wind. Saw something moving at the edge of the clearing today. Too big to be a deer. Moved all wrong for a bear. What the hell is out there? The final entry, dated just a week ago, sent a chill down my spine. It's here. God help me, it's here. If anyone finds this, don't stay. Run. Run before it's too. The entry ended abruptly, a long ink streak trailing off the page as if the writer had been suddenly interrupted. I closed the journal, my hands shaking slightly. This had to be some kind of joke, right? A prank by the owner to spook the city folk. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The fear in those final entries was too raw, too real. I thought about leaving right then and there, but it was already dark, and the idea of navigating those treacherous mountain roads at night was daunting. I decided to stay the night and leave first thing in the morning. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin's old timbers, every rustle from the forest outside had me sitting bolt upright, straining my ears. But eventually, exhaustion won out, and I fell into a fitful slumber. I woke to silence, not the peaceful quiet of the previous evening, but a heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. No birdsong, no insects buzzing, not even the whisper of wind through the trees. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I got up, my movements feeling strangely sluggish, as if I was moving through water. The morning light filtering through the windows seemed dim and gray, despite the cloudless sky outside. That's when I saw it. A footprint in the dirt just outside the cabin's front window. A huge print, easily twice the size of my own foot, with long, curved claw marks at the end of each toe. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't possible. There was no animal in these woods that could leave a print like that. Unless I thought of the journal, of the writer's increasing panic. Too big to be a deer, moved all wrong for a bear. I backed away from the window, my heart pounding. I had to get out of here. Now. I threw my belongings haphazardly into my bag, not bothering to pack neatly. Every few seconds, I glanced out the windows, half expecting to see some monstrous shape emerge from the tree line. Just as I was about to make a break for my car, I heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a sound that didn't belong in this world. Ancient and hungry and undeniably alive. I froze, my hand on the doorknob. The growl came again, closer this time, and then footsteps, heavy, deliberate footsteps, coming from the other side of the cabin. With a jolt of terror, I realized they were circling around towards the front porch. I backed away from the door, looking frantically for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But there was nowhere to go. The footsteps grew louder, the floorboards of the porch creaking under immense weight. Then, silence. For a long moment, nothing moved. I stood there, scarcely daring to breathe, my eyes fixed on the door. The handle began to turn, slowly, inexorably. I'd like to say I faced whatever was on the other side bravely, that I stood my ground and fought. But the truth is, blind panic took over. I ran. I burst out the back door, sprinting for the trees. Behind me, I heard the front door splinter, followed by a roar that shook the very air. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I had no idea where I was going. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and the cabin as possible. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that endless green maze. But eventually, my legs gave out, and I collapsed against a tree, gulping in air. As my panic receded, I realized I had made a terrible mistake. In my blind flight, I had run deeper into the wilderness, hopelessly lost. I had no supplies, no phone, no way to call for help. And somewhere out there, something was hunting me. The rest of that day passed in a haze of fear and exhaustion. I tried to find my way back to the road, or to any sign of civilization, but the forest all looked the same. As night fell, the temperature dropped, and a light rain began to fall. I huddled under a large tree, shivering, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. But there was only the soft patter of rain on leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Just as I was about to drift off into an exhausted sleep, I saw it, a flicker of light through the trees. Hope surged through me. A house, a road. I stumbled towards the light, my fatigue forgotten. As I drew closer, I could make out a structure. My heart leapt. It was the cabin. Somehow, I had made a huge circle and ended up back where I started. Relief flooded through me as I burst into the clearing, but it died just as quickly. This wasn't my cabin. It was similar, yes, but older, more weathered. And there, carved into the door in jagged, desperate strokes, was a message. Don't enter. It's still here. I stood there, rain soaking through my clothes, staring at those words. And that's when I heard it again, that low, inhuman growl coming from just behind me. I'm writing this now in a new journal I found inside this cabin. I don't know how long I can stay here or if there's any escape, but if anyone finds this, please, heed my warning. Don't stay in these woods. Don't seek out solitude in this forgotten corner of the wilderness, because something ancient dwells here, something patient and hungry. And once it knows you're here, it never stops hunting. So if you're reading this, run. Run now while you still can. And pray it hasn't already caught your scent. The first time we saw the impossibly tall, thin figure in the distance, we laughed it off as a mirage. By the time we realized the truth, we were hopelessly lost in an endless sea of sand, with something inhuman stalking our every move. And as our water supply dwindled under the merciless sun, we began to understand that in this desert, death wasn't the worst fate that could befall us. My name's Alex, and until 2 weeks ago, I was just your average thrill-seeking tourist. My girlfriend Jess and I had been planning this Southwest road trip for months, eager to escape the dreary Seattle winter for some sun and adventure. We'd mapped out a route that would take us through some of the most stunning desert landscapes in the country, with plenty of opportunities for hiking and photography. The trouble started on day 5 of our trip. We'd just left a small town in eastern Arizona, heading for a remote area known for its striking rock formations and supposed spiritual energy. The guy at the local gas station had warned us to stick to the main roads, muttering something about people going missing in the backcountry. But we were young, confident, and more than a little arrogant. We thought we knew better. "Come on, Alex," Jess had said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she pointed to a dirt road veering off the highway. "That looks way more interesting than the route on the map. Let's check it out." I hesitated for a moment, remembering the gas station attendant's warning, but one look at Jess's eager face, and I caved. "All right," I said, turning onto the unmarked road. "But just for a little while. We don't want to get lost out here." If only I'd known then how prophetic those words would be. At first, the detour seemed like a great idea. The scenery was breathtaking. towering mesas, bizarre rock formations, and endless vistas of red sand stretching to the horizon. We stopped several times for Jess to take photos, marveling at the alien beauty of the landscape. It was during one of these stops that we saw it for the first time. Jess was setting up a shot of a particularly striking rock spire when she suddenly froze, her camera halfway to her face. "Alex," she said, her voice oddly strained. "Do you see that?" I followed her gaze, squinting against the harsh sunlight. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, shimmering in the heat haze on the horizon, I saw a figure. It was unnaturally tall and thin, standing perfectly still amidst the undulating waves of hot air. "Probably just a weird-looking cactus," I said, though a chill ran down my spine despite the oppressive heat. "The heat can play tricks on your eyes out here." Jess nodded, but she didn't seem convinced. "Yeah, you're probably right," she said. But she didn't raise her camera again. Maybe we should head back to the main road." I agreed, suddenly eager to be back on familiar terrain. But as I turned our rented SUV around, I realized with a sinking feeling that I wasn't sure which way we'd come from. The dirt road we'd been following had split several times, and in my distraction, I hadn't been paying close attention to our route. "No problem," I said, trying to keep my voice calm for Jess's sake. "We've got GPS on our phones. We'll just backtrack." But when I pulled out my phone, my blood ran cold. No signal, not even a single bar. "Okay, don't panic," I said, as much to myself as to Jess. "We've got plenty of water, and we can't be that far from the highway. We'll just pick a direction and drive. We're bound to hit a main road eventually." Jess nodded, but I could see the fear starting to creep into her eyes. "What about that thing we saw?" she asked quietly. "It was nothing," I said firmly. "Just a trick of the light. We're going to be fine." I wish I could say I believed my own words. We drove for hours, the sun beating down mercilessly on the car. The air conditioning struggled against the heat, and we rationed our water carefully, all too aware of how quickly dehydration could become deadly in this environment. As the day wore on, the landscape seemed to shift and change around us. Rock formations that I could have sworn we'd passed before appeared again and again, as if we were driving in circles despite maintaining a straight course. And always, there was that figure on the horizon. No matter which direction we drove, it was there, a distant silhouette shimmering in the heat. Night fell with alarming suddenness, the temperature plummeting as the sun dipped below the horizon. We decided to stop and wait for daylight, hoping to conserve fuel and maybe spot some lights from a town or highway. As we sat in the darkened car, the desert came alive with strange sounds, rustlings and skitterings that seemed to come from all around us, punctuated by eerie, ululating cries that were like no animal I'd ever heard. "Alex," Jess whispered, clutching my arm. "What is that?" I opened my mouth to offer some comforting lie, but the words died in my throat, because there, in the moonlight, I saw them. Figures, dozens of them, moving across the dunes with an unnatural, gliding motion. They were headed straight for our car. I started the engine with shaking hands, peeling away in a spray of sand. In the rearview mirror, I could see the figures pursuing us, moving far faster than anything human had a right to. We drove through the night, fueled by terror and the last dregs of our water supply. As dawn broke, we found ourselves in a vast salt flat, white crystals stretching endlessly in every direction. The pursuers were gone, but so was any sign of the world we knew. "This is impossible," Jess said, her voice hoarse from thirst and fear. "We can't have driven this far. Where are we?" I had no answer for her. The laws of geography, of physics itself, seemed to have broken down. We were in a place that shouldn't exist, hunted by things that shouldn't be real. As the sun climbed higher, the heat became unbearable. Our water was gone, and the car's fuel gauge was hovering near empty. In desperation, we decided to leave the vehicle and try to walk to safety. It was a mistake. Without the car's meager protection, we were exposed to the full fury of the desert. The sun seared our skin, the salt burned our eyes, and every step was an agony on the blistering hot ground. We hadn't gone more than a mile when Jess collapsed. I tried to carry her, but in my weakened state, I could barely stand myself. As I knelt beside her, cradling her head in my lap, I saw it again. The tall, thin figure, no longer on the horizon but standing mere yards away. Up close, it was even more terrifying. Its body was impossibly elongated, joints bending at unnatural angles. Its face, if you could call it that, was a blank expanse of skin with only the suggestion of features. And yet, somehow, I knew it was looking right at us. As I watched, paralyzed with fear and exhaustion, more figures emerged from the shimmering heat haze. They surrounded us, their bodies swaying slightly like reeds in a breeze that didn't exist. One of them reached out a long, spindly arm. Its hand, tipped with needle-like fingers, gently touched Jess's forehead. She gasped, her eyes flying open, but there was no recognition in them. Only a blank, glassy stare. I tried to pull her away, to scream, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. The same long-fingered hand touched my face, and the world shifted. I found myself standing upright, the fatigue and thirst suddenly gone. Jess was beside me, but when I looked at her, I realized with horror that she wasn't Jess anymore. Her body had elongated, her features smoothing out into that same blank expanse I'd seen on our captors. I tried to speak, to call her name, but no sound came out. Instead, I felt my own body beginning to change, stretching and twisting into a new form. And then, suddenly, I understood. This wasn't an ending, but a beginning. We hadn't been hunted. We'd been called, drawn to this place, this impossible desert, to become something new, something ancient and patient and utterly alien. As my transformation completed, I felt my awareness expand. I could sense the vastness of the desert, could feel the presence of countless others like us, waiting in the shimmering heat mirages for unwary travelers to stumble into our realm. And I knew, with a certainty that transcended my former human understanding, that we would wait. For years, for centuries, for however long it took. Because eventually, someone else would come. Someone else would take a wrong turn, would see a figure in the distance and dismiss it as a mirage. And when they did, we would be waiting, ready to welcome them into our endless, shimmering desert, ready to help them shed their fragile human forms and join us in our timeless vigil. So if you're ever driving through the Southwest and you see a dirt road leading off into stunning, untouched desert, stick to the main highway. Don't be tempted by the beauty of the unknown, because in some deserts, what looks like a mirage might be all too real, and some transformations, once begun, can never be undone. The moment my light illuminated that pale, humanoid figure deep in the underwater cave, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. But by the time I realized the true horror of my situation, I was lost in a labyrinth of narrow passages, my air supply rapidly depleting, and something that definitely wasn't human was hunting me in the darkness. My name's Sarah, and I've been an avid scuba diver for over a decade. I've explored reefs in the Caribbean, shipwrecks off the coast of North Carolina, and even dove under ice in the Arctic. But nothing in my years of experience could have prepared me for what I encountered in the Blue Hole cave system off the coast of Belize. I'd heard whispers about the cave system for years, tales of vast, unexplored chambers, ancient Mayan artifacts, and strange rock formations that defied explanation. Most serious divers dismissed these stories as tall tales, exaggerations meant to lure tourists. But something about them caught my imagination and wouldn't let go. So when I had a week off from my job as a marine biologist, I decided to investigate for myself. I flew down to Belize, rented some top-of-the-line diving gear, and hired a local guide named Carlos to take me out to the Blue Hole. "You sure about this, señorita?" Carlos asked as we approached the site. His weathered face creased with concern. Many divers go into those caves. Not all come out. I brushed off his warning with a confident smile. "I've got over 500 dives under my belt. Carlos, I'll be fine." If only I'd listened to him. The dive started routinely enough. The blue hole itself was breathtaking. A perfect circle of deep blue in the middle of a coral atoll, like a pupil in a giant eye. As I descended into its depths, the water grew darker, cooler. Schools of tropical fish gave way to more unusual creatures. Blind cavefish, translucent shrimp, bizarre isopods that looked like they belonged in a sci-fi movie. At about 120 feet down, I reached the entrance to the cave system. I paused there, double-checking my equipment. 2 full tanks of air, multiple lights, a safety line to find my way back. I was as prepared as I could be. With a deep breath, I swam into the cave. The first chamber was enormous, big enough to swallow a small office building. My powerful dive light barely reached the far walls. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like giant stone fangs, their tips disappearing into the murky water below. I spent nearly an hour exploring that first chamber, marveling at the alien beauty of this underwater world. But as fascinating as it wasn't what I had come for. I wanted to go deeper, to see things no other diver had seen before. That's when I found the narrow passage leading deeper into the cave system. It was barely wide enough for me to squeeze through with my tanks. Every instinct honed by years of diving screamed at me to turn back. Cave diving rule number 1. Never enter a passage you can't easily turn around in. But the lure of the unknown was too strong. I told myself I'd just take a quick look, then come right back. I maneuvered through the tight passage, my light beam dancing over walls encrusted with strange, colorful mineral formations. The passage twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the heart of the underwater mountain. After what felt like an eternity of claustrophobic swimming, the passage opened up into another chamber. This one was smaller than the first, but somehow even more unsettling. The walls were smoother here, almost polished, and covered in strange, swirling patterns that didn't look natural. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just an unusual rock formation. A pale, vaguely humanoid shape in a far corner of the chamber. But as I swam closer, my blood ran cold. It wasn't a rock. The figure was clearly bipedal, with 2 arms and a head. But that's where any resemblance to a human ended. Its skin was a sickly, translucent white, stretched tight over a skeletal frame. Where eyes should have been, there were only dark, sunken sockets, and its mouth. God. Its mouth was filled with row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. I recoiled in horror, my startled movement sending up a cloud of silt. For a moment, the creature was obscured from view. When the water cleared, it was gone. Panic seized me. I spun around, my light jerking wildly across the chamber. Where had it gone? What was it? A movement caught my eye, something darting between 2 rock formations. I caught only a glimpse, but it was enough to send me racing back towards the narrow passage. I hit my head on the low ceiling in my haste, nearly knocking myself unconscious. Stars exploded in my vision, and I tasted blood where I'd bitten my lip. But fear drove me on. I scrambled through the passage, scraping my tanks against the rough walls. Behind me, I could hear something moving. Something fast. I burst back into the large first chamber, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it over the rush of bubbles from my regulator. I whirled around, light searching frantically for any sign of pursuit. The beam caught something. A flash of pale flesh, gone almost before I could register it. Then another, on the other side of the chamber. And another. With a jolt of terror, I realized there was more than one of these creatures. They were all around me, moving with impossible speed through the water. I made a break for the cave entrance, pushing my body to its limits. But in my panic, I'd lost track of my position in the chamber. The exit should have been right there, but all I could see was solid rock. I was lost. My breathing was coming fast and shallow now, using up precious air. I forced myself to slow down, to think. The safety line. I still had the safety line attached to my belt. All I had to do was follow it back to the entrance. With shaking hands, I grabbed the line and began to follow it. But after only a few feet, I found the end. The line had been cut. A low, gurgling sound echoed through the water, something between a growl and a laugh. They were toying with me. I don't know how long I swam, desperately searching for the way out. Time lost all meaning in that underwater labyrinth. My air supply dwindled dangerously low, the gauge moving into the red zone. Just when I was about to give up hope, to give in to the crushing despair, and let the dark water take me, I saw it. A glimmer of lighter blue in the distance. The exit. I swam towards it with the last of my strength. Behind me, I could hear them getting closer, could almost feel their cold, clammy hands reaching for me. I burst out of the cave into open water, not daring to look back. I ascended as fast as I safely could, my lungs burning for air. When I finally broke the surface, I gulped in great lungfuls of air, tears mixing with the salt water on my face. Carlos's boat was there, and I've never been so glad to see anything in my life. "Señorita," Carlos cried as he helped me aboard. I was about to call for help. "You were down there for hours." Hours. It had felt like days. As Carlos sped us back to shore, I huddled in the boat, shivering despite the tropical heat. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, that those things were still down there, waiting. I tried to tell Carlos what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. How could I describe the horror I'd encountered? Who would believe me? I left Belize the next day and haven't been diving since. Can't even bring myself to take a bath. Showers only now. I tell people I lost my passion for the sport, but the truth is, I'm terrified of what might be lurking beneath the surface of any body of water, because now I know the truth. There are things down there in the darkness, ancient things, patient things, things that have been waiting a long, long time for someone to stumble into their realm. And sometimes, if you go deep enough, if you push too far into places humans were never meant to go, you might just meet them. So if you're a diver, and you hear stories about unexplored cave systems, about strange creatures glimpsed in the depths, do yourself a favor. Stick to the well-mapped sites, the popular reefs, and well-lit waters. Because in some caves, the true monsters aren't the ones you bring with you in your mind. They're the ones waiting in the darkness with pale flesh and too many teeth, always hungry for unwary explorers to stumble into their domain. And once they've got your scent, they never, ever stop hunting. The moment the tractor sputtered to a halt in that secluded corner of the farm, I knew something was wrong. But it wasn't until I heard those inhuman shrieks echoing from the cornfield that I realized our annual fall festival had become a fight for survival. By then, half our hayride group had already vanished into the rows of corn, never to be seen again. My name's Jake, and I've worked at Henderson's farm for the past 5 autumns. It's a decent seasonal gig, helping with the harvest, running the pumpkin patch, and my personal favorite, driving the hayride tractor. Old Mr. Henderson's place is the biggest farm in the county, and their fall festival draws folks from all over the state. This year started like any other. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, leaves turning gold and red on the trees surrounding the sprawling fields. Families streamed in, kids squealing with delight as they picked pumpkins and navigated the corn maze. The scent of apple cider and cinnamon donuts wafted from the snack stand. It was the perfect autumn day. I was on hayride duty, piloting a tractor with a trailer full of hay bales and excited passengers. We did a big loop around the farm, past the pumpkin patches and apple orchards, before cutting through a section of the massive cornfield that covered the back half of the property. It was my last run of the day, the sun already dipping towards the horizon. I had a full load, maybe 20 people, a mix of families with young kids and a group of teenagers out for some fall fun. As we entered the cornfield, I launched into my usual spiel. "Now, folks, keep your eyes peeled," I said, raising my voice to be heard over the tractor's rumble. "Legend has it these fields are haunted by the ghost of old Farmer Mackenzie. They say on nights like this, you can still hear him wandering the rows, looking for his lost cow." The kids giggled nervously while the teens rolled their eyes. I grinned to myself. It was all part of the act, a bit of harmless fun to add some spice to the ride. We were about halfway through the cornfield when it happened. The tractor, old but reliable, suddenly sputtered and died. I frowned, trying to restart it, but the engine wouldn't turn over. "Hang on, folks," I called back to my passengers. "Looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Sit tight and I'll have us moving again in no time." I hopped down from the tractor, popping the hood to check the engine. Everything looked normal, but something felt off. The corn seemed to rustle despite the lack of wind, and the fading sunlight cast long, ominous shadows between the rows. That's when I heard it. A sound that made my blood run cold. A shriek, high-pitched and decidedly inhuman, coming from deep within the cornfield. It was answered by another, then another, a chorus of unearthly cries that seemed to surround us. "What was that?" one of the teenagers asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Probably just some birds," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Nothing to worry about. But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. No bird I'd ever heard made a sound like that. I turned back to the engine, desperately trying to get it started. Behind me, I could hear my passengers growing restless, their nervous chatter punctuated by those awful shrieks, which seemed to be getting closer. "Hey, where's Tommy?" A woman's panicked voice cut through the noise. I spun around. A mother was standing up in the trailer, looking around frantically. "My son, he was right here a minute ago." A murmur of concern rippled through the group. People started looking around, calling out names. And that's when I realized the true horror of our situation. It wasn't just Tommy who was missing. Nearly half the people who had been on the trailer were gone, vanished without a trace. "Everyone stay calm," I said, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "I'm sure they just wandered off to look at something. Let's all stick together and—" My words were cut off by a scream. One of the teenagers was pointing at the cornfield, her face pale with terror. "There's something out there," she cried. I saw it move. I followed her gaze, squinting into the deepening shadows between the corn stalks. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, a flash of movement, something pale and twisted, darting between the rows with impossible speed. "Everyone off the trailer!" I shouted. "We need to get out of here now!" Panic set in. People scrambled off the hay bales, children crying, adults shouting. I tried to organize them into a group, to lead them back the way we'd come, but it was chaos. And then they came. They burst from the corn in a nightmarish wave, creatures that defied description, part plant, part animal, with elongated limbs and faces that were nothing but gaping maws filled with needle-sharp teeth. They moved with terrifying speed, snatching people and dragging them screaming into the corn. I grabbed a pitchfork from the trailer and swung it wildly, managing to fend off one of the creatures as it lunged for a young boy. "Run!" I yelled, shoving the kid towards the path. "Everyone, run!" What followed was a nightmare I'll never forget. We ran through the cornfield, the creatures in pursuit, their shrieks filling the air. People fell behind, their screams abruptly cut off as they were taken. I led the dwindling group as best I could, but in the chaos and fading light, I quickly became disoriented. The corn seemed to move around us, the rows shifting and changing. No matter which way we turned, we couldn't find the exit. It was as if the field itself was alive, conspiring with the creatures to keep us trapped. Night fell, plunging us into near total darkness. The only light came from the harvest moon rising above the corn, casting an eerie glow over the field. The attacks became more frequent, more frenzied. I swung my pitchfork again and again, feeling it connect with something solid. hearing inhuman screeches of pain. By the time we finally burst out of the cornfield, there were only 5 of us left. Me, 2 of the teenagers, and a couple with their young daughter. We ran towards the distant lights of the farm buildings, not daring to look back. We crashed into the festival area, gasping and wild-eyed. The remaining visitors and staff stared at us in shock. I tried to explain what had happened, to warn them, but my words came out as incoherent babbling. Old Mr. Henderson approached, his face grave. "They've come again, haven't they?" he said quietly. I stared at him, uncomprehending. You knew about this." He nodded slowly. "It happens every few generations. The corn, it gets hungry. We try to keep people away from that part of the field, but sometimes..." He trailed off, shaking his head. I wanted to scream at him, to demand why he'd let us go into that field if he knew the danger, but I was too exhausted, too traumatized to do anything but collapse to the ground. The authorities were called, of course. A massive search was launched, but they found nothing. No bodies, no evidence of any attack. The cornfield looked normal in the light of day, giving no hint of the horrors it had contained. Most people claimed it must have been some kind of mass hallucination, or a prank gone wrong. The official report chalked it up to unexplained disappearances. And eventually, the case went cold. But I know the truth. I see it every time I close my eyes. Those twisted creatures, the corn moving with malevolent purpose, the faces of those I couldn't save. I don't work at Henderson's farm anymore. Can't stand the sight of a cornfield these days. But every autumn, when the air turns crisp and the leaves start to change, I remember, and I wonder, are they still out there, waiting in the corn? Will they grow hungry again? So if you're ever at a fall festival, enjoying a hayride on a crisp autumn evening, and your tractor breaks down in a lonely corner of a cornfield, don't brush off that rustling as just the wind. Don't dismiss those strange cries as merely animal sounds. And whatever you do, don't wander into the corn. Because in some fields, the harvest isn't just about crops, and some hungers, once awakened, can never be satisfied. The moment I first saw him lurking in the shadows of the subway platform, I knew something was terribly wrong. But it wasn't until I realized he was following my every move, always just at the edge of my vision, that I understood the true horror of my situation. And as the minutes ticked by, my train still agonizingly far away, I began to wonder if I'd make it out of this station alive. My name is Elena, and until that night, I was just another overworked graduate student in New York City. I'd stayed late at the university library, losing track of time as I pored over research for my thesis. By the time I packed up my laptop and headed for the subway, the city had transformed into its nocturnal self, a place of deep shadows and eerie quiet, punctuated by the occasional siren or drunken shout. The 86th Street station was deserted when I descended the stairs, my footsteps echoing off the grimy tiles. I'd taken this route hundreds of times before, but something felt different that night. The air seemed heavier, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. I checked the arrival board. 20 minutes until the next downtown train. Great. I sighed, resigning myself to a long wait, and moved towards my usual spot on the platform. That's when I saw him. He was standing at the far end of the platform, half hidden in the shadows cast by a flickering fluorescent light. Even from a distance, something about him set my teeth on edge. He was tall, unnaturally so, and rail-thin, his body swallowed up by a long, dark coat despite the summer heat. But it was his stillness that really unnerved me. He didn't shift his weight, didn't check his phone, didn't do any of the 100 little movements people usually make while waiting. He just stood there, like a statue. I told myself I was being paranoid. This was New York, after all. You see all types on the subway. I forced myself to look away, pulling out my phone to distract myself. A few minutes passed. When I glanced up again, my heart nearly stopped. The man had moved. He was now standing about halfway down the platform, still facing away from me. I hadn't heard him move, hadn't seen him in my peripheral vision. It was as if he had teleported. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. This was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. I looked around frantically for anyone else, but the platform remained empty, just me and him. I considered leaving, heading back up to the street to catch a cab, but something kept me rooted to the spot. Fear, maybe, or morbid curiosity, or perhaps some deeper instinct that told me running would only make things worse. So I stayed, my eyes locked on the strange figure. And that's when he turned his head, slowly, so slowly, to look at me. I wish I could say I saw something monstrous, that he had glowing eyes or fangs or something that would justify the terror coursing through me. But the truth was almost worse. His face was blank, expressionless, like a mannequin given horrible life. Our eyes met, or at least, I think they did. It was hard to tell, given the distance and the poor lighting. But in that moment, I felt seen. Not just observed, but seen, in a way that left me feeling exposed, vulnerable. I looked away quickly, my heart pounding. When I gathered the courage to look back, he had moved again. Closer now, still facing away from me, but only a few yards down the platform. Panic rose in my throat. I backed away, moving towards the stairs. But as I did, he moved too, matching my pace exactly. Always keeping the same distance between us, always staying just in my peripheral vision. This continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Me, inching towards the exit. Him, mirroring my movements with uncanny precision. The whole time, that oppressive silence hung over the station, broken only by the distant rumble of trains on other lines. I reached the base of the stairs and paused, one foot on the bottom step. Part of me screamed to run, to flee back to the relative safety of the street above. But another part, a deeper, more primal part, warned that turning my back on this thing would be a fatal mistake. So I stood there, frozen in indecision, watching as the figure slowly, so slowly began to turn towards me. That's when I heard it, the blessed sound of an approaching train. My train, relief flooded through me, followed quickly by a new wave of terror. Because I knew, with a certainty I couldn't explain, that I had to be on that train, that if I missed it, I would never leave this platform. The next few moments were a blur. I ran towards the edge of the platform, no longer caring if I turned my back on the stranger. I could feel him behind me, moving with that same unnatural speed and silence. The train burst into the station in a rush of wind and screeching metal. I positioned myself in front of where I knew the doors would open, bouncing on the balls of my feet in anticipation. As the train slowed to a stop, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The man was there, much closer now, his arm outstretched as if to grab me. His fingers were too long, joints bent at impossible angles. The doors slid open. I threw myself inside, stumbling into an empty car. As I whirled around, I caught one last glimpse of the platform, and the figure standing at the very edge, his blank face turned towards me. Then the doors closed, and the train pulled away, leaving the strange man and that nightmarish platform behind. I sank into a seat, my legs shaking too badly to stand. As the adrenaline faded, I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it all? Was I so exhausted from studying that my mind had conjured up some bizarre hallucination? But deep down, I knew it had been real. The terror I'd felt was too visceral, too raw to have been a product of my imagination. When I finally reached my stop, I half expected to see the strange man waiting on the platform. But it was just the usual late-night crowd, a few tired workers, some tipsy revelers heading home from bars. I made it back to my apartment in record time, double-checking every lock before collapsing into bed. Sleep was a long time coming, and when it did, it was filled with dreams of endless subway platforms and silent eyes pursuing figures. The next day, I told myself it had all been a stress-induced fantasy. I went about my routine as normal, pushing the memories of the previous night to the back of my mind. But as evening fell and I faced the prospect of another late night at the library, I found myself making excuses to stay home. A week passed. Then two. I took cabs or buses. Anything to avoid the subway. My friends noticed my newfound aversion to public transportation, but I brushed off their concerns with vague excuses about wanting more exercise. But I couldn't avoid it forever. One night, running late for a crucial meeting, I found myself with no choice but to take the subway. As I descended the stairs to the 86th Street station, my palms were slick with sweat. The platform looked normal, crowds of commuters, the usual bustle of a New York evening. I began to relax, feeling foolish for my fears, and then I saw him. He was at the far end of the platform, half hidden behind a pillar. That same unnaturally tall, thin figure, that same blank face turned in my direction. Our eyes met across the crowded platform, and in that moment, I knew this wasn't over. Maybe it would never be over. I turned and fled, taking the stairs two at a time, not stopping until I was back on the street. I hailed the first cab I saw, my hands shaking as I gave the driver my address. As we pulled away from the curb, I glanced back at the subway entrance, and there he was, standing at the top of the stairs, watching my cab disappear into the New York traffic. I don't take the subway anymore. Can't bring myself to set foot in a station. I've changed my routines, my habits, even moved to a new apartment. But sometimes, late at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a tall, thin shape just at the edge of the shadows. And I wonder, did I ever really escape that night? Or is he still out there, waiting, following, always just out of sight? So if you're ever in a subway station late at night, and you see a strange figure lurking in the shadows, don't dismiss it. Don't try to rationalize it away. And whatever you do, don't let it get between you and the exit. Because some predators don't just stalk their prey in the wild. Some hunt in the tunnels and platforms beneath our feet, patient and persistent, always watching, always waiting for their moment to strike. And once they've chosen you, they never, ever stop hunting. The moment the stranger emerged from the ocean, I knew something was terribly wrong. His eyes were wild, his clothes tattered, and his story defied belief. But as night fell and those things began to circle our bonfire, I realized that our beach party had become a desperate fight for survival. My name's Alex, and I was just looking for a good time with friends on a warm summer night. It was the last weekend before our senior year of college, and a group of us had decided to throw a beach bonfire party to celebrate. We'd found a secluded spot about an hour's drive from campus, far from the more popular beaches. The perfect place to let loose without worrying about noise complaints or campus security. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden glow across the water, we got the fire going, the crackling flames, the sound of waves lapping at the shore, the laughter of friends. It was idyllic. Someone broke out a guitar, and soon we were all singing along, badly but enthusiastically, to every cheesy pop song we could think of. I was in the middle of an impassioned rendition of Don't Stop Believin' when I saw him, a figure stumbling out of the surf. At first, I thought it was one of our group, maybe someone who'd gone for a late swim. But as he drew closer, I realized I didn't recognize him. The singing trailed off as others noticed the newcomer. He was a man, probably in his mid-30s, with wild, matted hair and a scraggly beard. His clothes were soaked and torn, hanging off his thin frame. But it was his eyes that really caught my attention, wide and frantic, darting around as if expecting an attack at any moment. "Hey man, you okay?" My friend Jake called out, always the first to offer help. The stranger's head snapped towards us, and for a moment, I thought he might bolt back into the ocean. But then he stumbled forward, collapsing onto the sand near our fire. "Thank God," he gasped, his voice raspy as if from disuse. I thought I thought I'd never see people again. We gathered around him, someone offering a blanket, another a bottle of water. He gulped it down greedily, water spilling down his chin. "What happened to you?" I asked, curiosity overcoming my initial wariness. "Were you on a boat that sank or something?" He shook his head vehemently. No boat. I was taken." A nervous chuckle ran through our group. "Taken?" Jake asked. "What, like abducted by aliens or something?" The man's eyes locked onto Jake, and the intensity in them made me take a step back. "Not aliens," he said. "Something worse. Something from the deep." And then he started to talk. He told us a story so fantastic, so terrifying, that at first we were sure it was some elaborate prank. He claimed to have been a marine biologist on an expedition to study deep-sea life in the Caribbean. Their ship had been state-of-the-art, equipped with the latest in submersible technology. But on their third dive, something had gone wrong. Their submersible had been attacked by something massive, with tentacles that could crush steel like it was tinfoil. The sub had been dragged down into the inky blackness of the deep ocean. He described waking up in some kind of underwater city, a vast complex of stone buildings that looked ancient, yet somehow still functional. And the inhabitants? He struggled to describe them. Humanoid, but wrong. Fish-like features, scales instead of skin, webbed hands with razor-sharp claws. "They kept us alive," he said, his voice shaking. "Studied us, experimented on us. I saw them change people, turn them into things like them." He claimed to have escaped during some kind of undersea earthquake, managing to find an air pocket and eventually making his way to the surface. He'd been adrift for days before washing up on our beach. As his story came to an end, a heavy silence fell over our group. The only sound was the crackle of the fire and the gentle lapping of waves on the shore. "That's quite a story," I said finally, trying to keep my voice neutral. Part of me wanted to laugh it off, to dismiss it as the ravings of a man who'd clearly been through some kind of trauma. But there was something in his eyes, a haunted look that made me hesitate. "You don't believe me," he said. It wasn't a question. I wouldn't believe me either, but they're real, and they're coming. They've been down there for thousands of years, watching us, waiting, and now they're ready to reclaim the surface. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cooling night air. I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, a scream cut through the night. We all whirled around. Megan, who'd wandered a little way down the beach, was backing away from the water's edge, pointing with a shaking hand. "There's something out there," she cried. I saw eyes." We rushed to her side, peering out into the darkness. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, a flash of movement, something breaking the surface of the water, just for an instant, something that looked disturbingly like a human arm, but elongated, ending in wickedly curved claws. "No," the stranger whispered behind us. "They've found me. They've found us." Panic set in. We scrambled back towards our bonfire, huddling together as we scanned the water. More shapes were visible now, dark forms moving just beneath the surface, circling our position. "We need to get out of here," Jake said, his usual bravado replaced by naked fear. "We need to get to the cars." But our vehicles were parked up a narrow path that led through a stretch of dense woods. To reach them, we'd have to turn our backs on the ocean, and whatever was lurking out there. Before we could decide on a course of action, it happened. With a sound like a wet towel being torn in half, something burst from the water. In the flickering firelight, I caught a glimpse of glistening scales, bulbous eyes, a mouth filled with needle-sharp teeth. Screams erupted from our group. We scattered, some running for the woods, others frozen in terror. I stumbled backwards, tripping over a piece of driftwood and falling hard onto the sand. As I scrambled to my feet, I saw more of them emerging from the surf. They moved with a horrible fluidity, part crawl, part slither. Their bodies were vaguely humanoid, but twisted, elongated in ways that defied anatomy. One of them grabbed Megan as she tried to run. I watched in horror as it dragged her towards the water, her screams cutting off abruptly as she was pulled under. "The fire!" the stranger yelled, snapping me out of my daze. "They hate the fire. It's your only chance." I didn't stop to question him. I grabbed a burning branch from the bonfire, wielding it like a torch. The nearest creature hissed and recoiled, its flesh sizzling where sparks landed on it. "Everyone grab something burning," I shouted. "Form a circle." Those of us who remained did as I said, creating a ring of fire around us. The creatures prowled just outside the circle of light, their inhuman eyes reflecting the flames. For what felt like hours, we stood our ground, waving our makeshift torches at any creature that dared to get too close. I lost track of how many of our group were taken. Every time I heard a scream cut short, every splash that signaled another person dragged into the depths, I felt a piece of my sanity slip away. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the attacks grew less frequent. By the time the sun peeked over the horizon, the beach was empty save for our small, shell-shocked group. We made our way to the cars in silence, no one daring to speak about what we'd witnessed. The stranger was gone, vanished at some point during the night. Part of me wondered if he'd ever really been there at all. In the days that followed, we tried to report what had happened, but with no bodies, no evidence beyond our wild stories, we were dismissed as drunk college kids playing a prank. The official report chalked it up to a few of our friends drowning in a tragic accident. But I know the truth. I see it every time I close my eyes. Those twisted forms emerging from the waves. Those hungry, inhuman eyes. I haven't set foot on a beach since that night. Can't even look at the ocean without feeling a wave of panic. Because I know they're out there, waiting, watching, and one day, they'll come for us all. So, if you're ever on a beach late at night and you see something strange in the water, don't dismiss it. Don't try to rationalize it away. And whatever you do, don't go near the waves, because some things are better left in the depths. And once they've gotten a taste of the surface, they'll never stop hunting for more. The moment I saw that suspicious van parked near the playground, I felt a chill run down my spine. But it wasn't until my son whispered about his special friend that I realized we were living a parent's worst nightmare. By the time I noticed he was missing, those crucial heart-stopping minutes had already ticked by, and I knew our lives would never be the same. My name is Sarah, and until last month, I was just another overworked single mom trying to balance a career with raising my 6-year-old son, Tommy. Our neighborhood park had always been our sanctuary, a place where Tommy could burn off energy while I caught up on emails or simply enjoyed a few moments of peace. It was a warm Saturday afternoon when everything changed. Tommy was eager to get to the park, practically dragging me out the door with excited chatter about the new climbing structure they'd installed. As we walked the familiar route, I noticed something out of place, a nondescript white van parked across the street from the playground. It wasn't unusual to see unfamiliar vehicles in the area, but something about this one set my teeth on edge. I tried to shake off the feeling as we entered the park. Tommy made a beeline for the swings, his favorite, while I settled onto a nearby bench. I kept one eye on him as I scrolled through my phone, half listening to his delighted squeals as he pumped his legs, trying to go higher and higher. After a while, Tommy abandoned the swings for the sandbox. I watched as he approached another little boy, the two of them quickly engrossed in building an elaborate sandcastle. Satisfied that he was happily occupied, I turned my attention back to my phone, responding to a few work emails. It wasn't until about 20 minutes later that I realized Tommy had gone quiet. I looked up, scanning the playground for his familiar mop of brown hair. He wasn't in the sandbox anymore, nor on any of the play structures. A twinge of panic fluttered in my chest. "Tommy?" I called out, getting to my feet. No response. I circled the playground, my heart rate increasing with each step. He wasn't on the slides, wasn't in the tube tunnel where he sometimes liked to hide. Other parents were starting to notice my distress, asking if they could help. That's when I remembered the van. My blood ran cold as I sprinted to the street, praying I was overreacting. But the van was gone. What followed was a blur of panic and frantic activity. I called the police, my voice shaking as I tried to describe Tommy and the van. Officers arrived, cordoning off the area and questioning everyone present. I answered their questions on autopilot, my mind unable to process the reality of what was happening. Hours passed in an agonizing haze. As darkness fell, the initial flurry of activity gave way to a terrible waiting game. I sat on our living room couch, surrounded by well-meaning friends and neighbors, barely registering their words of comfort. My eyes were glued to the front door, willing it to open, for Tommy to walk through with a sheepish grin, explaining it had all been a silly game of hide and seek. But he didn't come home that night, or the next, or the one after that. The days that followed were a nightmare of police interviews, press conferences, and sleepless nights. I replayed every moment of that afternoon in my mind, torturing myself with what-ifs. What if I'd been paying closer attention? What if we'd left the park 5 minutes earlier? What if I'd trusted my instincts about that van? It was during one of the police interviews that a detective asked a question that made my blood run cold. Mrs. Johnson, had Tommy mentioned any new friends recently? Anyone he seemed particularly excited about? I started to shake my head, then froze as a memory surfaced. A few days before the incident, Tommy had been unusually quiet on our walk home from school. When I asked what was wrong, he'd hesitated before saying, "Mommy, can I tell you a secret?" I'd encouraged him, of course, always eager to be his confidant. "I have a special friend," he'd said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But it's a secret." He said I can't tell anyone about him. At the time, I'd assumed he was talking about an imaginary friend. It wasn't unusual for kids his age to have them, and I hadn't wanted to discourage his creativity. I'd simply smiled and told him it was okay to have secrets, as long as they weren't secrets that made him feel bad or scared. Now, recalling that conversation, I felt physically ill. How could I have been so blind? The detective's face tightened as I relayed this information. "Why didn't you mention this before?" he asked, his tone more weary than accusatory. I couldn't answer. The guilt was overwhelming, choking me with its intensity. The investigation took on a new urgency after that revelation. They combed through security footage from nearby businesses, interviewed Tommy's teachers and our neighbors, and put out a nationwide alert for the van. Days turned into weeks. Tommy's face was plastered on every local news channel, his smile haunting me from missing person posters taped to telephone poles and shop windows. I took a leave of absence from work, unable to focus on anything but the search for my son. Then, exactly 1 month after Tommy disappeared, my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize. With trembling hands, I answered. "Mrs. Johnson?" A gruff voice said, "This is Detective Ramirez. We need you to come down to the station right away." My heart leapt into my throat. "Did you find him? Is Tommy okay?" There was a pause that seemed to stretch for an eternity. "Just come down to the station, Mrs. Johnson, as quickly as you can." The drive to the police station was the longest of my life. My mind raced through every possibility, from the joyous reunion I'd been praying for to the devastating news I couldn't bear to contemplate. As I was led into an interview room, I noticed an unusual flurry of activity in the station. Detective Ramirez was waiting for me, his face a mask of professional detachment. "Mrs. Johnson," he began, "about an hour ago, we received a 911 call from a gas station attendant in a town about 200 miles north of here. He reported a young boy wandering alone in the parking lot, matching Tommy's description." I gasped, tears springing to my eyes. "Is it him? Is he okay?" The detective held up a hand. "We believe it is Tommy. Yes. Local police picked him up and are bringing him here as we speak." But Mrs. Johnson, I need to prepare you. Tommy appears to be physically unharmed, but he's not speaking. We don't know yet what he's been through, what he might have witnessed. It's going to be a long road. I barely heard the rest of what he said. My son was alive. He was coming home. Nothing else mattered. The reunion, when it finally happened, was both joyous and heartbreaking. Tommy looked smaller somehow, his eyes wide and wary in a way no child's eyes should be. When he saw me, he didn't run into my arms as I'd imagined. Instead, he approached cautiously, as if unsure of his welcome. I knelt down, opening my arms but not moving towards him, letting him set the pace. After a long moment, he stepped into my embrace. As I held him, feeling his small body tremble against mine, I made a silent vow. I would help him heal. I would do whatever it took to make him feel safe again. The months that followed were challenging beyond anything I could have imagined. Tommy remained largely nonverbal, communicating mainly through nods and headshakes. Nightmares plagued his sleep, and loud noises or sudden movements would send him into a panic. Slowly, with the help of therapists and child psychologists, we began to piece together what had happened. The special friend had been grooming Tommy for weeks, gaining his trust with small gifts and attention. On that fateful day in the park, he had convinced Tommy to go for a ride, promising to show him a magical place. The details of Tommy's month in captivity remained murky, locked away in his traumatized mind. The man who took him was eventually caught, but Tommy was unable to testify against him. It didn't matter. The evidence was overwhelming, and he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. It's been a year now since Tommy came home. He's speaking again, though he's still quieter than before. He's back in school making new friends, slowly reclaiming the childhood that was so violently interrupted. As for me, I've become a fierce advocate for child safety education and tougher laws against predators. I can't change what happened to Tommy, but I can try to prevent it from happening to other children. Every night, as I tuck Tommy into bed, I'm overwhelmed with gratitude that he's here, safe in his own room. But I'm also acutely aware of how quickly a normal day can turn into a nightmare. I know now that the monsters aren't just in stories. They're out there, waiting for a moment of inattention, a child's innocence to exploit. So if you're a parent, hug your children a little tighter tonight. Talk to them about safety, about trusting their instincts. And if you ever see something that doesn't feel right, a van parked where it shouldn't be, a stranger paying too much attention to a child, don't hesitate to speak up. Because sometimes a parent's watchful eye and a community's vigilance are all that stand between a child and unimaginable horror. And in those crucial moments, every second counts. The moment I saw my child disappear into those playground tubes, I knew something was terribly wrong. But it wasn't until those heart-stopping minutes passed and he emerged, pale and trembling, refusing to speak about what had happened, that I realized our ordinary day at the park had become a waking nightmare. My name is Lisa, and I'm the mother of two energetic boys, 7-year-old Max and 5-year-old Ethan. Like most parents, I've had my share of scares, scraped knees, minor illnesses, the occasional tantrum in a public place. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that sunny Tuesday afternoon at Oakwood Park. It was a day like any other. I'd picked the boys up from school, and since the weather was perfect, we decided to stop by the park before heading home. The playground was bustling with activity, children's laughter filling the air as they climbed, swung, and slid to their hearts, content. Max immediately ran off to join a group of kids his age on the monkey bars, while Ethan made a beeline for his favorite part of the playground, a large, twisting structure of connected tubes that kids could crawl through. I settled on a nearby bench, keeping one eye on the boys while I scrolled through emails on my phone. I glanced up every few minutes, watching as Ethan disappeared into one end of the tubes and emerged from another, giggling each time. It was a game he never seemed to tire of. After about 15 minutes, I noticed I hadn't seen him come out for a while. "Ethan," I called out, not too worried at first. Sometimes he liked to sit in the tubes, enjoying the cool shade they provided. No response. I stood up, moving closer to the structure. "Ethan, honey, time to come out now." Still nothing. A twinge of unease began to creep into my stomach. I approached the nearest tube entrance, bending down to peer inside. "Ethan!" The tube was empty. My heart rate quickened as I circled the structure, checking each exit. No sign of my little boy. I started calling his name louder, my voice taking on an edge of panic that drew the attention of other parents. "Max!" I shouted, spotting my older son still on the monkey bars. "Have you seen Ethan?" Max shook his head, looking confused and a little scared by my tone. The next few minutes were a blur of frantic searching. Other parents joined in, checking behind bushes, under benches, anywhere a small boy might hide. But Ethan was nowhere to be found. Just as I was about to call the police, a small voice called out, "Mommy!" I whirled around to see Ethan climbing out of one of the tubes. Relief flooded through me, so intense it made my knees weak. I rushed to him, scooping him up in my arms. "Oh my God, Ethan, where were you? I was so worried." But as I held him, I realized something was wrong. His little body was trembling, and when I pulled back to look at his face, his eyes were wide with an emotion I'd never seen in him before. Fear. Shock. I couldn't quite place it. "Sweetie, what happened? Were you stuck in the tube?" Ethan shook his head slowly, his lower lip quivering. I can't tell," he whispered. "What do you mean? You can't tell? Did something scare you in there?" He nodded, then buried his face in my shoulder, his small hands clutching my shirt tightly. I tried to question him further, but he refused to say anything more. By this point, a small crowd had gathered around us, murmuring in concern. I thanked them for their help, then quickly gathered Max and headed home, Ethan clinging to me the entire way. That night, Ethan had terrible nightmares. He woke up screaming, something he hadn't done since he was a toddler. When I rushed to his room, he was sitting up in bed, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for some unseen threat. "It's okay, baby," I soothed, holding him close. "It was just a bad dream. You're safe now." But even as I said the words, a chill ran down my spine, because I knew deep down that whatever had happened in those tubes wasn't just a figment of his imagination. The next few days were tough. Ethan became clingy, refusing to let me out of his sight. He had more nightmares, and during the day he'd sometimes freeze up, staring off into space with that same wide-eyed, fearful expression I'd seen at the park. I tried everything I could think of to get him to open up. I asked gentle questions, tried play therapy techniques I'd read about online, even bribed him with his favorite treats. But every time I brought up what had happened in the tubes, he'd clam up, sometimes even bursting into tears. After a week of this, I decided it was time to seek professional help. I made an appointment with a child psychologist, Dr. Amelia Chen, who specialized in trauma and anxiety disorders in young children. During our first session, Dr. Chen spent some time talking with Ethan alone while I waited anxiously in the lobby. When she called me back in, her expression was grave. "Mrs. Thompson," she began, "Ethan is exhibiting clear signs of post-traumatic stress. Whatever happened in those tubes, it was deeply frightening for him." "But what could have happened?" I asked, frustration and worry making my voice sharp. "He was only in there for a few minutes." Dr. Chen shook her head. "Time can be subjective, especially for children in high-stress situations. Ethan believes he was in those tubes for much longer than a few minutes." A cold feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. "What do you mean?" When I asked Ethan how long he was in the tubes, he said it felt like days. He talked about being in a dark place, hearing strange noises, feeling like he was somewhere else. I struggled to process this information. It didn't make sense. How could Ethan have experienced days in just a few minutes? Dr. Chen continued, her voice gentle. "Mrs. Thompson, I know this is difficult to hear, but I need to ask. Has Ethan ever shown signs of unusual experiences before? Seeing things that aren't there, or claiming to visit strange places? I shook my head vehemently. No, never. He has a vivid imagination, sure, but nothing out of the ordinary for a 5-year-old. She nodded, making a note on her pad. I'd like to see Ethan for regular sessions. We'll work on helping him process this experience and develop coping mechanisms for his anxiety. As we left the office, my mind was reeling. Part of me wanted to dismiss the whole thing as an overactive imagination, a childish fantasy gone wrong. But I couldn't shake the memory of Ethan's face when he emerged from those tubes, the raw fear in his eyes, the way his whole body had trembled. Over the next few weeks, Ethan slowly began to improve. The nightmares became less frequent, and he started to regain some of his usual cheerfulness, but he still refused to go near any enclosed play structures, and he'd often stop and stare at shadows with a wary expression. It was during our third session with Dr. Chen that we finally got a breakthrough. Ethan had been drawing, a technique the doctor used to help him express his feelings, when suddenly he dropped his crayon and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. "Mommy," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I saw the monster." My heart clenched. "What monster, sweetie?" He pointed at his drawing. It showed a crude depiction of the playground tubes, but inside was a mass of scribbled black crayon with glowing red eyes. "It was in the tubes," Ethan continued, his words coming out in a rush now. "When I crawled in, everything got dark, and then I was somewhere else. It was cold and scary, and I could hear things moving around. The monster tried to grab me, but I ran and ran until I found the way back." I exchanged a glance with Dr. Chen, who kept her expression carefully neutral. "Ethan," she said gently, "this monster, was it something you'd seen before? Maybe in a movie or a book?" Ethan shook his head vigorously. "No, it was real, and I think it's still there, waiting." A shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to reassure him, to tell him there were no such things as monsters, but the conviction in his voice gave me pause. After the session, Dr. Chen pulled me aside. "Mrs. Thompson, I know this is hard to hear, but we need to consider the possibility that Ethan experienced something traumatic that his mind is interpreting through the lens of a child's imagination. The monster could be a way for him to process a frightening encounter with a real person." My blood ran cold at the implication. "You think someone hurt him in those tubes?" She held up a hand. "I'm not saying that's definitely what happened, but we need to be open to all possibilities. I'd like to recommend a physical exam, just to rule out any physical trauma." The next few days were a nightmare of doctor's visits, police interviews, and sleepless nights. To everyone's relief, the physical exam showed no signs of abuse. The police searched the playground thoroughly but found nothing suspicious. In the end, we were left with more questions than answers. Ethan's story remained consistent. He insisted he had been transported to another place, a dark and frightening world where a monster had tried to catch him. But how could that be possible? As the weeks passed, life slowly returned to normal. Ethan's nightmares became less frequent, and he even started asking to go to other playgrounds, though he still avoided tube structures. But sometimes, I'd catch him staring at dark corners or closets with a wary expression, as if expecting something to emerge, and I found myself looking at the world differently too. I'd always considered myself a rational person, skeptical of supernatural claims, but Ethan's experience had shaken my certainty, because deep down, a part of me wondered, what if he was telling the truth? What if, for a few brief minutes, my little boy had slipped into somewhere else? I'll probably never know exactly what happened in those tubes that day, but one thing's for certain, I'll never look at a playground the same way again. And whenever I see a child crawl into one of those twisting tube structures, I can't help but hold my breath, silently willing them to emerge quickly, safely, unchanged. Because sometimes, the line between our world and Something else might be thinner than we think. And in the innocent play structures of our everyday lives, there might be portals to places we can't begin to understand. So if your child ever freezes up at the playground, or tells you a story that seems too fantastic to be true, listen. Really listen. Because in their wide eyes and trembling voices, there might be a glimpse of something beyond our ordinary understanding. Something that reminds us that the world is stranger, and perhaps more dangerous, than we ever imagined. The scratching sound came from directly above my bed. At first I thought it was just the house settling or maybe a squirrel on the roof. But as I lay there in the darkness, my eyes wide open, I realized it was too rhythmic, too deliberate to be anything but human. I'd been hearing strange noises in my attic for weeks now, little thuds and creaks that I'd dismissed as the usual sounds an old house makes. But tonight was different. Tonight, the sounds were unmistakable. My heart raced as I slowly sat up in bed, careful not to make a sound. The scratching continued, steady and persistent. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers trembling as I dialed 911. But as soon as I pressed the call button, the scratching stopped abruptly. I held my breath, the phone pressed to my ear, waiting for the operator to pick up. The silence in the house was deafening. Then, just as I heard a voice on the other end of the line, a loud thud came from the attic, followed by quick, heavy footsteps. 911, what's your emergency? I whispered urgently into the phone. There's someone in my attic. Please hurry. I gave them my address and hung up, my entire body shaking. The footsteps above had stopped, but I could hear faint rustling sounds. Whoever was up there was still moving around. I slipped out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cold hardwood floor. I needed to get out of the house, but the stairs to the first floor were directly beneath the attic access. If I tried to leave, I'd be right in the intruder's path. Instead, I crept to my closet and grabbed the baseball bat I kept there for protection. My palms were sweaty as I gripped it tightly, my eyes fixed on the ceiling. The minutes ticked by agonizingly slowly. Where were the police? I strained my ears, hoping to hear sirens, but all I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the occasional creak from above. Then, a new sound made my blood run cold. It was coming from the hallway outside my bedroom, the soft scraping of the attic access panel being moved. My throat tightened as I realized the intruder was coming down. I pressed myself against the wall next to my bedroom door, the bat raised and ready. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. The hallway floorboards creaked under the weight of slow, careful footsteps. They paused just outside my door. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense. The doorknob turned slowly, and the door began to open. In the dim light from my window, I saw a shadow fall across the floor. As the figure stepped into the room, I swung the bat with all my might. There was a sickening thud and a cry of pain. The intruder stumbled backward, and I took the opportunity to run. I bolted past them, down the stairs, and out the front door into the cool night air. I ran to my neighbor's house, pounding on their door until the porch light flicked on. As they opened the door, I finally heard the blessed sound of police sirens in the distance. The next hour was a blur of police statements and questions. They searched my house thoroughly, but found no sign of the intruder. They assured me that they would increase patrols in the area and suggested I stay with a friend for a few days. But I couldn't shake the feeling that they had missed something. The way the intruder had moved, how they seemed to know the layout of my house. It felt too familiar, too practiced. Against my better judgment, I decided to stay. I couldn't explain it, but I needed to know what was happening in my own home. The next day, I called a locksmith and had every lock in the house changed. I installed a security system with cameras covering every entrance, but even with these precautions, I couldn't relax. Every little sound made me jump, and I found myself constantly checking the attic access panel. A week passed without incident, but my unease grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even when I was alone in the house. I started noticing little things out of place. A book moved on the shelf. A cup in the sink I didn't remember using. I knew I was probably being paranoid, but I couldn't help myself. I started spending hours examining every inch of my house, looking for any sign of how the intruder had gotten in. It was during one of these searches that I found it. I was in the spare bedroom, running my hands along the baseboards, when I felt a slight give in the wall. My heart raced as I pressed harder, and suddenly a small section of the wall swung inward. Behind it was a narrow passage, dark and musty. I shone my flashlight inside, revealing a crude ladder leading up to the attic. My hands shook as I realized the truth. There had been a hidden entrance to my attic this whole time. I should have called the police right then, but curiosity and a need for answers overrode my common sense. I took a deep breath and started climbing. The attic was bigger than I had imagined, stretching the entire length of the house. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing piles of boxes and old furniture. But as I moved deeper into the space, I saw something that made my stomach churn. In the far corner, hidden behind a stack of old trunks, was a makeshift living area. There was a sleeping bag on the floor, surrounded by empty food wrappers and water bottles. A small battery-powered lamp sat on an overturned crate, next to a pile of books. But what really caught my eye was the wall behind this little camp. It was covered in photographs, dozens of them. As I stepped closer, my breath caught in my throat. They were all of me. There I was, walking to my car, working in the garden, sitting in my living room. Some were clearly taken from outside the house, but others could only have been taken from inside. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone had been living in my attic, watching me for months. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. I had to get out, had to call the police. But as I turned to leave, my flashlight beam fell on something that made me freeze. It was a small door, built into the knee wall of the attic. It was slightly ajar, and beyond it, I could see a faint light. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I found myself moving towards the door instead. I had to know. I had to see. I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the creak of its hinges. The space beyond was small, no bigger than a closet, but what it contained made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in writing, scrawled messages and rambling paragraphs that made no sense. In the center of the room was a small table, and on it sat a laptop, its screen glowing softly. I stepped closer, my eyes drawn to the open document on the screen. As I read the words there, I felt the world tilt around me. Day 156. She almost caught me today. I was careless, made too much noise. But it's okay. She's not ready yet. Soon, though. Soon she'll understand why I'm here. Why I've been watching her. She's the one. The only one who can help me. Help us. She just doesn't know it yet. The words blurred as tears filled my eyes. This person, this stranger, had been living in my house, watching my every move, for over 5 months, and they thought I was some kind of chosen one, to help them with what? I heard a noise behind me and spun around, my heart in my throat. There, blocking the entrance to the small room, stood a figure. In the dim light, I could make out wild, unkempt hair and eyes that gleamed with an unsettling intensity. "You weren't supposed to find this yet," the stranger said, their voice hoarse. "But maybe it's time. Maybe you're finally ready to learn the truth." I backed away, my back pressing against the table. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The stranger stepped forward, and I caught a whiff of unwashed body and stale food. "I'm here to save you, to save all of us. You're the key, don't you see? Your research, your work. It's the answer we've been looking for." My mind raced. My research? I was a data analyst for a small tech company. How could that be the answer to anything? "You're confused. You're scared. I understand," the stranger continued, taking another step closer. "But soon, you'll see. Soon, you'll understand why I had to do this, why I had to watch you, Learn everything about you. I glanced around desperately, looking for a way out, but the stranger blocked the only exit. I was trapped. Please, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't understand. Just tell me what you want. The stranger's face softened, an unsettling smile spreading across their features. What I want you to fulfill your destiny. I want you to use your skills to decode the message that will save us all. As they spoke, I noticed a small remote control on the table next to the laptop. Without thinking, I grabbed it and pointed it at the stranger. "Stay back!" I yelled, hoping to startle them. To my surprise, the stranger's eyes widened in fear. "No!" they screamed. "Don't press that. You'll ruin everything!" In my confusion, my finger slipped, pressing one of the buttons. Suddenly, a high-pitched wail filled the air. It was my new security system's alarm. The stranger howled in frustration and lunged at me, but I ducked under their arm and ran. I scrambled through the attic, down the hidden passage, and out into the hallway. I could hear the stranger crashing behind me, but I didn't look back. I ran out of the house and into the street, the alarm still blaring behind me. As police sirens approached in the distance, I stood there, shaking and gasping for breath. My quiet life had been shattered, my sense of safety destroyed, and I was left with a chilling realization. Sometimes, the monsters aren't hiding under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes they're right above us, watching and waiting. The headlights flickered once, twice, and then died completely, plunging us into darkness. The engine sputtered its last gasp, and our car rolled to a stop on the narrow, winding road. I turned the key in the ignition, but all I got was a sad clicking sound. We were stranded. "This can't be happening," Sarah muttered beside me, her voice tight with frustration. I could barely make out her silhouette in the dim moonlight filtering through the trees. I pulled out my phone, already knowing what I'd see. No signal. We were miles from the nearest town, surrounded by dense forest. The GPS had gone haywire about an hour ago, leading us down this lonely stretch of road that wasn't even on our map. "What do we do now, Jack?" Sarah asked, a hint of panic creeping into her voice. I squinted through the windshield, trying to pierce the darkness. That's when I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, off to our right. "Look," I said, pointing. "There's a light. Must be a house or something. Maybe they have a phone we can use." Sarah hesitated. "I don't know. Walking up to a stranger's house in the middle of nowhere. It seems risky." I understood her concern, but we didn't have many options. It's either that, or spend the night in the car and hope someone drives by tomorrow, which, judging by how deserted this road is, might not happen. She sighed, relenting. "Okay, but let's be careful." We grabbed our flashlights from the glove compartment and stepped out of the car. The night air was cool and damp, heavy with the scent of pine and wet earth. Our footsteps crunched on the gravel as we made our way towards the light. As we got closer, I could make out the shape of a large farmhouse. It was old, with peeling paint and a sagging porch, but warm light spilled from the windows, promising shelter and help. We approached the front door, and I raised my hand to knock. Before I could, the door swung open, revealing a tall, thin man with graying hair and deep-set eyes. "Well, hello there," he said, his voice gravelly, but not unkind. "What brings you folks out here so late?" I explained our situation, and the man's face broke into a sympathetic smile. "Car trouble, eh? That's a tough break. Name's Earl. Why don't you two come on in and we'll see about getting you some help?" Sarah squeezed my hand, a silent reminder to be cautious. But Earl's friendly demeanor and the warmth emanating from the house were too inviting to resist. We stepped inside, and I was immediately struck by how cluttered the place was. Every surface was covered with knickknacks, old newspapers, and what looked like mechanical parts. The air was thick with the smell of tobacco and something else I couldn't quite place. "Martha," Earl called out. "Ah, we've got company." A short, plump woman with frizzy gray hair appeared from what I assumed was the kitchen. She wiped her hands on her apron and gave us a wide smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Oh my, visitors at this hour. How exciting," she exclaimed, her voice high and reedy. "You poor dears must be exhausted. Why don't you have a seat in the living room while I fix you some tea?" Before we could protest, Martha ushered us into a cramped room dominated by a large, threadbare sofa. The walls were covered in old photographs, their subjects staring at us with blank eyes. Earl settled into a worn armchair across from us. "So, where are you folks headed?" I told him about our trip to visit Sarah's parents, careful not to give too many details. As I spoke, I noticed Earl's eyes darting between us, as if sizing us up. Martha bustled in with a tray of tea and cookies. As she set it down, I caught a whiff of that strange smell again. It reminded me of chemicals, like something you'd find in a garage. "Now then," Earl said, leaning forward. "About your car. I'm pretty handy with engines. Why don't I take a look at it in the morning? It's too dark now, and these roads can be dangerous at night." Sarah and I exchanged glances. The thought of spending the night here made me uneasy, but the alternative, walking back to our car in the dark, seemed even less appealing. "That's very kind of you," Sarah said cautiously, "but we wouldn't want to impose. If we could just use your phone to call for a tow truck." "Oh, I'm afraid our phone line's been down for days," Martha chimed in, her smile never wavering. "Terrible service out here, you know. But don't you worry, we have plenty of room. You can stay in the guest bedroom upstairs." As she spoke, I noticed a dark stain on her apron. It looked fresh, and in the dim light, it appeared almost red. Earl must have noticed me staring because he quickly stood up, blocking my view of Martha. "Well, it's settled then. You'll stay the night, and we'll sort out your car in the morning. Now, how about some dinner? Martha makes a mean stew." The mention of food made my stomach growl, reminding me that we hadn't eaten since lunch. Despite my unease, I found myself nodding. As we followed them to the dining room, I whispered to Sarah, "Something feels off about this place." She nodded slightly. "I know. But what choice do we have? Let's just get through the night and leave first thing in the morning." The dining room was as cluttered as the rest of the house. The table was set with mismatched plates and tarnished silverware. Martha ladled out bowls of thick, dark stew that smelled surprisingly good. As we ate, Earl regaled us with stories about the farm and the surrounding area. He seemed to know every inch of the forest, describing hidden caves and forgotten trails with vivid detail. "You know," he said, his eyes glinting in the candlelight, "people have been known to disappear in these woods. Hikers, campers, even the occasional lost traveler." I felt Sarah stiffen beside me. Earl's tone was casual, almost cheerful, but there was an undercurrent of something, a warning, a threat. Martha tittered nervously. "Oh, Earl, don't scare our guests with those old stories. I'm sure they're tired and would like to get some rest." As if on cue, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me. My limbs felt heavy, and I had to fight to keep my eyes open. I glanced at Sarah and saw that she was struggling too, her head nodding forward slightly. Alarm bells started ringing in my head, but they seemed far away, muffled. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I think we should go to bed," I managed to slur out. Earl's smile widened, showing too many teeth. Of course. Martha, why don't you show our guests to their room?" The trip up the stairs was a blur. I vaguely remember Martha's constant chatter as she led us to a small, musty bedroom with a single bed. As soon as she left, Sarah and I collapsed onto the mattress, too groggy to do anything but succumb to the encroaching darkness. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke with a start, my head pounding. The room was pitch black, and for a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came rushing back. The car, the farmhouse, Earl and Martha. I fumbled for my phone, using its dim light to check the time. 3:17 a.m. Sarah was still asleep beside me, her breathing deep and even. That's when I heard it. Voices, muffled but audible, coming from somewhere below us. I strained to listen, catching snippets of conversation. Perfect condition. Fetch a good price. Have to move quickly. My blood ran cold as the implications of what I was hearing sank in. We needed to get out of here, now. I shook Sarah awake, clamping a hand over her mouth to stifle her startled cry. We have to go, I whispered urgently. Something's very wrong here. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. We crept to the door, wincing at every creak of the old floorboards. The hallway was dark and silent, but I could still hear the murmur of voices from downstairs. We made our way down the stairs, pausing at every sound. As we reached the bottom, I saw light spilling from beneath a closed door. The basement, I realized. We were almost to the front door when a floorboard let out a loud groan under my foot. The voices in the basement suddenly stopped. Did you hear that? Earl's voice, no longer friendly but sharp with suspicion. Sarah and I didn't wait. We bolted for the door, fumbling with the lock. Behind us, I heard the basement door open, followed by rapid footsteps. We burst out into the cool night air, running blindly down the overgrown driveway. I could hear Earl shouting behind us, his words lost in the pounding of my heart. We ran until our lungs burned, not daring to look back. When we finally stopped, gasping for air, we found ourselves back on the road where we'd left our car. To our amazement, the car started on the first try. As we sped away, leaving the farmhouse and its sinister occupants far behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd narrowly escaped a fate worse than a broken-down car on a lonely road. We drove in silence for a long time, both of us processing what had happened. It wasn't until we saw the lights of the next town that Sarah finally spoke. "Jack," she said, her voice shaky. "What do you think they were going to do to us?" I shook my head, not wanting to voice the terrible possibilities that had been running through my mind. "I don't know, and I don't want to know. Let's just be grateful we got out of there." As we pulled into a well-lit gas station, surrounded by the comforting signs of civilization, I made a silent vow. No matter how long the detour, no matter how inconvenient, we would never again seek help from strangers on a dark, lonely road. The first thing I noticed was the silence. No birds chirping, no leaves rustling, just an eerie stillness that seemed to swallow every sound. I had been hiking for hours, my boots crunching over fallen leaves and twigs, but now even that seemed muffled. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. The GPS had stopped working about an hour ago, leaving me with nothing but a vague sense that I was heading in the right direction. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, painting the trees with long shadows that seemed to reach for me like grasping fingers. I should have turned back when I realized I was lost. Should have retraced my steps and found my way to the marked trail. But something kept pulling me forward, a mixture of stubbornness and curiosity that I would soon regret. As the light faded, I spotted a flicker of brightness through the trees. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a ranger station or a campsite. I quickened my pace, pushing through the underbrush towards the light. What I found instead made me stop in my tracks. Nestled in a clearing was a collection of ramshackle buildings, their windows glowing with warm, inviting light. Smoke curled from crooked chimneys, and I could hear the faint murmur of voices carried on the evening breeze. Relief washed over me. I had found people, civilization of a sort. They could help me get back to my car, or at least point me in the right direction. I stepped into the clearing, waving to catch someone's attention. The reaction was immediate and unsettling. The voices cut off abruptly, and I saw curtains twitch in windows as faces peered out at me. A door creaked open, and a man stepped out onto a porch, his weathered face set in a wary frown. "Evening," I called out, trying to keep my voice friendly and non-threatening. "I'm sorry to intrude, but I've gotten a bit turned around on the trails. I was hoping you could point me back to the main road." The man didn't respond immediately. His eyes, dark and deep-set, scanned me from head to toe. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough, as if unused to conversation. "Ain't no roads around here, stranger. This is Piney Grove. We don't get many visitors." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. Something about the way he said visitors made it sound like a dirty word. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trespass," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "If you could just give me directions to the nearest town, I'll be on my way." The man's frown deepened. "Nearest town's a fair ways off. Getting dark soon. Ain't safe in these woods at night." As if on cue, I heard a distant howl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It didn't sound like any wolf or coyote I'd ever heard. The man seemed to come to a decision. "Reckon you'd better come inside. We'll sort you out in the morning." Part of me wanted to refuse, to turn and run back into the forest, but the rational part of my brain knew that would be suicide. I was lost. It was getting dark, and who knew what kind of animals were out there? Reluctantly, I nodded and followed him towards one of the larger buildings. As we walked, I noticed more people emerging from the other houses. They watched me with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, their faces gaunt and pale in the fading light. Children peered around their parents' legs, their eyes wide and unblinking. The inside of the building was dimly lit by oil lamps, casting flickering shadows on walls covered in faded floral wallpaper. The furniture looked ancient, as if it had been passed down through generations. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and something else. Something earthy and slightly sweet that I couldn't quite place. "Name's Ezekiel," the man said, gesturing for me to sit at a worn wooden table. "This here's my wife, Martha." A thin woman with long gray hair nodded at me from near the fireplace. Her eyes never left me as she stirred something in a large pot hanging over the flames. "I'm Lisa," I said, forcing a smile. "Thank you for your hospitality." Ezekiel grunted in response. "You'll stay here tonight. In the morning, we'll see about getting you back where you came from." I wanted to protest, to insist on leaving right away, but I knew it would be pointless. I was at their mercy, at least for now. Martha ladled some stew into a chipped bowl and set it in front of me. The smell made my stomach growl, reminding me that I hadn't eaten since that morning. I took a cautious bite, surprised by the rich, gamey flavor. "What kind of meat is this?" I asked, more to break the uncomfortable silence than out of real curiosity. "Best not to ask questions you don't want answers to," Ezekiel replied, his tone making it clear that the subject was closed. As I ate, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong here. The way Ezekiel and Martha watched me, the strange silence from outside, the odd smell that seemed to permeate everything, it all added up to a sense of wrongness that made my skin crawl. After dinner, Martha showed me to a small room upstairs. The bed was lumpy, and the blankets smelled musty, but I was too exhausted to care. I lay down, fully clothed, and tried to sleep. I must have dozed off because I woke with a start, disoriented in the unfamiliar darkness. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The hike, getting lost, finding Piney Grove. A noise from outside caught my attention. Voices, low and urgent, drifted up from below. I crept to the window, careful not to make any noise, and peered out. In the moonlight, I could see a group of people gathered in the center of the clearing. They were dressed in long robes, their faces hidden by hoods. In the center of the circle stood Ezekiel, his arms raised as he spoke in a language I didn't recognize. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched the strange ritual unfold. What kind of place had I stumbled into? Suddenly, one of the robed figures looked up, straight at my window. I ducked down, praying they hadn't seen me. I waited, barely breathing, for what felt like hours. When I finally dared to look again, the clearing was empty. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay in bed, every creak of the old house making me jump. As soon as the first light of dawn crept through the window, I made my decision. I had to get out of here. I eased the door open, wincing at every squeak of the hinges. The house was silent as I crept down the stairs, my heart in my throat. I had just reached the front door when a voice behind me made me freeze. Leavin'? So soon? I turned slowly to see Ezekiel standing at the foot of the stairs, his eyes glittering in the dim light. I thought I'd get an early start, I stammered, reaching for the door handle. Ezekiel took a step towards me. Ain't polite to leave without saying goodbye, especially when you've seen things you shouldn't. My blood ran cold. I didn't see anything. I lied, my voice shaking. Please, I just want to go home. He shook his head slowly. I'm afraid that ain't possible. You see, Piney Grove has ways of dealing with outsiders who learn our secrets. I didn't wait to hear more. I yanked the door open and ran, my feet pounding on the dirt as I sprinted towards the trees. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. The strange, howling cry I had heard the night before echoed through the trees, closer now, and filled with a hungry eagerness that sent chills down my spine. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. The sounds of pursuit faded, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still after me, something that didn't need to run to catch its prey. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I burst out of the trees onto a paved road. A car was approaching, and I waved my arms frantically, not caring how crazy I must look. The car screeched to a halt, and an elderly couple peered out at me in concern. "Are you all right, dear?" the woman asked, taking in my wild appearance. I glanced back at the forest. There was no sign of pursuit, but I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows between the trees. "Please," I gasped, "I need to get out of here. Can you give me a ride to the nearest town?" They hesitated for only a moment before nodding, and I scrambled into the back seat. As we drove away, I kept my eyes on the receding tree line, half expecting to see robed figures emerge from the forest, but there was nothing, just trees and shadows, hiding whatever secrets lay within. I never reported what happened in Piney Grove. Who would believe me? Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that strange howl in my dreams, and I wake up in a cold sweat, grateful for the familiar sounds of the city around me. But I know the truth. Out there, deep in the forest where no roads lead, Piney Grove is waiting, and I pray that no other lost hiker ever stumbles upon its secrets. The flickering fluorescent light cast an eerie glow over the empty lab. At 2 a.m., I should have been the only one there. But when I heard footsteps echoing down the hallway, I knew my quiet night of research was about to take an unsettling turn. I'd been burning the midnight oil for weeks, poring over data and running simulations for my thesis. The lab had become a second home, its familiar hum of equipment and faint chemical smell oddly comforting. Tonight, though, that comfort vanished the moment I realized I wasn't alone. The footsteps grew louder, more deliberate. I held my breath, eyes fixed on the door. It swung open, revealing a figure I recognized but didn't expect. Dr. Reeves, my thesis advisor's colleague. "Ah, Sarah," he said, his voice unnaturally cheerful for the late hour. "I thought I might find you here." I forced a smile, trying to hide my unease. "Dr. Reeves, I didn't expect anyone else to be working so late." He stepped into the lab, closing the door behind him. The soft click of the latch felt oddly final. "Oh, you know how it is," he said, waving a hand dismissively. "Sometimes the best ideas come at night." I nodded, turning back to my computer screen in the hope he'd take the hint and leave. But instead, I felt him move closer, peering over my shoulder at the data sprawled across my monitor. "Well, fascinating work you're doing here," he murmured, his breath uncomfortably warm on my neck. "Remind me again, what's the focus of your research?" I shifted in my chair, putting some distance between us. It's a new approach to data encryption, I explained, keeping my voice neutral, using quantum entanglement to create unbreakable codes. His eyes lit up with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Unbreakable codes, you say? Now that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. Something in his tone set off alarm bells in my head. Dr. Reeves had always been polite but distant in our previous interactions. This sudden interest felt wrong, almost predatory. It's still early stages, I said, minimizing the window on my screen. Lots of work to do before it's anywhere near practical application. He chuckled, a low sound that raised the hair on the back of my neck. Oh, I'm sure, but even early-stage research can be, valuable. To the right people, of course. My heart began to race. Was he implying what I thought he was? I stood up, needing to put more space between us. Well, it's getting late. I should probably head home. Dr. Reeves didn't move. His eyes, usually hidden behind thick glasses, seemed to bore into me. Before you go, I'd love to take a closer look at your data. Maybe I could offer some insights. I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to get out. But he was a respected professor, a colleague of my advisor. Refusing outright could have consequences for my academic career. I appreciate the offer, I said carefully, but I don't think that would be appropriate. You know how it is with research integrity and all that. His friendly demeanor slipped for a moment, revealing something harder underneath. Come now, Sarah. We're all colleagues here. Sharing knowledge is what academia is all about, isn't it? I took a step back, bumping into the lab bench behind me. Of course, but this is my thesis work. I'm not comfortable sharing the raw data until it's been properly vetted and published. Dr. Reeves' unsmile didn't reach his eyes. I understand. But you know, a young researcher like yourself could benefit from additional support, both academic and financial. The implication hung in the air between us. My mouth went dry as I realized the full extent of what was happening. Dr. Reeves wasn't just being nosy or overstepping boundaries. He was trying to steal my research. I'm doing fine, thank you, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to go. I moved to grab my bag, but he stepped in front of me, blocking my path to the door. I don't think you understand the opportunity I'm offering you, Sarah. Your work could be revolutionary, but without the right connections, it might never see the light of day. I have those connections. I can make sure your research gets the attention it deserves. My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this situation. I glanced at the emergency exit, but it would trigger an alarm if opened. My phone was in my bag, on the other side of Dr. Reeves. I appreciate your interest, I said, fighting to keep my voice calm, but I'm not interested in any outside help. My advisor and I have everything under control. His expression hardened. Your advisor doesn't understand the potential of what you're working on, but there are people who do. People who would pay handsomely for a peek at your research. The pretense was gone now. He was openly admitting to wanting to sell my work to the highest bidder. I felt a surge of anger cut through my fear. That's not going to happen, I said firmly. Now please, let me leave. Dr. Reeves took a step closer, looming over me. I'm afraid I can't do that. Not until we come to an understanding. My heart pounded in my chest. I was trapped between him and the lab bench, with no clear way out. But as my hand brushed against the cool surface behind me, an idea formed. In one swift motion, I grabbed a beaker of distilled water and threw it in his face. He stumbled back, sputtering and wiping at his eyes. I used the moment of distraction to dart around him, snatching my bag as I ran for the door. You'll regret this, he shouted behind me. But I was already in the hallway, running as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I reached my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. As I drove away, I could see Dr. Reeves emerge from the building in my rearview mirror, his face contorted with anger. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. I stayed away from the lab, working from home and jumping at every unexpected sound. I knew I had to do something. but the thought of confronting Dr. Reeves or reporting him filled me with dread. What if no one believed me? What if it ruined my academic career? But as the initial shock wore off, anger began to replace fear. This was my research, my hard work. I wasn't going to let someone steal it or intimidate me into giving it up. I set up a meeting with my advisor, Dr. Chen. As I sat in her office, my palms sweating and my heart racing, I told her everything that had happened that night in the lab. To my immense relief, she believed me. More than that, she was furious on my behalf. "This is completely unacceptable," she said, her usually calm demeanor replaced by righteous anger. "We're going to the dean with this immediately." What followed was a whirlwind of meetings, investigations, and uncomfortable confrontations. Dr. Reeves denied everything at first, but faced with the evidence, including security camera footage from the lab that night, he eventually confessed. It turned out I wasn't his first victim. Other students and researchers came forward with similar stories of pressure and attempted theft. The scandal rocked the department, leading to Dr. Reeves' dismissal and a complete overhaul of research security protocols. As for me, I threw myself back into my work with renewed determination. The experience had shaken me, but it had also shown me the value of what I was doing. If people were willing to go to such lengths to steal it, then it must be worth protecting and pursuing. Months later, as I stood at the podium presenting my completed thesis, I felt a sense of triumph that went beyond academic achievement. I had faced a threat to my work and my integrity, and I had come out stronger for it. The applause that followed my presentation was sweet, but the real victory was in knowing that the research was mine, earned through hard work and perseverance in the face of adversity. As I left the auditorium, Dr. Chen caught up with me, a proud smile on her face. "Brilliant work, Sarah," she said. "You know, we've received some interesting inquiries about potential applications for your encryption method, completely above board, of course." I grinned, feeling a mix of excitement and vindication. "That's great news. I can't wait to see where this research goes next." As we walked out into the bright sunlight, I felt a sense of optimism about the future. The path ahead might not always be easy or straightforward, but I knew now that I had the strength to face whatever challenges came my way. The incident with Dr. Reeves had taught me a valuable lesson. In the world of cutting-edge research, knowledge truly is power. And sometimes, protecting that knowledge is just as important as discovering it in the first place. The rain was coming down in sheets, turning the highway into a blurry mess of headlights and reflections. I squinted through the windshield, my wipers working overtime but barely making a dent in the downpour. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb out, looking as drenched and miserable as a stray cat caught in a storm. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers. It's not the safest thing to do these days, but something about the way he stood there, shoulders hunched against the rain, made me slow down. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was pulling over to the shoulder, the car's tires splashing through puddles. The man jogged over, his face hidden beneath the hood of a dark jacket. As he opened the passenger door, letting in a gust of wind and rain, I caught a glimpse of a scruffy beard and grateful eyes. "Thanks," he said, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. "Didn't think anyone would stop in this weather." I nodded, trying to shake off the nagging feeling that I might be making a mistake. "Where are you headed?" "Just down the road a ways," he replied vaguely, settling into the seat. "Wherever you're going is fine." As I pulled back onto the highway, I snuck a glance at my new passenger. He was older than I'd first thought, maybe in his 50s, with deep lines etched into his weathered face. His clothes were worn but clean, and he didn't give off the unsettling vibe I'd expect from someone dangerous. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the steady drumming of rain on the roof and the swish of the wipers. I was just starting to relax when he spoke again. "So, Mark, how long have you lived in Cedar Grove?" I felt my body tense, my hands gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. I hadn't told him my name, and I certainly hadn't mentioned where I lived. How did you know that? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He chuckled, a low sound that sent a chill down my spine. Oh, I know a lot of things about you, Mark. I know you work at the bank on Main Street. I know you have a golden retriever named Max. And I know your wife, Sarah, is probably wondering why you're running late tonight. My mind raced. How could he possibly know all this? I'd never seen this man before in my life. Cedar Grove was a small town, sure, but not so small that everyone knew everyone else's business. Who are you? I demanded, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to stay calm. He turned to face me, and in the dim light from the dashboard, his eyes seemed to gleam with an unnatural intensity. Just a traveler, passing through. But I make it my business to know things about people. It's amazing what you can learn if you just pay attention. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to slam on the brakes and order him out of the car. But we were in the middle of nowhere, the rain still coming down in torrents, and something told me this man wouldn't leave quietly if asked. What do you want? I asked, hating how small my voice sounded. He smiled, a gesture that didn't reach his eyes. Want? I don't want anything, Mark. I'm just making conversation. Isn't that what people do on long car rides? I didn't respond, my mind whirling with possibilities. Was he some kind of stalker, a criminal who had been watching me, planning some kind of elaborate scheme? You're wondering how I know so much about you, he said, as if reading my thoughts. It's simpler than you might think. Your name tag is still on your shirt. You forgot to take it off after work. The dog hair on your pants suggests a large breed, and I saw the golden retriever bumper sticker on your car. As for Sarah, well, you've been checking your phone at every red light. It doesn't take a genius to figure out you're running late and someone's waiting for you. His explanation was logical, but it did little to ease my fear. There was still something off about the whole situation, something that made my skin crawl. That doesn't explain how you knew where I live, I said, trying to keep my eyes on the road while also watching him in my peripheral vision. He shrugged. Cedar Grove Bank isn't exactly a national chain. Took an educated guess based on your work shirt. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to think this was all just a strange coincidence, a series of lucky guesses. But the knot in my stomach told me otherwise. Look, I said, spotting a gas station up ahead. I think this is far enough. I'm going to pull over and you can... I wouldn't do that if I were you, Mark, he interrupted, his voice suddenly hard. We're not done talking yet. I felt a flash of anger cut through my fear. This is my car. I get to decide when the ride is over. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Oh, Mark, you gave up that control the moment you let me in. But don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk. About what? I asked, my mouth dry. About choices, he said, leaning back in his seat. About the decisions we make and the consequences that follow. For instance, your decision to embezzle money from the bank. Small amounts in here and there. Nothing anyone would notice right away. But it adds up, doesn't it? My blood ran cold. There was no way he could know about that. I'd been so careful, covering my tracks, making sure the numbers always balanced out. I don't know what you're talking about, I lied, but my voice sounded weak even to my own ears. He turned to look at me, his eyes boring into mine. Don't insult my intelligence, Mark. We both know the truth. The question is, what are you going to do about it? I gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. Are you blackmailing me? Is that what this is? He shook his head, looking almost disappointed. Blackmail is such an ugly word. I prefer to think of this as an opportunity, a chance for you to make things right before it's too late. What do you mean? I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know the answer. The bank is conducting an audit next week, he said casually, as if discussing the weather. They're going to find the discrepancies, and when they do, your comfortable life in Cedar Grove will come crashing down. Unless... He let the word hang in the air between us. I knew I shouldn't ask, shouldn't engage with this stranger who seemed to know far too much about my life and my mistakes. but I couldn't help myself. Unless what? Unless you turn yourself in, he said simply. Go to your boss first thing tomorrow morning. Confess everything. Pay back what you took. It won't be easy, but it'll be a lot better than waiting for them to discover it on their own. I laughed bitterly. And why would I do that, eh? Why should I believe anything you say? He sighed, reaching into his jacket pocket. I tensed, half expecting him to pull out a weapon. Instead, he produced a small, leather-bound notebook. Because I have proof, he said, flipping it open. Dates, amounts, account numbers, everything they'll need to convict you. I'm giving you a chance to get ahead of this, Mark, a chance you don't deserve, but one I'm offering nonetheless. My mind reeled. How had he gotten this information? Who was he really? But even as these questions swirled in my head, I knew he was right. The audit would expose everything, and if I didn't act first, I'd lose far more than just my job. Why are you doing this? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Why do you care what happens to me? He was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the rain-slicked road ahead. When he spoke, his voice was softer, almost sad. Let's just say I've been where you are, Mark. Made the same mistakes. Thought I could outsmart the system. I learned the hard way that there's always a reckoning. I'm trying to save you from that pain. We drove in silence for several minutes, the weight of his words settling over me like a heavy blanket. As we approached the outskirts of Cedar Grove, I knew I had a decision to make. There's a diner up ahead, I said finally. I'll drop you off there. He nodded, seemingly satisfied. As I pulled into the diner's parking lot, he gathered his things, preparing to step back out into the rain. Remember, Mark, he said, his hand on the door handle. First thing tomorrow morning, it's your only chance. Before I could respond, he was gone, disappearing into the stormy night as quickly as he had appeared. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, rain pattering on the roof. Finally, I pulled out my phone and dialed Sarah's number. Hey, I said when she answered, my voice thick with emotion. I'm on my way home. But I need to talk to you about something important when I get there. As I hung up and put the car in drive, I felt a strange mix of dread and relief. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in months, I felt like I was heading in the right direction. The mysterious hitchhiker had given me a second chance. Now it was up to me to make the most of it. The crack of a twig snapping jolted me from my peaceful reverie. I froze, my marshmallow-laden stick hovering over the campfire. The dense forest around me, which had seemed so inviting during the day, now loomed ominously in the gathering dusk. I held my breath, straining to hear over the crackling of the fire. There it was again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, too heavy and deliberate to be an animal. I'd come to these woods alone, seeking solitude and a break from the chaos of city life. Now, as fear crept up my spine, I was acutely aware of just how isolated I truly was. Slowly, I set down my stick and reached for the flashlight beside me. The beam cut through the encroaching darkness, illuminating the dense undergrowth at the edge of my campsite. Shadows danced between the trees, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure duck behind a large oak. Hello? I called out, hating how my voice quavered. Is someone there? Silence answered me, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. I stood up, my legs shaky beneath me. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe the solitude was getting to me, making me jumpy. But then I saw it, a flash of movement just beyond the circle of my flashlight's beam. My heart leapt into my throat as I caught a glimpse of a dark shape moving through the trees, keeping to the shadows. Fight or flight instinct kicked in, and I chose flight. I doused the fire as quickly as I could, plunging the campsite into darkness. Fumbling in the dim light of my flashlight, I grabbed my backpack and started shoving in whatever I could reach. My water bottle, a bag of trail mix, my map. The sound of footsteps grew closer, no longer trying to be stealthy. Whoever was out there knew I had spotted them. They were coming. I abandoned the rest of my gear and took off into the woods, my flashlight bobbing wildly as I ran. Branches whipped at my face and roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but fear propelled me forward, deeper into the unfamiliar forest. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stopped, gasping for breath. I leaned against a tree, trying to orient myself. In my panic, I had run blindly, with no thought to direction or landmarks. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was lost. I fumbled in my backpack for my map and compass, but in the chaos of my hasty departure, I must have left them behind. My phone was useless out here with no signal and a rapidly draining battery. A twig snapped nearby, and I stifled a scream. They were still following me. How? How could they track me so easily in this darkness? I took off again, no longer caring about the noise I made. My pursuer seemed to know exactly where I was anyway. My lungs burned, and my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from beneath my feet. I tumbled down a steep embankment, leaves and twigs scratching my skin as I rolled. I came to a stop at the bottom, the wind knocked out of me. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and struggling to breathe. Then I heard it, the sound of someone carefully making their way down the slope after me. Panic gave me strength. I staggered to my feet, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and limped forward. I found myself in a small clearing, the trees opening up to reveal a sky full of stars. In any other circumstance, it would have been beautiful. My flashlight flickered, the beam growing weaker. I shook it desperately, but it was no use. The light died, leaving me in near total darkness. A branch cracked at the edge of the clearing. I spun around, my eyes straining to see in the dim starlight. A figure stood there, just a silhouette against the darker backdrop of the forest. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice raw with fear and exhaustion. The figure took a step forward. "I want you to listen," a deep voice replied. I backed away, my hands held out in front of me. "Stay back, I have a weapon." It was a pathetic bluff, but it was all I had. The man, for I could now see it was a man, stopped. "No, you don't," he said, his tone almost gentle. "You left everything behind at your campsite, including this." He held up something that glinted in the starlight. My hunting knife. My stomach dropped. He had been to my campsite, had gone through my things. How long had he been watching me? "Who are you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why are you doing this?" He took another step forward, and I could make out more details now. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in dark clothing that blended with the night. His face was obscured by a beard and the shadow of a cap. "My name isn't important," he said. "What's important is why you're here, Alice." I felt as if the ground had dropped out from under me again. He knew my name. How could he possibly know my name? "How do you know who you are?" he finished for me. "I know a lot about you, Alice. I know you're running from something, or someone." My mind raced. Was he a private investigator? Had David hired someone to find me? As if reading my thoughts, the man shook his head. "I'm not working for your ex-husband, if that's what you're thinking. I'm here to help you." "Help me," I laughed, the sound bordering on hysterical. "By chasing me through the woods in the middle of the night." The first night in our new home, I woke to the sound of children laughing. It was faint, almost dreamlike, but unmistakable. The thing is, we didn't have any children. My wife, Sarah, and I had just moved into the old Johnson farmhouse on the outskirts of town. It was a beautiful place. All weathered wood and wraparound porch, set on 10 acres of rolling hills and ancient oak trees. We'd gotten it for a steal, the real estate agent practically giddy as she handed over the keys. "It's a special place," she'd said, her smile just a touch too wide. "I'm sure you'll be very happy here." Now, as I lay in bed listening to the phantom giggles echoing through the halls, I wasn't so sure. I nudged Sarah awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She blinked at me sleepily. "Hear what?" The laughter faded away, leaving only the creaks and groans of the old house settling. I shook my head. Nothing. Must have been dreaming. But I wasn't dreaming, and that was only the beginning. Over the next few weeks, strange occurrences became our new normal. Items would move on their own, appearing in places we knew we hadn't left them. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms, cold spots that made your breath fog even on the warmest days. And always, there was the laughter. Sarah tried to rationalize it all. The moving objects were just us being forgetful in a new place. The cold spots were drafts in an old house. The laughter was probably just kids from a neighboring farm, sound carrying far in the country quiet. I wanted to believe her, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. It came to a head about a month after we moved in. I was in the attic, unpacking some of the last boxes, when I found the journal. It was old, the leather cover cracked and faded, tucked away behind a loose board in the wall. Curious, I opened it. The handwriting inside was spidery and difficult to read, but as I deciphered the words, a chill ran down my spine. It was a diary belonging to Margaret Johnson, the matriarch of the family who had built this house over a century ago, and what she described was horrifying. According to Margaret, the land the house was built on was cursed. The local Native American tribe had warned the Johnsons not to build here, that it was a sacred place, a thin spot between worlds. But Thomas Johnson was a stubborn man, and he ignored their warnings. At first, everything seemed fine, but then their children started to change. They became withdrawn, speaking of imaginary friends and games played in empty rooms. Margaret wrote of hearing laughter when no one was there, of toys moving on their own, of shadowy figures glimpsed out of the corner of her eye. And then, one by one, the children disappeared. The last entry was dated 1920. Margaret's handwriting was frantic, barely legible. "They're coming for me now," she wrote. "I can hear them laughing. God forgive us for what we've done." I closed the journal, my hands shaking. It had to be some kind of sick joke, right? A prop left behind by the previous owners to scare new residents. But as I stood there, the attic suddenly felt colder, and I could have sworn I heard a child's giggle right behind me. I practically fell down the attic stairs in my haste to get out. I found Sarah in the kitchen, humming as she prepared dinner. The normality of the scene was jarring after what I'd just read. "Sarah," I said, my voice trembling, "we need to talk about the house." I told her everything, the journal, the curse, the disappearing children. As I spoke, her face grew pale, and I could see the doubt in her eyes warring with the fear she'd been trying to ignore. "Tom," she said slowly, I think I've seen them." She told me about the figures she'd glimpsed in mirrors, always just at the edge of her vision, the way she sometimes felt watched, even when she was alone in the house. The dreams she'd been having, of children calling out to her, begging for help. We sat there in stunned silence, the implications of what we'd discovered settling over us like a heavy blanket. What were we supposed to do now? Call an exorcist, put the house back on the market, and hope some other unsuspecting couple would buy it. Before we could decide on a course of action, the lights flickered. The temperature in the kitchen plummeted, our breath suddenly visible in the air, and then we heard it, the laughter, louder than ever before, coming from every direction at once. Sarah grabbed my hand, her nails digging into my skin. "Tom," she whispered, "we need to get out of here. Now." We ran for the front door, but it wouldn't open. The knob turned, but it was as if something on the other side was holding it shut. We tried the back door, the windows, even the cellar entrance, all locked, all immovable. The laughter grew louder, mixed now with the sound of running feet and childish voices calling out to us. "Play with us," they said. "Stay with us forever." We ended up huddled in the living room, watching in horror as objects began to move on their own. Books flew off shelves, furniture slid across the floor, and all the while, those voices kept calling to us. It was Sarah who found the solution. As a chair whizzed past her head, she spotted something glinting on the mantelpiece. It was an old arrowhead, probably Native American, displayed as a curio by a previous owner. The journal, she gasped. It said this was sacred land. Maybe. She didn't need to finish the thought. I lunged for the arrowhead, snatching it just as an unseen force tried to pull it away. The moment my fingers closed around it, everything stopped. The flying objects dropped to the floor, the laughter cut off abruptly, and the oppressive cold dissipated. We didn't wait to see if it was truly over. The front door swung open easily now, and we ran to our car, still in our pajamas, the arrowhead clutched tightly in my hand. We drove through the night, not stopping until we were 2 states away. We never went back to the farmhouse. We hired a company to pack up our belongings and sell the place, making sure to include the arrowhead and Margaret's journal with the property. We also made them promise to disclose the house's history to any potential buyers. Last I heard, the place is still on the market. The real estate agent calls it a charming fixer-upper with a rich history. Sarah and I call it a nightmare we barely escaped. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up thinking I hear children laughing. But now, in our new home in the city, surrounded by the comforting sounds of traffic and neighbors, I can convince myself it's just a dream. Most of the time, anyway. We don't talk much about what happened in that house. It's easier to pretend it was all some shared delusion, a product of stress and an overactive imagination. But we both know the truth. And we both know that sometimes, the most haunting things aren't the ghosts themselves, but the questions they leave behind. Why us? Why that house? And what happened to those children? All those years ago. I don't think we'll ever know the answers. And maybe that's for the best. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some doors better left unopened. All I know is, if you're ever driving through the countryside and you see an old farmhouse for sale, one that seems just a little too perfect, a little too cheap, keep driving, because you never know what might be waiting inside, laughing in the darkness, ready to welcome you home. The neon sign flickered weakly in the rain, casting an eerie red glow over the empty parking lot. Mario's Pizza, it read, the Ainzi sputtering in and out of existence like a dying firefly. I sighed, glancing at the clock on my dashboard, 11:47 p.m. Just one more delivery and I could call it a night. I'd been driving for Mario's for about 6 months now, a job I'd taken to help pay for college. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills and usually wasn't too eventful. Usually. The pizza box sat on the passenger seat, steam still rising from the vents. The address was way out on the edge of our delivery zone, a part of town I wasn't too familiar with. As I pulled out of the lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this delivery felt off. The rain intensified as I drove, fat droplets splattering against the windshield faster than my wipers could clear them. The streets grew narrower, the houses more spread out. Soon, I was driving down a winding road with dense forest on either side. My GPS chirped, instructing me to turn onto a gravel driveway I almost missed. The path was overgrown, branches scraping against the sides of my car as I inched forward. After what felt like an eternity, the trees opened up to reveal a ramshackle house, its windows dark save for a single light on the second floor. I parked and grabbed the pizza, the box already growing cold in the damp night air. As I approached the front door, the porch steps creaked ominously beneath my feet. I raised my hand to knock, but before I could, the door swung open. The man who stood there made me take an involuntary step back. He was tall, easily over 6 feet, with a wild beard and eyes that seemed to bore right through me. He wore a stained wife-beater and jeans that had seen better days. Pizza delivery, I stammered, holding out the box. The man's face split into a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Right on time, he said, his voice a low growl. "Why don't you bring that inside? I've got to grab my wallet." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave, to get back in my car and drive away as fast as I could. But I was new to this job, and I didn't want to risk getting fired over a misunderstanding. So, against my better judgment, I stepped inside. The interior of the house was dark and cluttered. The air was thick with the smell of cigarette smoke and something else. Something metallic that made my nose wrinkle. The man led me through a narrow hallway into what I assumed was the living room. "Set it down there," he said, gesturing to a coffee table littered with empty beer cans and overflowing ashtrays. "I'll be right back with the money." He disappeared up a creaky staircase, leaving me alone in the dim room. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure he could hear it. I glanced around, looking for a quick exit if I needed one. That's when I saw it. In the far corner of the room, partially hidden behind a ratty armchair, was a duffel bag. It was unzipped, and poking out of it was something that made my blood run cold, the barrel of a gun. I froze, my mind racing. This wasn't just some eccentric customer. Something was very, very wrong here. I had to get out. I turned to leave, but before I could take a step, I heard the man's heavy footsteps coming back down the stairs. Panic seized me. I couldn't let him know I'd seen the gun. I had to act normal. The man reappeared, a wad of crumpled bills in his hand. "Here you go, kid," he said, holding out the money. "Keep the change." My hand shook as I reached for the cash. As I did, I noticed dark stains on his knuckles, stains that looked suspiciously like dried blood. "Thanks," I managed to croak out. "Have a good night." I turned to leave, trying to keep my pace steady even though every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run. I was almost to the front door when I heard it, a muffled thump from upstairs, followed by what sounded like a strangled cry. The man's hand clamped down on my shoulder, his grip like iron. "You hear something, boy?" I shook my head, not trusting my voice. My eyes darted to the door, tantalizingly close yet impossibly far. "Good," he said, his tone menacing. "Because there's nothing to hear. Now why don't you get on home? It's late, and these roads can be dangerous at night." He practically shoved me out the door, slamming it behind me. I stumbled down the porch steps, my legs feeling like jelly. The moment I reached my car, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I reversed down the driveway, my headlights swept across the house one last time. And there, in the upstairs window, I saw a face. A woman's face, pale and terrified, her mouth open in a silent scream. I floored it, gravel spraying as I peeled out onto the main road. My mind was reeling, trying to process what I'd just seen. The gun, the blood, the woman in the window. It all added up to a horrifying conclusion. I needed to call the police. But as I reached for my phone, doubt crept in. What if I was wrong? What if it was all just a misunderstanding? My imagination running wild. I could lose my job, or worse, get in trouble for making a false report. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. I had to make a decision. Drive back to the pizzeria and pretend nothing happened, or potentially save someone's life. In the end, it wasn't really a choice at all. I dialed 911, my voice shaky as I relayed what I'd seen to the dispatcher. They told me to drive to the nearest police station and wait there. The next few hours were a blur of questions and statements. I told the police everything: the gun, the blood, the woman in the window. They seemed to take it seriously, especially when I gave them the address. It wasn't until the next morning that I found out the full story. The man, it turned out, was wanted in connection with a string of disappearances across 3 states. When the police raided the house, they found evidence of multiple victims. And the woman I saw, she was still alive, held captive in an upstairs bedroom. If I hadn't made that delivery, if I hadn't called the police, she likely wouldn't have survived another day. The following weeks were chaotic. There were more interviews with detectives, a commendation from the police department, even a few requests for interviews from local news stations. Mario gave me a raise and told me I could take as much time off as I needed. But even as the dust settled and life began to return to normal, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. The flickering neon sign, the rain-slicked roads, the face in the window. It all haunted my dreams. I kept delivering pizzas, though. Something about the job felt different now. More important somehow. Every delivery could be someone's lifeline. Every interaction a chance to make a difference. And every time I pull up to a house I've never been to before, every time I knock on a stranger's door, I'm acutely aware of the thin line between ordinary and extraordinary, between a routine delivery and a life-changing event. Because sometimes, the most important moments of our lives come disguised as the most mundane. Sometimes, a simple pizza delivery can change everything. The lock clicked open with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. As the door swung inward, revealing the rustic interior of our rented cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were stepping into something we couldn't easily escape. If only I'd known then how right that feeling was. Home sweet home for the next week, my boyfriend, Matt, said cheerfully, lugging our bags over the threshold. I followed him in, taking in the cozy living room with its stone fireplace and the small kitchenette beyond. It was charming, in that quaint, middle-of-nowhere sort of way. We'd found the listing online, a secluded cabin in the woods, perfect for a romantic getaway. The photos showed stunning views of the surrounding forest and promised a peaceful retreat from our hectic city lives. The price had been almost too good to be true, but we jumped at the chance. Now, standing in the actual space, I felt a tinge of unease. The air inside was stuffy and smelled faintly of mildew. The furniture, while clean, had a worn look that spoke of years of use. And was it my imagination, or did the floorboards creak a little too much under our feet? "Let's open some windows," I suggested, trying to shake off my nerves. "It's a bit musty in here." Matt nodded, moving to the nearest window. He struggled with it for a moment before it finally budged, sliding up with a protesting groan. "Guess they don't open these much," he joked. I forced a smile, but something about the way the window had resisted bothered me. It was almost as if it didn't want to be opened. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in, unpacking our clothes and stocking the small fridge with the groceries we'd brought. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, Matt lit a fire in the fireplace. The warmth and flickering light helped ease some of my tension. "See, this isn't so bad," Matt said, wrapping an arm around me as we sat on the worn sofa. "Just what we needed to relax and reconnect." I leaned into him, wanting to believe it. But as the darkness outside deepened, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every time I glanced at the windows, I half expected to see a face peering in at us. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to get comfortable in the unfamiliar bed. The mattress was lumpy, and the sheets smelled faintly of mothballs. But it wasn't just physical discomfort keeping me awake. There were noises, creaks and groans that seemed too deliberate to be just an old house settling. At one point, I could have sworn I heard footsteps in the hallway outside our room. I lay there, heart pounding, straining to hear, but there was nothing but silence. The next morning, I woke to find Matt already up and making coffee in the kitchenette. "Sleep well?" he asked, handing me a steaming mug. I shook my head, taking a sip of the strong brew. "Not really. This place makes weird noises at night," he chuckled. "That's part of the charm, isn't it? The authentic cabin experience," I wanted to argue. To tell him about the footsteps I thought I'd heard, but I didn't want to spoil our vacation with my paranoia. Instead, I suggested we go for a hike after breakfast. The woods around the cabin were beautiful, all towering pines and dappled sunlight. For a few hours, as we trekked along barely visible trails, I forgot about my unease from the night before. But as we made our way back to the cabin, the feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. "Matt," I said, grabbing his arm. "Do you see that?" He followed my gaze to a spot between two distant trees. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing there, watching us, but when I blinked, it was gone. "See what?" Matt asked, squinting in the direction I was pointing. I shook my head. Nothing. Must have been a shadow or something. But I knew it wasn't just a shadow. And as we approached the cabin, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The window we had struggled to open yesterday was now firmly shut. "Did you close that last night?" I asked Matt, trying to keep my voice steady. He frowned. "No, I don't think so. Maybe the wind blew it shut." I nodded, not wanting to voice my suspicion that there hadn't been enough wind to move that stubborn window. Besides, if it had blown shut, wouldn't we have heard it? As the day wore on, more strange things began to happen. Items we were sure we'd left in one place would turn up in another. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, creating cold spots that made no sense in the summer heat. And always, there was that feeling of being watched. That night, as we lay in bed, the noises started again, but this time, they were louder, more insistent. The creaks and groans were joined by a sound like something being dragged across the floor. "Matt," I whispered, shaking him awake. "Do you hear that?" He sat up, rubbing his eyes. "Hear what?" But even as he spoke, a loud thump came from the living room, as if something heavy had fallen. Matt's eyes widened. "Okay, I heard that," he said, throwing back the covers. "Stay here. I'll go check it out." "No!" I grabbed his arm. "We should go together." Slowly, we made our way down the hallway, Matt in front with a flashlight he'd grabbed from the nightstand. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing. The living room was exactly as we'd left it. "See? Probably just something outside," Matt said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. We were about to head back to bed when I noticed something. On the coffee table, next to the book I'd been reading earlier, was a small, leather-bound journal. I was certain it hadn't been there before. With trembling hands, I picked it up and opened it. The pages were filled with handwritten entries, the ink faded with age. As I skimmed the contents, my heart began to race. It was a diary, belonging to a woman named Eleanor, who had lived in this cabin decades ago. She wrote of strange occurrences, of items moving on their own, of voices in the night. And she wrote of a presence, something dark and malevolent that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. The final entry chilled me to the bone. "It's here," Eleanor had written, her usually neat handwriting now a frantic scrawl. "God help me, it's here and I can't escape. If anyone finds this, please, don't stay. Run while you still can." I looked up at Matt, my face pale. "We need to leave. Now." He opened his mouth to argue, but at that moment, every light in the cabin flickered and died. In the sudden darkness, we heard a sound that could only be described as a low, menacing chuckle. We didn't wait to see what would happen next. Grabbing only our phones and car keys, we ran for the door. It resisted at first, as if something was holding it shut, but with a final desperate shove, it flew open. We sprinted to our car, the gravel driveway crunching under our bare feet. As Matt fumbled with the keys, I looked back at the cabin. In the upstairs window, I saw a face, not human, but something twisted and evil, its mouth stretched in a grotesque smile. The engine roared to life and we peeled out of the driveway, tires squealing. We didn't stop driving until we reached the nearest town, where we checked into a motel and spent the rest of the night huddled together, jumping at every sound. In the light of day, it was tempting to dismiss what had happened as an overactive imagination or a shared hallucination. But we both knew what we'd experienced was real. We never went back for our belongings. We contacted the rental company and told them we'd had to leave due to an emergency. They were surprisingly understanding, even offering a partial refund. It wasn't until weeks later, when the nightmares had finally started to subside, that we decided to do some research. What we found made our blood run cold all over again. The cabin had a history, it turned out. Over the years, several renters had fled in the middle of the night, telling tales of supernatural occurrences. And there were those who hadn't fled, whose disappearances remained unsolved mysteries. We count ourselves lucky to have escaped. But sometimes, late at night, I still feel that watchful presence. And I wonder if, somehow, a piece of whatever was in that cabin followed us home. So if you're ever browsing online, looking for a quaint cabin in the woods for a romantic getaway, be careful. Sometimes, the perfect retreat is too good to be true. And sometimes the things that go bump in the night are all too real. The first sign that something was wrong was the door to the master bedroom. It was closed. I never closed that door, not since I'd started house-sitting for the Wilsons 2 days ago. I stood there, hand hovering over the doorknob, a chill creeping up my spine despite the summer heat. I'd taken this job as a way to make some extra cash during my college break. The Wilsons were loaded. Their sprawling mansion sat on 5 acres of manicured lawns and gardens. It was the kind of place where you'd expect to find a butler named Jeeves, not a 20-year-old student watering plants and feeding cats. "You'll have the run of the place," Mrs. Wilson had said with a laugh as she handed me the keys. "Just don't throw any wild parties while we're gone." As if I knew anyone who'd want to party in this mausoleum of marble and antiques. No, I'd spent most of my time binge-watching shows on their massive TV and raiding their well-stocked fridge. It was supposed to be an easy gig, but now, staring at that closed door, easy was the last word on my mind. I took a deep breath and turned the knob. The door swung open silently, revealing the immaculate master suite. Everything looked normal. The king-sized bed with its mountain of pillows, the chaise lounge by the window, the doors to the walk-in closet and ensuite bathroom. And yet, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was like walking into a perfect replica of a room you know well. Everything looks right, but it doesn't feel right. I shook my head, trying to clear away the paranoia. I was letting my imagination run wild. Probably watched one too many horror movies on that big TV. I was about to leave when I noticed it, a faint scent in the air, something floral and unfamiliar. It wasn't Mrs. Wilson's usual perfume, which lingered on her clothes in the closet. This was different, fresher. My heart began to race. Had someone been in here? I did a quick scan of the room, looking for anything out of place. The jewelry box on the dresser caught my eye. Was it slightly askew? With trembling hands, I opened it. I didn't know much about jewelry, but even I could tell that the glittering diamonds and pearls inside were worth a fortune, and they all seemed to be there. If someone had broken in, why wouldn't they take these? A noise from downstairs made me jump. It sounded like footsteps, but that was impossible. I was alone in the house. The cats were outside. The cleaning service wasn't due for days, and the Wilsons weren't set to return from their European vacation for another week. I crept to the top of the grand staircase, straining my ears. Silence. Maybe I'd imagined it. But then I heard it again. The unmistakable sound of someone moving around in the kitchen. Panic seized me. I should run, I thought. Get out of the house and call the police. But curiosity, that deadly impulse that's felled so many horror movie protagonists, got the better of me. I had to know who was down there. As quietly as I could, I made my way down the stairs, grateful for the plush carpet that muffled my footsteps. The noises from the kitchen grew louder. The clink of glasses, the opening and closing of cabinets. It sounded for all the world like someone fixing themselves a drink. I peered around the corner into the kitchen, and my blood ran cold. There, standing at the marble island with his back to me, was a man I'd never seen before. He was tall, well-built, dressed in expensive-looking clothes that seemed at odds with the fact that he was, a burglar. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a whimper, who knows, because suddenly he turned. Our eyes met. and for a moment, we both froze. Then he smiled. It wasn't the menacing grin of a villain caught in the act. It was warm, almost friendly. "Ah," he said, his voice smooth and cultured. "You must be the house sitter. Care for a drink?" I stood there, mouth agape, unable to process what was happening. This man had broken into the house I was supposed to be watching, and he was offering me a drink like we were at a cocktail party. Who are you?" I finally managed to stammer out. He chuckled, taking a sip from his glass. "On a friend of the family, you could say. Thomas Wilson and I go way back." I frowned. Mr. Wilson had never mentioned any friends having access to the house while they were away. "I don't believe you," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I'm calling the police." I reached for my phone, but before I could dial, he spoke again. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. Not unless you want Thomas to find out about your little, explorations." I froze. How could he know? I'd been so careful. On my second night here, curiosity had gotten the better of me. I'd started poking around in Mr. Wilson's study, opening drawers, leafing through papers. I told myself I was just being thorough in my house-sitting duties, but deep down, I knew it was wrong. The man smiled again, but this time there was an edge to it. "Oh yes, I know all about that. Just like I know about the little joyride you took in the Bentley yesterday. Tsk-tsk. What would the Wilsons say?" My mind raced. How could he possibly know these things? Unless, "You've been watching me," I said, the realization dawning with a sickening clarity. He raised his glass in a mock toast. "Bright girl." "Yes, I've been keeping an eye on things, making sure the Wilsons' property is secure." "But why?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you really?" He set his glass down and leaned against the counter, fixing me with an intense stare. "Let's just say I have a vested interest in the Wilsons' affairs, and in making sure certain sensitive information remains private." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. "What kind of information?" "The kind that could ruin a man like Thomas Wilson," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "The kind that's worth killing for." I gasped, taking an involuntary step back. You're blackmailing him." He shrugged, the gesture casual, but his eyes never leaving mine. "Blackmail is such an ugly word. I prefer to think of it as mutually beneficial arrangement, one that's been working quite well for years now." My mind was reeling. The perfect, wealthy Wilsons. What dark secrets were they hiding? And what had I stumbled into? "What happens now?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Now you have a choice to make, my dear. You can forget this ever happened, finish your house-sitting job, and walk away with a nice paycheck and your conscience clear. Or," he let the word hang in the air, heavy with implication, "or what?" I whispered. "Or you can try to be a hero, call the police, tell the Wilsons what you've seen. But consider this, who do you think they'll believe? A trusted family friend or a college student who's been snooping through their private things and joyriding in their cars?" I felt sick. He was right. I had no proof, and I'd abused the Wilsons' trust. Even if they believed me, I'd still be in trouble. "So what'll it be?" he asked, picking up his glass again. "The easy way, or the hard way?" I stood there, frozen in indecision. The right thing to do was clear. I should call the police. Consequences be damned. But fear, that primal instinct for self-preservation, held me back. In the end, it wasn't courage or morality that decided it. It was pure, dumb luck. At that moment, headlights swept across the kitchen window. A car was coming up the driveway. The man's eyes widened in surprise. "Impossible," he muttered. "They're not due back for days." But the sound of car doors slamming, followed by familiar voices, proved him wrong. The Wilsons were home early. In the chaos that followed, the Wilsons' shock at finding an intruder, my fumbling explanations, the man's smooth lies, the truth came out. It wasn't pretty. There were tears, recriminations, threats of legal action. But in the end, justice prevailed. The man, whose real name I never learned, was arrested. The Wilsons' secrets, whatever they were, remained hidden. And me. I lost my house-sitting jobs, of course, but gained something far more valuable, a story I'll never forget, and a lesson about the dangers of curiosity. Now, whenever I pass by a grand house with its manicured lawns and gleaming windows, I can't help but wonder what secrets lie behind those perfect facades. But I've learned my lesson. Some doors are better left unopened, some questions better left unasked, because you never know when you might find yourself caught in the middle of someone else's dangerous game. The security camera feed flickered to life, revealing an empty corridor bathed in the sickly glow of fluorescent lights. I leaned closer to the monitor, my eyes straining in the darkness of the security office. That's when I saw it, a shadow darting across the screen, there and gone in an instant. My heart rate quickened. I was supposed to be alone in this building tonight. My name's Mike, and I've been working the night shift at Grayson Tech for about 6 months now. It's a big, soulless office building on the outskirts of the city, all glass and steel and eerily quiet after hours. Most nights, my biggest challenge is staying awake, but tonight was different. Tonight, something was off. I flipped through the different camera feeds, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing on the ground floor, nothing in the stairwells. But then, as I switched to the view of the executive offices on the top floor, I saw it again. A figure, moving swiftly between the cubicles, clearly trying to avoid detection. My first instinct was to call the police, but something held me back. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was the nagging feeling that there was more going on here than a simple break-in. Whatever it was, I found myself reaching for the keycard that would give me access to the upper floors. The elevator ride to the top floor felt like it took an eternity. With each passing second, my mind raced through possible scenarios. Was it a burglar, a disgruntled employee, or something worse? The doors slid open with a soft ding that seemed deafening in the silence of the night. I stepped out cautiously, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The executive floor was a maze of cubicles and corner offices, most of them filled with expensive-looking furniture and state-of-the-art computers. I moved slowly, my ears straining for any sound. For a moment, all I could hear was the soft hum of electronics and the pounding of my own heart. Then, from somewhere to my left, came the unmistakable sound of typing. Creeping towards the noise, I rounded a corner and froze. There, bathed in the blue glow of a computer screen, sat a woman I recognized from the company directory, Sarah Chen, one of the senior software engineers. "Miss Chen?" I called out, my voice shaky. She whirled around, her eyes wide with fear, and... Was that guilt? "Who are you?" she demanded, her hand moving to close the laptop. I stepped forward, shining my flashlight badge. "Mike Thompson, Night Security." "What are you doing here so late?" Sarah's shoulders slumped, and for a moment, I thought she might break down. But then she straightened, a look of determination crossing her face. "I'm uncovering the truth," she said. "And now that you're here, you need to see this too." Confused and more than a little wary, I moved closer. Sarah reopened the laptop, revealing lines of code that meant nothing to me. "Grayson Tech isn't what you think it is," she said, her voice low and urgent. "The software we're developing, it's not just for business analytics. It's a surveillance tool, more powerful than anything that's ever existed." I frowned, not quite understanding. "What do you mean?" Sarah took a deep breath. "It can track anyone, anywhere. Social media, security cameras, financial transactions. It pulls it all together in real time. And it's being sold to governments, corporations, anyone who can afford it." The implications hit me like a truck. If what she was saying was true, this was big, huge, the kind of thing that could bring down companies and topple governments. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, my mouth dry. Sarah's eyes met mine, and I saw the fear there, but also a steely resolve. "Because I need your help. I'm gathering evidence, but I can't do this alone. If they catch me..." She didn't need to finish the sentence. We both knew what happened to whistleblowers in the corporate world. I should have said no. Should have walked away and pretended I'd never seen any of this. But something in Sarah's eyes, the desperation and the determination, made me nod. "What do you need me to do?" For the next hour, Sarah walked me through what she'd discovered: the secret servers hidden in the building's basement, the coded messages and seemingly innocuous emails, the offshore accounts where the money from these less-than-legal sales was being funneled. As the night wore on, I found myself pulled deeper into a world of corporate espionage and government conspiracies. It was like something out of a movie, except this was real, and the danger was palpable. We were so engrossed in our work that we almost missed the sound of the elevator arriving on our floor. Sarah's head snapped up, her face pale. "They're here," she whispered. I didn't need to ask who they were. We quickly shut down the computer and ducked behind a row of cubicles. Peering over the top, I saw two men in expensive suits step out of the elevator. Even from a distance, I could see the bulge of weapons under their jackets. "We need to get out of here," I whispered to Sarah. She nodded, clutching a small flash drive that contained all the evidence we'd gathered. Slowly, carefully, we began to make our way towards the emergency stairs at the far end of the office. We could hear the men moving through the cubicles, their voices low but angry. "We know you're here, Sarah," one of them called out. "Make this easy on yourself. You know you can't win against us." Sarah's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing it tightly. I could feel her trembling, but her voice was steady when she whispered, "We have to make it. The world needs to know the truth." We were almost to the stairs when disaster struck. In the darkness, I stumbled over a trash can, sending it clattering across the floor. The noise was deafening in the quiet office. "There!" one of the men shouted. Footsteps pounded towards us. "Run!" I yelled, pushing Sarah towards the stairs. We burst through the door and started down, taking the steps two at a time. Behind us, I could hear the men in pursuit, their shoes echoing in the stairwell. My mind raced as we descended. We couldn't go to the lobby, they'd have that covered. But maybe... "This way," I gasped, pulling Sarah through a door on the third floor. If I remembered the building layout correctly, there was a fire escape on this level that led to the alley behind the building. We sprinted through the darkened office, the shouts of our pursuers growing closer. There, the window that led to the fire escape. I fumbled with the latch, my hands slick with sweat. Just as the door to the office burst open, the window swung free. "Go," I urged Sarah, helping her through. I followed quickly, pulling the window shut behind us. The metal of the fire escape creaked ominously as we clambered down. Above us, I could hear the men cursing as they realized where we'd gone. A gunshot rang out, the bullet pinging off the railing near my head. We hit the ground running, Sarah clutching the flash drive like it was a lifeline. Which, in a way, it was. Behind us, I could hear the men starting down the fire escape. "My car's this way," Sarah panted as we rounded the corner of the building. In moments, we were speeding away from Grayson Tech, the lights of the city blurring around us. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the reality of what we'd just done started to sink in. We were fugitives now, in possession of information that some very powerful people would kill to keep secret. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "We take this to someone who can help. I have a contact at a news organization. If we can get this information to them..." I nodded, understanding. It wasn't over, not by a long shot, but we had a chance now. A chance to expose the truth and maybe, just maybe, make a difference. As we drove through the night, leaving the city and its secrets behind. I couldn't help but think about how much my life had changed in just a few short hours. I'd gone from a simple night security guard to a conspirator in what could be one of the biggest whistleblowing events in history. I didn't know what the future held. I didn't know if we'd succeed or if we'd end up as just another pair of unnamed casualties in the war between truth and power. But I did know one thing. I couldn't go back to my old life. Not now. Not after what I'd seen. As the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, I made a silent vow. Whatever came next, whatever challenges we faced, I would see this through to the end. The truth had to come out. And if it was up to us to make that happen, then so be it. The night shift at Grayson Tech was over, but our real work, it was just beginning. The rusty gate creaked open, its protest echoing through the still night air. I hesitated, 1 foot on the overgrown path leading to the abandoned Oakwood Asylum. The dilapidated building loomed before us, its broken windows like hollow eyes staring down accusingly. This was a bad idea. I knew it, but the thrill of adventure and the goading of my friends pushed me forward. "Come on, Alex. Don't chicken out now," Mia called from ahead, her flashlight beam dancing erratically across the crumbling facade. I took a deep breath and stepped fully onto the property, the gate clanging shut behind me with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. There were 4 of us. Mia, our self-appointed leader, Jake, her boyfriend and resident skeptic, Liv, our amateur photographer, and me, the reluctant voice of reason that no one ever listened to. We'd been planning this excursion for weeks, ever since Mia stumbled across an article about the asylum's dark history. Opened in the 1800s and shut down in the 1970s amid allegations of patient abuse and unethical experiments, Oakwood had become the stuff of local legend. Ghost hunters and thrill seekers had tried to explore it over the years, but most were scared off by the building's deteriorating state or chased away by the police. But tonight was different. The full moon provided just enough light to navigate by, and Mia's cousin on the police force had tipped her off that patrols would be light. It was now or never. As we approached the main entrance, the weight of the building's history seemed to press down on us. Graffiti covered the lower walls, a crude attempt to mask the institution's grim past with color. Liv snapped a few photos, the flash momentarily illuminating the decrepit porch. "Okay, everyone remember the plan?" Mia whispered, her excitement palpable. "We stick together. We don't touch anything we don't have to. And if anyone wants to leave, we all leave. Got it?" We nodded in agreement, though I noticed Jake rolling his eyes. He'd made it clear he thought this whole ghost hunting thing was ridiculous, but he wasn't about to let Mia go in without him. The front door was chained shut, but Jake made quick work of it with the bolt cutters he'd brought. The chain fell away with a clank that seemed to echo forever in the quiet night. Mia pushed the door open, and we were hit with a wave of stale, musty air. Stepping inside was like crossing a threshold into another world. Our flashlights revealed a reception area frozen in time. Dust-covered chairs lined the walls, and an ancient reception desk stood sentinel, its surface littered with moldering papers and long-dead plants. "This is incredible," Liv breathed, her camera clicking rapidly. "It's like they just walked out one day and never came back." We moved deeper into the building, our footsteps echoing off the peeling walls. The beam of my flashlight caught something etched into the paint, a name, "Help Me," scratched with desperate intensity. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the chill that ran down my spine. The further we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew thicker, heavier with dust and decay. We passed by old treatment rooms, their equipment rusted and ominous in the dim light. An overturned gurney in one hallway made us all jump, its wheels squeaking slightly as our movement disturbed decades of stillness. "Hey, check this out," Jake called, his voice unnaturally loud in the quiet. He was standing in front of a heavy metal door, its surface marred by deep scratches. "Looks like someone really wanted out of here." As we gathered around, I noticed something odd. Unlike everything else we'd seen, this door seemed cleaner somehow, less dusty. Before I could point this out, Mia was already pushing it open. The room beyond was pitch black, swallowing our flashlight beams. As we stepped inside, I felt a change in the air. It was cooler here, with a faint breeze that shouldn't have been possible in a sealed building. "Guys, I don't like this," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe we should..." I never finished that sentence. The door slammed shut behind us with a resounding bang, plunging us into total darkness. Liv screamed, and I heard the clatter of her camera hitting the floor. "What the hell?" Jake's voice was tight with barely controlled panic. "Mia, where are you? Everyone okay?" I fumbled with my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep hold of it. When I finally got it working, the beam revealed a room that hadn't been there a moment ago. Gone was the decrepit asylum interior. Instead, we found ourselves in what looked like a modern laboratory, all gleaming stainless steel and softly humming machinery. This isn't possible," Mia whispered, her earlier bravado completely gone. "Where are we?" Before anyone could answer, a door at the far end of the room hissed open. A figure stepped through, backlit so we couldn't make out any features. But its silhouette was all wrong. Too tall, limbs too long and jointed in impossible ways. "Welcome," it said, its voice a harsh, metallic rasp that set my teeth on edge. "We've been waiting for you." Panic set in. We turned to flee, only to find the door we'd entered through was gone, replaced by a smooth, featureless wall. We were trapped. What followed was a nightmare of flashing lights, screeching alarms, and the constant, terrifying presence of our inhuman hosts. They herded us through endless corridors, separated us, subjected us to tests and procedures I still can't bring myself to describe. I lost all sense of time. It could have been hours or days before I found myself back in that first room, reunited with my friends. We were different now, changed in ways both subtle and profound. Liv's eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. Jake's skin had a metallic sheen to it. Mia wasn't Mia anymore. Not really. The figure from before stood watching us, its featureless face somehow conveying amusement. "The experiment was a success," it said. "You may go." Just like that, we were outside again, standing in front of the abandoned asylum as if nothing had happened. But we knew better. The building's windows now gleamed with an otherworldly light, and we could hear the faint hum of machinery from within. We stumbled away, each lost in our own thoughts, trying to process what had happened to us. As we reached the gate, I turned back for one last look. The asylum seemed to shimmer, its form shifting subtly before my eyes. For a moment, I saw it as it truly was. Not an abandoned relic, but a facade hiding something far more advanced and alien than we could have imagined. We never spoke about that night again. Not really. How could we? Who would believe us? But sometimes, when I catch a glimpse of the strange glow in Liv's eyes or notice the way Jake's skin reflects light just a little too perfectly, I'm reminded that our adventure was all too real. And late at night, when the moon is full and the world is quiet, I swear I can hear it, that metallic voice calling me back to Oakwood Asylum, back to the place where everything changed and where I fear a part of me will always remain. I don't know if we uncovered some long-buried secret that night, or if we stumbled into something that was never meant for human eyes. All I know is that the next time someone suggests exploring an abandoned building, I'll be running in the opposite direction. Because sometimes, the unknown is better left undiscovered, and some doors are meant to stay closed forever. But even as I tell myself this, I can't shake the feeling that our experience at Oakwood was just the beginning. That somewhere out there, in other abandoned places and forgotten corners of the world, similar experiments are taking place. And I wonder, with a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity, what will happen when whatever is behind it all decides it's time to stop hiding. For now, though, I'll keep my head down and try to live a normal life. But a part of me will always be on guard, watching for signs that the world isn't what it seems. Because once you've seen behind the curtain, there's no going back. And in the end, the scariest thing isn't what we found in that asylum. It's the knowledge that it's still out there, waiting for its next unsuspecting victims. The GPS chimed cheerfully, announcing that I had arrived at my destination. I stared out the windshield, my hands still gripping the steering wheel, at a town that definitely wasn't Millbrook. The faded welcome sign read, Willow Creek, population 719. But something about those numbers seemed off, like they hadn't been updated in decades. I'd been driving for hours, heading to my cousin's wedding in Millbrook. It was supposed to be a straight shot down the highway, but somewhere along the way, my usually reliable GPS had led me astray. Now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in ominous shades of red and purple, I found myself in a place that looked like it had been forgotten by time. Willow Creek's main street stretched before me, lined with buildings that seemed more suited to the 1950s than the present day. Neon signs flickered weakly in shop windows, and the few people visible on the sidewalks moved with an odd, shuffling gait that set my nerves on edge. I pulled over, fishing my phone out of my pocket to try and figure out where I'd gone wrong. No signal, of course. I sighed, resigning myself to the fact that I'd have to ask for directions the old-fashioned way. The diner across the street seemed as good a place as any to start. Its chrome exterior gleamed dully in the fading light, and a buzzing sign proclaimed it, Dot's Diner, best pie in the county. I stepped out of my car, the humid air immediately clinging to my skin. As I approached the diner, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The few people on the street had stopped to stare at me, their eyes unnaturally wide and unblinking. I quickened my pace, pushing open the diner door with more force than necessary. The bell above the door jangled discordantly, drawing the attention of everyone inside. And I do mean everyone. Every head turned in perfect unison to look at me, expressions blank and eyes glazed. For a moment, the only sound was the soft crackle of a radio playing what sounded like a big band tune from the 1940s. I cleared my throat. Hi, I'm a bit lost. Could someone point me in the direction of Millbrook? Silence. Then, slowly, conversation resumed as if I hadn't spoken. The patrons turned back to their meals, forks moving mechanically from plate to mouth. A waitress appeared at my elbow, making me jump. Her name tag read Dot, and her smile was just a little too wide to be natural. Well, honey, you're a long way from Millbrook, she said, her voice syrupy sweet. Why don't you sit down and have a slice of pie while we figure out how to get you back on track? Every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave, to get back in my car and drive as fast and as far as I could. But something in Dot's eyes held me in place. It wasn't kindness, exactly. More like hunger. Before I knew it, I was seated in a booth, a slice of cherry pie in front of me that I definitely hadn't ordered. Dot hovered nearby, that too wide smile still plastered on her face. Eat up, honey, she urged. It'll help you think clearer. I picked up the fork, if only to appease her. The pie filling glistened in a way that reminded me uncomfortably of fresh blood. I took a small bite, and immediately my senses were overwhelmed. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted, sweet and tart and rich in a way that seemed impossible. I found myself taking another bite, and another, unable to stop. As I ate, the diner around me seemed to shift and blur. The patrons' movements became more fluid, more natural. The music on the radio clarified, resolving into a tune I almost recognized. Even Dot's smile seemed less forced, more genuine. There, isn't that better? She asked, sliding into the seat across from me. Now tell me, what brings you to our little town? I blinked, trying to remember. Why was I here? Something about a wedding. But that seemed so unimportant now. I'm not sure, I admitted. Dot patted my hand, her touch sending an electric jolt up my arm. That's all right, honey. Lots of folks find their way here when they're a bit lost. Willow Creek has a way of calling to those who need it. I nodded, finding comfort in her words. The pie was gone, but I didn't remember finishing it. Outside, night had fallen completely, the street now illuminated by the warm glow of old-fashioned street lamps. "Why don't I show you to the hotel?" Dot suggested. "You look like you could use some rest." I followed her out of the diner, my legs moving of their own accord. The street was busier now, filled with people strolling and chatting. They all smiled and nodded at me as if I was an old friend they'd been expecting. The hotel was a grand old building, its Victorian architecture a stark contrast to the more modest structures surrounding it. As we climbed the steps, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Dot steadied me with a hand on my elbow, her touch both comforting and unsettling. "Don't worry," she said, her voice sounding distant and echoing. "Everyone feels a bit off at first. You'll adjust soon enough." The lobby was a blur of dark wood and red velvet. I have a vague memory of signing something, of being handed a heavy brass key. Then I was in a room, ornate wallpaper swirling in patterns that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I collapsed onto the bed, my head spinning. As consciousness slipped away, I heard Dot's voice one last time, though I couldn't see her in the room. "Welcome to Willow Creek, honey. You're home now." I woke with a start, sunlight streaming through lace curtains I didn't remember. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then it all came flooding back. The wrong turn, the strange town, Dot's diner, the pie. I sat up, my head pounding. The room around me was like something out of a period drama, all antique furniture and faded elegance. But there was something off about it, like a movie set that wasn't quite convincing up close. I stumbled to the window, pulling back the curtains. The street below was bustling with activity, but it was all wrong. Cars from the 1950s cruised by, fins gleaming in the morning sun. Women in poodle skirts and men in fedoras strolled down the sidewalk. It was like the whole town was stuck in a time warp. My phone. I needed to call for help. But when I reached for it, my pockets were empty. In fact, I realized with growing horror, I was wearing entirely different clothes. A button-up shirt and high-waisted trousers that looked like they came straight out of a vintage store. There was a knock at the door. "Room service," Dot's cheery voice called out. I opened the door cautiously. Dot stood there, balancing a tray with a steaming cup of coffee and another slice of that damn pie. "Good morning, sunshine," she chirped. "Thought you might need a pick-me-up after your long journey." "What's going on here?" I demanded, my voice hoarse. "What is this place? What did you do to me?" Dot's smile never wavered. Now, there's no need for all that. Willow Creek is just a special place for special people. People who need a fresh start, who want to forget their troubles. And you, my dear, looked like you needed that more than most. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog that still clung to my thoughts. But I didn't want this. I was just passing through. I need to get back. I have a wedding to... "A wedding?" Dot interrupted, her eyes gleaming. "Oh, honey, is that what's got you so worked up? Well, why didn't you say so? We love weddings here in Willow Creek. In fact, I think old Mr. Johnson's daughter is getting married this weekend. I'm sure they'd be happy to have you join the celebration." The way she said it made it clear this wasn't a suggestion. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized the true nature of my situation. This wasn't just a strange town. It was a trap, and I had walked right into it. I think I'd like to leave now," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Dot's smile turned sad. "Oh, honey, don't you know? Nobody ever really leaves Willow Creek. But don't worry, you'll come to love it here. We all do, in the end." As if on cue, a group of townspeople appeared in the hallway behind her. Their smiles were identical to Dot's, their eyes holding the same hungry look I'd noticed the night before. "Why don't you come downstairs and meet everyone properly?" Dot suggested, reaching out to take my hand. After all, we're your family now. I wanted to resist, to run, to scream. But as Dot's fingers closed around mine, I felt that same electric jolt from the night before. And suddenly, the idea didn't seem so bad. After all, wasn't this what I'd always wanted? A place to belong, a simpler life, free from the stresses of the modern world. As Dot led me down the stairs, the other townspeople falling in behind us like a macabre parade, I felt the last of my resistance fading away. Willow Creek may not have been my intended destination, but maybe, just maybe, it was where I was meant to be all along. The sun shone brightly outside, the street alive with the bustle of a perfect 1950s day, and as I stepped out into it, hand in hand with my new family, I couldn't quite remember why I had ever wanted to leave. The first gunshot shattered the stillness of the forest, sending birds scattering into the sky. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. This was supposed to be a peaceful hike, a chance to clear my head and enjoy nature. But in an instant, it had turned into something far more dangerous. I'd set out early that morning, driving to a remote trailhead I discovered online. It promised stunning views and challenging terrain, perfect for a day-long solo hike. The first few hours had been everything I'd hoped for. Crisp autumn air, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and a sense of solitude that was hard to find in the city. But now, as I stood rooted to the spot, straining my ears for any further sounds, I realized how isolated I truly was. Miles from civilization, no cell phone signal, and apparently sharing the woods with someone armed and potentially dangerous. For a moment, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a hunter, I thought. But it wasn't hunting season, and something in my gut told me this was different. The shot had sounded too close, too deliberate. Another crack echoed through the trees, closer this time. It was followed by shouting, the words indistinct but the tone unmistakably angry. My instincts kicked in, and I dove behind a large oak tree, trying to make myself as small as possible. From my hiding spot, I peered around the forest. The dense undergrowth that had seemed so beautiful earlier now felt oppressive, potentially hiding threats from every angle. I tried to control my breathing, knowing that any sound could give away my position. That's when I saw them. Two men, dressed in camouflage, crashed through the brush about 50 yards away. They were carrying rifles and moving with purpose, their eyes scanning the forest floor. Poachers, I realized with a jolt. And from their agitated movements, it was clear they were pursuing something, or someone. I pressed myself harder against the tree, willing myself to become invisible. The men were getting closer, their voices now clear enough for me to make out words. He couldn't have gotten far, one of them growled. Not with that wound. We can't let him get away, the other replied, his voice tight with tension. If he talks, we're done for. My mind raced. They weren't hunting animals, they were hunting a person. Someone who had seen something they shouldn't have. Someone who was now injured and running for their life. And I was caught in the middle of it. I knew I should stay hidden, wait for them to pass, and then make my way back to my car as quickly and quietly as possible. But a nagging voice in the back of my mind wouldn't let me. Someone out there needed help, and I might be their only chance. Taking a deep breath, I made a decision that would change everything. As soon as the poachers passed my hiding spot, I began to move in the opposite direction, searching for any sign of their wounded quarry. The forest was eerily quiet now, as if holding its breath. I moved as silently as I could, my eyes darting from tree to tree, looking for anything out of place. A broken branch, a scuff mark in the dirt, anything that might indicate someone had passed through in a hurry. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I spotted it. A smear of red on a tree trunk, about chest height. Blood. My stomach churned, but I pressed on, following the sporadic trail deeper into the woods. The sound of running water grew louder, and I soon found myself at the edge of a small stream. That's where I saw him. A man, probably in his 40s, slumped against a boulder. His shirt was soaked with blood, his face pale and drawn with pain. His eyes widened in fear as he saw me approach, his hand reaching for something at his side. I raised my hands, showing I was unarmed. "I'm here to help," I whispered urgently. "Those men, they're after you, right?" He nodded weakly, his hand relaxing. "Game warden," he managed to say between labored breaths. "Caught them. Illegal hunting operation. Big operation. Dangerous people." I knelt beside him, assessing his wound. The bullet had caught him in the shoulder, and while it was bleeding heavily, it didn't look immediately life-threatening, but he'd lost a lot of blood, and in this wilderness, even a minor injury could be fatal. "We need to move," I said, already shrugging off my backpack. "Can you walk?" He nodded again, gritting his teeth as I helped him to his feet. I quickly wrapped his wound as best I could with supplies from my first aid kit, then let him lean on me as we started to move. Our progress was agonizingly slow. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sounded like a gunshot in the quiet forest. I had no real plan beyond putting distance between us and the poachers, hoping to find higher ground where we might get a cell signal. We had been moving for maybe 20 minutes when we heard it. Voices, carried on the wind. The poachers had picked up our trail. "There," the warden whispered, pointing to a steep hill. "Cave system. We can lose them in there." It was risky. If we got lost in the caves, we'd be in even more trouble. But with the poachers closing in, we didn't have much choice. We started the climb, each step a struggle for the injured man. Just as we reached the cave entrance, a shout rang out behind us. They had spotted us. Without hesitation, we plunged into the darkness of the cave. The next few hours were a blur of dark passages, stumbling steps, and heart-stopping moments of silence as we listened for our pursuers. The warden, whose name I learned was Mike, guided us as best he could, but it was clear he was weakening. Finally, we emerged from a narrow tunnel into a larger cavern. Faint light filtered in from somewhere above, revealing a space about the size of a small room. Mike collapsed against the wall, his breathing ragged. "We can't go any further," I said, knowing it was true even as I hated to admit it. "We'll have to make a stand here." Mike nodded grimly. "There's a backup gun in my boot," he said. "You know how to shoot?" I shook my head. The only shooting I'd ever done was at a carnival booth once. Mike sighed, then walked me through the basics. The weight of the pistol felt strange and terrifying in my hand. We didn't have to wait long. The sound of footsteps echoed through the tunnel, growing louder. I positioned myself behind a large rock, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give away our location. The first poacher entered the cavern cautiously, his rifle sweeping the space. I held my breath, finger on the trigger, praying I wouldn't have to use it. Suddenly, a shower of loose rocks clattered down from above, startling the man. In that moment of distraction, Mike lunged from his hiding spot, tackling the poacher to the ground. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. For a terrifying moment, I didn't know who had been hit. Then the second poacher burst into the cavern, his rifle aimed at Mike. Time seemed to slow down. I saw the poacher's finger tightening on the trigger. Without thinking, I stepped out from behind the rock and fired. The gun kicked in my hand, the shot going wide, but it was enough. The poacher turned towards me, giving Mike the opening he needed to knock him down. In the chaos that followed, I somehow managed to find some rope in my backpack. We tied up the poachers, who had both been subdued more by surprise than by our fighting skills. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had just happened hit me. I sank to the ground, my whole body shaking. Mike sat heavily beside me, his face pale but his eyes clear. "You did good, kid," he said softly. Not many people would have stopped to help a stranger in the woods. I managed a weak smile. Guess I watched too many superhero movies as a kid. A faint sound caught our attention, the whir of helicopter blades. Mike's face broke into a relieved grin. "Back up," he said. "I missed my check-in. They must have come looking." As the sound grew louder, sunlight suddenly flooded the cavern. A hole in the ceiling, previously unnoticed, was large enough for us to be spotted from the air. Within minutes, rescue crews were rappelling down, and our ordeal was finally over. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to police and park rangers, the full scope of what we had stumbled into became clear. The poachers were part of a large, illegal hunting operation that had been targeting endangered species in the area for years. Our actions had led to the bust of a major wildlife crime ring. Mike recovered from his injuries and made sure I was recognized for my role in the incident. But the greatest reward was the knowledge that I had made a difference, that when faced with a critical moment, I had chosen to help rather than turn away. Now, whenever I go hiking, I carry a more comprehensive first aid kit, a satellite phone, and a newfound appreciation for the unexpected turns life can take. The forest is still my sanctuary, but I move through it with opened eyes, always aware that adventure, and the opportunity to make a difference, might be waiting just around the next bend in the trail. The last call for drinks echoed through the empty bar, my voice sounding hollow in the cavernous space. I'd been working at the Rusty Nail for 3 years, but I'd never seen it this dead on a Friday night. As I wiped down the counter for the 100th time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the storm brewing outside, or maybe it was just my imagination working overtime in the eerie quiet. Either way, I was counting the minutes until I could lock up and head home. I'm Sarah, by the way, bartender extraordinaire in it tonight, apparently the only soul brave enough to face the howling wind and sheeting rain. Even my boss had called it quits early, leaving me with strict instructions to close up shop at midnight sharp. No exceptions. The ancient clock above the bar ticked closer to the hour, each movement of its hands feeling like an eternity. I'd already cleaned every glass, restocked every bottle, and swept the floor twice. There was nothing left to do but wait. A flash of lightning illuminated the world outside, followed almost immediately by a crack of thunder that shook the windows. I jumped, nearly dropping the glass I was polishing. "Get a grip, Sarah," I chided myself. "It's just a storm." That's when I heard it. A soft scraping sound, barely audible over the rain pounding against the roof. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again, coming from the back of the bar, near the storage room. "Hello?" I called out, hating how my voice quavered. "We're closed." Silence. Then, unmistakably, the sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving towards me. My heart raced as I scanned the bar for anything I could use as a weapon. I settled on a heavy bottle of bourbon, gripping it tightly as I edged towards the end of the bar. "I'm armed," I lied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "And I've already called the police." The footsteps stopped. For a moment, all I could hear was the storm and the pounding of my own heart. Then, a voice, low and raspy. "No, you haven't." A figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the bar. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, his face hidden beneath the hood of a dark jacket. He moved with an unsettling grace, each step precise and measured. "We're closed," I repeated, my knuckles white around the neck of the bourbon bottle. "You need to leave." He chuckled, the sound sending a chill down my spine. "Oh, I don't think so. In fact, I think you're going to pour me a drink." As he stepped into the dim light cast by the bar's old neon signs, I caught a glimpse of his face. His eyes were dark, intense, fixed on me with an unsettling focus. But it was his smile that really got to me. Too wide, too many teeth like a predator eyeing its prey. "I listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't want any trouble. Take whatever's in the till and go. I won't call the cops, I swear." He laughed again, sliding onto a bar stool with fluid ease. I'm not here for money, Sarah. I'm here for something far more valuable. The fact that he knew my name sent a fresh wave of fear through me. I glanced at the door, gauging my chances of making a run for it. As if reading my thoughts, the man's smile widened. "I wouldn't if I were you," he said softly. "Now, how about that drink?" My bartender instincts kicked in, overriding my fear for a moment. "What's your poison?" "Surprise me," he replied, his eyes never leaving my face. With shaking hands, I set down the bourbon and reached for a glass. My mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this situation. The phone was in my pocket, but there was no way I could call for help without him noticing. Maybe if I could distract him somehow. I settled on a classic old-fashioned, my hands moving almost on autopilot as I mixed the drink. The familiar routine helped calm my nerves, if only slightly. As I worked, I tried to engage him in conversation, hoping to learn something, anything that might help me. "So," I said, keeping my tone as casual as possible, "come here often?" He smirked, clearly amused by my attempt at small talk. "First time, actually. But I've been watching this place for a while. Watching you." A chill ran down my spine. "Me? Why?" "You're special, Sarah," he said, leaning forward. "You have something I need." I slid the finished drink across the bar, careful to keep my distance. "Look, I'm just a bartender. I don't have anything valuable." "Oh, but you do," he insisted. "You just don't know it yet." As he reached for the glass, his sleeve rode up slightly, revealing a strange symbol tattooed on his wrist. It looked like a series of interconnected circles, with what appeared to be an eye in the center. Something about it felt wrong, unnatural. He caught me staring and smiled that too-wide smile again. "Curious, aren't you? Good. Curiosity is the first step." "First step to what?" I asked, unable to stop myself. He took a sip of his drink, nodding appreciatively. "To awakening, to seeing the world as it truly is." Great, I thought. Not just a creepy stalker, but a creepy stalker with delusions of grandeur. I needed to end this. Fast. "Listen," I said, trying to sound firm. "I don't know what you think I have, but you're mistaken. Now, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. We closed 10 minutes ago." His expression darkened, all pretense of friendliness vanishing. "I'm not going anywhere, Sarah, and neither are you. Not until you give me what I came for." "And what exactly is that?" I demanded, fear giving way to anger. In response, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a small, ornate box. It was made of some dark wood I didn't recognize, carved with symbols similar to the one on his wrist. As he set it on the bar, I could have sworn I heard a faint whisper coming from inside. "In this box," he said, his voice low and intense, "is a key. A key that can only be used by someone with a very special gift. A gift that you possess, whether you know it or not." I stared at the box, a sense of dread washing over me. Part of me wanted to grab it and run, while another part wanted to smash it to pieces. Instead, I forced myself to meet his gaze. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "I don't have any gift. I'm just a normal person trying to do my job." He shook his head, a look of pity crossing his face. "Oh, Sarah, there's nothing normal about you. Why do you think you've always felt different? Why do you think you can sometimes sense things before they happen? Why do you think the spirits in this old bar whisper to you when no one else is around?" I took a step back, my mind reeling. How could he know about the whispers? I'd never told anyone about those, convinced I was just imagining things. But here was this stranger, laying bare secrets I'd kept hidden even from myself. What are you?" I whispered. His smile returned, but this time it held a hint of sadness. "I am a keeper, one of those charged with maintaining the balance between this world and the ones beyond. And you, Sarah, are a gatekeeper, one with the power to open doors that should remain closed, or to seal them shut forever. As he spoke, the air in the bar seemed to thicken. The shadows in the corners grew deeper, more menacing, and the whispers I'd always dismissed as my imagination grew louder, more insistent. "This isn't real," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie. Deep down, in a part of myself I'd always tried to ignore, I knew he was telling the truth. "It's very real," he said softly, "and it's time for you to accept your role. Open the box, Sarah. Claim the key. Embrace your destiny." I looked at the box, then back at him. In that moment, I realized I was standing on a precipice. One choice would lead me back to my normal life, tending bar and pretending I didn't hear whispers in the night. The other would plunge me into a world I didn't understand, full of dangers I couldn't imagine. But as the whispers grew to a crescendo, as the shadows seemed to press in around us, I knew there was really only one choice. With a trembling hand, I reached for the box. As my fingers touched the carved wood, a jolt of energy shot through me. The box sprang open, revealing a key that seemed to be made of pure light. As I lifted it, the world around me shifted, reality peeling away to reveal glimpses of other places, other times. The stranger, the keeper, nodded approvingly. "And so it begins," he said, his voice seeming to come from very far away. I clutched the key to my chest, feeling its power coursing through me. Whatever came next, whatever challenges this new reality held, I knew my life would never be the same. The rusty nail faded away, and with it, my old life as just another bartender in just another small-town bar. A new journey was beginning, and somehow, I knew it was one I'd been preparing for my entire life. The crunch of twigs under heavy boots jolted us from our peaceful morning. Emma and I froze, our coffee mugs suspended midway to our lips, as we locked eyes across the cabin's small porch. We'd come here to escape the world, but it seemed the world had found us anyway, and it was armed. It was supposed to be the perfect getaway, a quaint cabin nestled in the woods, miles from the nearest town, with no cell service, and only the sounds of nature to keep us company. Emma had found it online, a last-minute booking for a long weekend. "Just what we need," she'd said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. No distractions, no interruptions, just us. I'd agreed, eager to leave behind the stress of work and the constant buzz of city life. And for the first day and a half, it had been perfect. We'd hiked, swam in the crystal-clear lake, and spent long hours simply sitting on the porch, talking and laughing like we hadn't done in years. But now, as the sound of voices drifted through the trees, that bubble of tranquility shattered. "Did you hear that?" Emma whispered, setting her mug down with a trembling hand. I nodded, my mind racing. It could be other hikers, I told myself. Or maybe the property owner coming to check on something. But the tension in the air, the way the forest had suddenly gone quiet, told me this was something else entirely. "Get inside," I said, keeping my voice low. "Lock the door. I'll see what's going on." Emma opened her mouth to protest, but another sound cut her off, the unmistakable metallic click of a gun being cocked. We moved quickly, slipping inside the cabin and shutting the door as quietly as possible. Through the window, I could see movement at the edge of the clearing. 2 men, dressed in camouflage, their faces obscured by thick beards and low-brimmed hats. "What do we do?" Emma asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, at a loss. We were trapped. The cabin had no basement, no secret passages, just 4 walls and a roof, suddenly feeling very flimsy against the threat outside. The men were closer now, their voices clear enough for us to make out words. "I'm telling you, I saw something," one of them said, his tone urgent. "Could have sworn it was a person." "Better not be," the other replied, his voice gruff. "We can't have any witnesses." My blood ran cold. Witnesses to what? What had we stumbled into? Emma tugged at my sleeve, pointing to the back of the cabin. There was a small window there, barely big enough for a person to squeeze through. It was our only chance. We moved silently, gathering what we could. Our phones, though useless without signal, a flashlight, a bottle of water. As Emma worked on opening the window, I scanned the cabin for anything we could use as a weapon. My eyes landed on a heavy cast iron skillet hanging by the stove. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The window creaked as Emma pushed it open, the sound impossibly loud in the tense silence. We both froze, listening. The voices outside had stopped. "Go," I whispered, giving Emma a boost. She slithered through the opening, landing with a soft thud on the other side. I passed her our makeshift supplies, then began to squeeze through myself. I was halfway out when I heard the cabin door slam open. "Hey!" a voice shouted. "We've got runners!" Adrenaline surged through me. I tumbled out of the window, scraping my back on the rough wood. Emma was there, pulling me to my feet, and then we were running. We plunged into the forest, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. Behind us, I could hear the men crashing through the underbrush, their shouts growing fainter as we put distance between us. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Finally, gasping for breath, we ducked behind a large fallen tree. I think we lost them," Emma panted, her face flushed and streaked with dirt. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. My mind was whirling, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who were those men? What were they doing out here? And most importantly, how were we going to get out of this alive? As our breathing slowed, the sounds of the forest began to return. Birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze. It was almost possible to believe that the last half hour had been some sort of surreal dream, but the ache in my muscles and the fear still churning in my gut told me it was all too real. "We need to keep moving," I said finally, my voice hoarse. "Find a road, or a town, somewhere we can get help." Emma nodded, her eyes wide and frightened. "But which way? I don't even know where we are." I pulled out my phone, more out of habit than hope. Still no signal, but the compass app was working, at least. "The road we came in on was to the east," I said. "If we head that way, we should hit it eventually." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. We set off, moving as quickly and quietly as we could through the dense forest. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made us freeze, our hearts pounding. But each time it turned out to be nothing more than a squirrel or a bird. We had been walking for what felt like hours when we heard it, the distant rumble of an engine. Hope surged through me. A car meant a road, and a road meant potential rescue. But as we crept closer to the sound, that hope turned to ash in my mouth. Through the trees, I could see a clearing, and in that clearing was a sight that made my blood run cold. A group of men, at least a dozen, were gathered around several large trucks. They were unloading crates, their contents hidden but easy enough to guess given the circumstances. This was no small-time operation. This was organized, professional, and extremely dangerous. I felt Emma tense beside me. "We need to go," she whispered. "Now." But before we could move, a shout rang out. "Over there! I saw something." We ran. There was no attempt at stealth now, no careful movement through the forest. We crashed through the underbrush, branches tearing at our clothes, roots threatening to send us sprawling with every step. Behind us, I could hear the sounds of pursuit. Men shouting, branches breaking, the occasional crack of a gunshot that sent splinters of wood flying from nearby trees. My lungs were on fire, my legs screaming in protest, but terror kept me moving. The thought of what would happen if we were caught driving me forward. We burst out of the tree line onto a dirt road. To our left, it disappeared around a bend. To our right, about 100 yards away, was a bridge spanning a deep ravine. "The bridge," Emma gasped. We can hide underneath." It was risky. If they thought of looking there, we'd be trapped. But the alternative was to keep running, and I didn't know how much longer we could manage that. We sprinted for the bridge, the sound of our pursuers growing louder with each passing second. As we reached it, I helped Emma down the steep embankment, then followed, sliding and scrambling to the space beneath the bridge's deck. We pressed ourselves against the concrete support, trying to quiet our ragged breathing. Above us, we could hear the thud of boots on the bridge, voices calling out to each other. They can't have gotten far. Spread out. Check the woods on the other side. What if they went down to the river? My heart nearly stopped at that last one. But then another voice, authoritative and impatient, cut through the chatter. We don't have time for this. The buyer will be here any minute. If they ran, they ran. We'll deal with it later. Everyone back to base, now. There were grumbles of protest, but soon the voices faded, replaced by the sound of engines starting up and driving away. We stayed hidden for what felt like hours, neither of us daring to speak. Finally, when the forest had been quiet for a long time, I risked a whisper. I think they're gone. Emma nodded, her face pale and streaked with tears. I hadn't noticed her crying. What do we do now? I took a deep breath, trying to think clearly despite the fear and exhaustion clouding my mind. We follow the road, I said finally, but we stay in the woods, out of sight. Sooner or later, it has to lead to a town or a highway. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. As we climbed back up to the road, the reality of our situation hit me anew. We were lost in the wilderness, being hunted by dangerous criminals, with no way to call for help. Our survival would depend on our wits, our stamina, and no small amount of luck. But as I looked at Emma, saw the determination in her eyes despite her fear, I felt a glimmer of hope. We were in this together, and together, somehow, we would find a way out. We set off down the road, staying just inside the tree line. Every step took us further from the nightmare we'd stumbled into, and closer, I hoped, to safety. But I knew the real journey was just beginning. Even if we made it out of these woods, we'd have a story to tell. A dangerous story that some very dangerous people would want to keep quiet. Our relaxing weekend getaway had turned into a fight for survival, and it was a fight I was determined to win. The phone rang at exactly 3:17 a.m., its shrill tone cutting through the silence of my bedroom like a knife. I jolted awake, my heart racing as I fumbled for the device on my nightstand. The screen showed an unknown number, and for a moment, I considered letting it go to voicemail. But something, instinct perhaps, or just morbid curiosity, made me answer. "Hello?" I mumbled, my voice thick with sleep. "I see you, Amanda," a low, gravelly voice responded. "You really should invest in better curtains." I bolted upright, fully awake now, my eyes darting to the window. The curtains were drawn, but suddenly they felt as transparent as gauze. I could almost feel unseen eyes boring into me from the darkness outside. "Who is this?" I demanded, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. The voice chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Just a friend, Amanda. A friend who's been watching you for a very long time." I ended the call, my hands shaking as I set the phone down. It had to be a prank, right? Some sick joke played by a bored teenager or a disgruntled ex. But as I sat there in the dark, the silence now oppressive rather than peaceful, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something more sinister. Sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. I tossed and turned, jumping at every creak of the house settling, every rustle of leaves outside my window. When my alarm finally went off at 7 a.m., I was exhausted but relieved to see the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains. The events of the night felt distant in the morning light, like a half-remembered nightmare. I went through my usual routine, shower, coffee, breakfast, trying to convince myself that it was nothing to worry about. By the time I left for work, I had almost succeeded in pushing the unsettling call out of my mind. Almost. The day passed in a blur of meetings and deadlines, the mundane rhythm of office life a welcome distraction. It wasn't until I was packing up to leave that the memory of the call came rushing back. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Red is a good color on you, Amanda, but I prefer the blue blouse you wore last Tuesday." My blood ran cold. I looked down at the red sweater I was wearing, then glanced around the office wildly. Most of my co-workers had already left for the day. Those still at their desks were engrossed in their work, paying me no attention, but someone, somewhere, was watching me. I practically ran to my car, my keys clutched tightly in my hand like a weapon. The drive home was a nerve-wracking affair. Every red light an eternity where I scanned the surrounding cars, looking for anyone who might be following me. Once home, I double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains tight, and collapsed onto my couch. My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Who could be doing this? An ex-boyfriend, a disgruntled co-worker, but none of the possibilities quite fit. My phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. "You should really eat something, Amanda. You barely touched your lunch today." I threw the phone across the room, where it landed with a dull thud on the carpet. How did they know? How could they possibly know what I had or hadn't eaten? The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia. The calls and texts kept coming, always from different numbers, always revealing some intimate detail of my day. They knew when I woke up, what I wore, who I talked to. They even knew about the guilty pleasure romance novel I'd been reading in private. I changed my phone number, but it didn't help. I went to the police, but without any explicit threats. They said there was little they could do. I was trapped in a waking nightmare, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every unexpected sound. A week after the first call, I was a wreck. I'd barely slept, barely eaten. I'd called in sick to work, unable to face the thought of being out in public where unseen eyes might be watching. I sat in my living room, curtains drawn, lights off, staring at my silent phone and waiting for the next message. When it came, it was different from the others. "I think it's time we met face to face, Amanda. Come to Riverside Park at midnight. Come alone or there will be consequences." My first instinct was to ignore it, to call the police, to run. But a part of me, the part that was tired of being afraid, tired of not knowing, made me consider it. If I went, maybe I could finally confront my tormentor. Maybe I could end this. Against my better judgment, I found myself walking through the deserted park just before midnight. The moon was full, casting long shadows across the path. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me flinch. As I approached the center of the park, I saw a figure standing near the fountain. They were backlit by a street lamp, their features obscured. My heart pounded in my chest as I drew closer. "Hello, Amanda," the figure said, and I recognized the gravelly voice from that first phone call. "I'm so glad you decided to join me." As they stepped into the light, I gasped. It wasn't at all who I expected, not some creepy stalker or vengeful ex. It was Sarah, the quiet IT girl from my office. Sarah, who I'd barely spoken to beyond a few polite greetings. "Why?" I managed to choke out. "Why are you doing this?" Sarah's face twisted into a smile that sent chills down my spine. "Why? Because I could. Because it was so easy. You people, you go about your lives, never realizing how exposed you are, how much of yourselves you broadcast to the world." She pulled out a tablet, tapping at the screen. "Your phone, your computer, your smart home devices, they're all windows into your life, Amanda. Windows that someone with the right skills can easily look through." I felt sick. All this time, she'd been spying on me through my own devices. "But why me?" I asked. "What did I do to you?" Sarah laughed, a hollow sound devoid of humor. You didn't do anything. You were just convenient. The right combination of trusting and technologically naive. A perfect subject for my little experiment." "Experiment," I repeated. my voice barely a whisper. To see how far I could go, Sarah said, her eyes gleaming with a manic light. To see how much I could learn, how deeply I could burrow into someone's life without them knowing. And oh, Amanda, you did not disappoint. The things I've seen, the secrets I've learned. She trailed off, shaking her head with a twisted sort of fondness. But all experiments must come to an end. And I'm afraid, Amanda, that it's time for you to be discontinued. As she spoke, she reached into her jacket. I saw the glint of metal and realized with horror that she was pulling out a gun. Time seemed to slow down. I saw Sarah's finger moving towards the trigger. I saw the barrel of the gun pointing at my chest. And in that moment, survival instinct took over. I lunged forward, catching Sarah off guard. We grappled for the gun, our struggle silent save for our heavy breathing. She was stronger than she looked, but desperation lent me strength. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed through the park. For a moment, I wasn't sure who had been hit. Then, Sarah stumbled backward, a look of shock on her face. She looked down at the growing red stain on her shirt, then back at me, before collapsing to the ground. I stood there, the gun heavy in my hand, my ears ringing from the shot. I don't know how long I remained frozen like that before the sound of distant sirens snapped me back to reality. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and psychological evaluations. Sarah survived, barely, and was arrested. The full extent of her experiment came to light. Not just me, but dozens of victims, their lives laid bare through the technology they trusted. In the months that followed, I changed. I got rid of my smart devices, became paranoid about my digital footprint. The carefree, trusting person I had been was gone, replaced by someone always looking over her shoulder, always wondering who might be watching. But slowly, gradually, I began to heal, to trust again, albeit cautiously, to reclaim my life. Now, as I sit here writing this, I do so as a warning. In this interconnected world we've built, privacy is an illusion. Our lives are an open book to those who know how to read it. So be careful, be vigilant, and always remember, in the digital age, you never know who might be watching. The cardboard box was heavier than it looked, its contents shifting ominously as I lifted it from the dusty shelf. Professor Blackwood's office was a cluttered maze of books, artifacts, and filing cabinets. But this box stood out. It was unmarked, sealed with thick packing tape that had yellowed with age. As I set it on the desk, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to uncover something I wasn't supposed to see. I'm Liv, by the way. Grad student, part-time house sitter, and now, apparently, unwitting detective in a mystery I never asked to be part of. It had started innocently enough. Professor Blackwood, my thesis advisor, had asked me to house sit while he attended a conference in Europe. Just water the plants and collect the mail, he'd said, handing me the keys with a distracted smile. Oh, and if you could organize my office a bit, that would be splendid. What he hadn't mentioned was that his office was more like a small library that had mated with an antique shop and then exploded. I'd been at it for days, sorting through papers, cataloging books, and trying to impose some semblance of order on the chaos. That's when I found the box. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the tape. This wasn't what I'd signed up for. I should just put it back, pretend I never saw it. But curiosity, that dangerous and insistent voice, urged me on. Before I could talk myself out of it, I grabbed a letter opener from the desk and sliced through the tape. The musty smell of old paper hit me as I opened the flaps. Inside, I found a collection of notebooks, their covers worn and pages yellowed. Scattered among them were photographs, news clippings, and what looked like official documents, all decades old. I picked up the topmost notebook, its leather cover soft and supple under my fingers. Opening it, I found myself looking at Professor Blackwood's familiar handwriting. but the date at the top of the page made me pause. 1987. The professor would have been in his early 20s. As I began to read, the world around me faded away. The cramped office, the ticking clock, the faint sounds of traffic outside, all of it disappeared as I was drawn into a story that seemed too fantastical to be true. The notebook detailed Professor Blackwood's first expedition as a young anthropologist. He'd traveled to a remote village in the Amazon, chasing rumors of a lost tribe with extraordinary abilities. But what he found there defied explanation. He wrote of people who could communicate without speaking, who could heal wounds with a touch, who seemed to know things they couldn't possibly know. At first, he'd been skeptical, looking for rational explanations, but as the evidence mounted, he was forced to consider the impossible. I flipped through the pages, my heart racing. Photographs showed people with strange markings on their skin, glowing in the dim jungle light. There were detailed sketches of plants I'd never seen before, with notes on their supposed mystical properties, and there were accounts of rituals that seemed to defy the laws of physics. But as I read on, the tone of the writing changed. Excitement gave way to fear. The last few entries were hurried, the handwriting almost frantic. Professor Blackwood wrote of being followed, of strange accidents that seemed too coincidental. The final page ended mid-sentence, as if he'd been interrupted suddenly. I set the notebook down, my hands shaking. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate fiction, maybe research for a novel. But as I sifted through the other contents of the box, a darker picture emerged. There were official-looking documents, heavily redacted, but I could make out phrases like subjects acquired and anomalous abilities. News clippings reported on the mysterious disappearance of an entire village in the Amazon. And there were photographs, blurry, out of focus, but unmistakably showing figures that looked more like special effects than real people. As I pieced it all together, a chill settled over me. If this was true, if even a fraction of it was real, then Professor Blackwood had stumbled onto something extraordinary and dangerous. The kind of discovery that powerful people might want to keep hidden. But why had he kept all of this? And why leave it where someone like me could find it? The answer came to me with a jolt of realization. He wanted it to be found. This wasn't carelessness. It was insurance. If anything happened to him, the truth would come out. As if on cue, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Put it back. Forget what you saw. For your own safety. My blood ran cold. I looked around wildly, half expecting to see someone watching me through the window. But the street outside was empty, just the usual quiet of a college town on a weekday afternoon. I should have listened. Should have put everything back in the box, sealed it up, and pretended I'd never seen it. But I couldn't. The mystery was too compelling, the implications too enormous. If what Professor Blackwood had discovered was real, it could change everything we thought we knew about human potential. With shaking hands, I began to take photos of everything in the box. The notebooks, the documents, the photographs. I captured it all, uploading the images to a secure cloud storage as fast as I could. Whatever happened next, there would be a record. As I worked, my mind raced. Who had sent that text? How did they know what I'd found? And most importantly, what had happened to Professor Blackwood? Was his conference in Europe just a cover story? I was so engrossed in my task that I almost missed the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, purposeful steps that stopped right outside the office door. My heart leapt into my throat as I heard the jingle of keys. In a panic, I shoved everything back into the box, not caring about the order. I had just managed to close the flaps when the door swung open. 2 men in dark suits stood there, their expressions grim. They weren't university security, that much was clear. One of them stepped forward, his hand reaching into his jacket. "Ms. Thompson," he said, his voice cold and professional. "We need you to come with us." I backed away, my mind whirling. How did they know my name? What did they want? But even as these questions flashed through my mind, I knew the answers. They were here for the box, for the secrets it contained. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm just here to water the plants." The man's expression didn't change. "Please don't make this difficult. We have some questions about your recent, discoveries." I glanced at the window, gauging my chances. We were only on the second floor. If I could just... The man must have sensed my intention. He moved with surprising speed, blocking my path to the window. "That would be unwise, Ms. Thompson. We're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk." But something in his eyes told me that talking was the last thing on their agenda. Whatever Professor Blackwood had uncovered, whatever secrets that box contained, these men were here to make sure it stayed buried. In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't let this end here, couldn't let the truth be silenced. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I grabbed the box and hurled it at the men. In their moment of surprise, I darted past them, out into the hallway. I ran like I'd never run before, down the stairs and out of the building. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the pounding of feet, but I didn't look back. I just ran, my feet carrying me away from the campus and into the busy streets of the town. As I ducked into an alley, trying to catch my breath, I realized my life had just changed irrevocably. I was now part of something bigger than I could have imagined, caught up in a mystery that spanned decades and continents. I didn't have the box anymore, but I had the photos. I had the knowledge, and I had a choice to make. I could try to forget everything I'd seen, go back to my normal life and pretend none of this had happened. Or I could dig deeper, follow the trail that Professor Blackwood had left behind, and uncover the truth, no matter the cost. As I heard sirens in the distance and saw a black car slowly cruising down the street, I knew what my decision would be. This was just the beginning. The real adventure and the real danger was yet to come. With one last look at the university building where my ordinary life had ended, I turned and disappeared into the maze of city streets. Whatever happened next, I was determined to see this through. For Professor Blackwood, for the truth, and for the incredible secret that could change the world. The rhythmic slap of my sneakers against the pavement was the only sound breaking the eerie silence of the park. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across my path. It was just another late-night run, or so I thought. But as I rounded the bend near the old fountain, a chill ran down my spine. Someone was following me. I'm Jack, by the way. 32 software engineer, and until tonight, just another guy trying to stay in shape with his nightly jogs. I'd been running this same route through Oakwood Park for years, even after the city cut the budget for park maintenance and the place started to look a bit rough around the edges. The solitude and the challenge of navigating the poorly lit paths had always been part of the appeal. But tonight was different. I'd felt off from the moment I entered the park, like there were eyes on me. I'd shrugged it off at first, chalking it up to too much caffeine and not enough sleep. Now, as I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me, I realized my instincts had been right all along. I picked up my pace, heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps quickened to match. I chanced a glance over my shoulder and caught a glimpse of a dark figure about 50 yards back. Whoever it was, they were gaining on me. My mind raced, cataloging everything I knew about the park's layout. The main entrance was still a good mile away, but there was a side gate closer. If I could just make it there, I'd be out on a well-lit street with plenty of late-night businesses still open. I veered off the main path, cutting across a grassy field towards the side gate. The damp grass made for treacherous footing, and I nearly lost my balance more than once. Behind me, I could hear my pursuer crashing through the underbrush, no longer bothering with stealth. The side gate came into view, a welcome sight in the darkness, but as I drew closer, my heart sank. The gate was chained shut, a new padlock gleaming in the moonlight. When had they done that? In my moment of hesitation, the footsteps behind me grew louder. I spun around, back pressed against the gate, ready to face whoever was chasing me. The figure emerged from the shadows, and I felt a jolt of recognition. It was a man I'd seen hanging around the park entrance when I'd started my run. Average height, nondescript clothes, but with the intensity in his eyes that had made me uneasy even then. "Whoa, easy there," he said, his voice surprisingly calm. "I'm not going to hurt you, I just want to talk." "Talk?" I panted, still trying to catch my breath. "You chased me through a dark park to talk." He held up his hands in a placating gesture. "I know how this looks, but I had to make sure you were alone. It's not safe to be out here, you know? Not with what's been happening." I frowned, confusion momentarily overriding my fear. "What are you talking about? What's been happening?" The man glanced around nervously before leaning in closer. "The disappearances, 3 people in the last month, all last seen in or near this park. The police are keeping it quiet, but something's going on here. Something bad. I'd heard rumors, of course, whispers of people going missing, but nothing concrete. Nothing in the news." "How do you know about this?" I asked, still wary, but curiosity getting the better of me. "Because I saw it happen," he replied, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The last one. A woman, jogging just like you. 1 minute she was there, the next, gone. Like she'd been swallowed up by the shadows." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. That's not possible," I said. But even as the words left my mouth, I wasn't so sure. The man nodded grimly. "I know how it sounds, but I've been watching this place, trying to figure out what's going on, and I think I'm close. That's why I had to warn you. You're not safe here." Part of me wanted to dismiss him as a crackpot, to push past him and run home as fast as I could. But there was an earnestness in his eyes, a desperation that gave me pause. And if I was honest with myself, hadn't I felt something off about the park lately? A heaviness in the air, a sense of being watched even when I was alone. "Okay," I said slowly. "Let's say I believe you. What do we do about it?" A look of relief washed over his face. "We need to find the source. I've narrowed it down to the old maintenance shed near the center of the park. Strange lights, weird noises. Something's happening there." I hesitated. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of the park, to go home and forget this ever happened. But the thought of more people disappearing, of families left wondering what happened to their loved ones, I couldn't just walk away. "All right," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "Show me." We set off deeper into the park, sticking to the shadows and moving as quietly as possible. The man introduced himself as Mike, a former park ranger who'd been let go when the budget cuts hit. He'd kept an eye on the place even after losing his job, unable to shake his attachment to the park he'd cared for so long. As we neared the center of the park, I began to notice things I'd overlooked before. Strange markings on trees, unlike any graffiti I'd seen, patches of ground where nothing seemed to grow, and an odd humming sound, just at the edge of hearing, that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The maintenance shed loomed before us, a dilapidated structure that looked like it hadn't been used in years, but as we drew closer, I could see a faint light seeping out from under the door. Mike put a finger to his lips, then gestured for me to follow him. We crept up to one of the grimy windows, peering inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. The interior of the shed was transformed. Gone were the rusty tools and cobwebs I'd expected. Instead, the space was filled with strange, pulsing machinery. In the center stood a swirling vortex of light, like a tear in the very fabric of reality. And there were things moving around it. Shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly, shifting and changing in ways that defied explanation. As I watched, one of them reached into the vortex and pulled something out. With a jolt of horror, I realized it was a person, unconscious or worse. I couldn't tell. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hallucination, a trick of the light. But the grim look on Mike's face told me he was seeing the same thing. "We need to stop this," he whispered urgently. "Whatever's happening here, whatever they're doing with those people, we can't let it continue." I nodded, though fear threatened to overwhelm me. "How? We're just two guys against whatever those things are." Mike reached into his jacket and pulled out a small device. "EMP, he explained. "Ought to fry whatever's powering that portal, but we'll only have one shot at this." It was insane. We were two ordinary people up against something straight out of a sci-fi horror movie. But as I thought about the missing jogger, about all the other disappearances that might be connected to this, I knew we had to try. We formulated a hasty plan. Mike would create a distraction, drawing the attention of the creatures. I'd sneak in and plant the EMP as close to the central machinery as possible. Simple in theory, terrifying in practice. Everything happened in a blur. Mike threw open the door, shouting and waving his arms. The creatures turned, their alien forms rippling with what might have been surprise. I darted in, my hand shaking as I armed the EMP. Just as I was about to place it, one of the creatures spotted me. It let out a sound that defied description, a noise that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I saw it lunge towards me, impossibly fast. I slammed the EMP down on the nearest piece of equipment and hit the trigger. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world exploded into chaos. The machines sparked and sputtered, the air filling with the smell of ozone. The vortex began to collapse in on itself, pulling everything nearby towards it. The creatures screeched, their forms twisting and distorting as they were sucked into the closing portal. Mike grabbed my arm, yanking me towards the door. We ran, not daring to look back as the shed was engulfed in a blinding light. The ground shook beneath our feet, and I was sure the whole park was going to be swallowed up. And then, suddenly, it was over. We found ourselves sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath. Behind us, the maintenance shed was a smoking ruin, but blessedly, terrifyingly normal. In the days that followed, we tried to make sense of what had happened. The police investigated the shed, but found nothing beyond evidence of a fire. The missing people began to reappear, confused and disoriented, but otherwise unharmed. They remembered nothing of where they'd been. Mike and I met occasionally, trying to piece together the full story. But the truth is, we may never know exactly what was happening in Oakwood Park. All I know is that my nightly runs have taken on a new significance. Each time I lace up my sneakers, I'm not just exercising, I'm patrolling, keeping an eye out for anything unusual. Because now I know the truth. The world is stranger and more dangerous than we can imagine. And sometimes, the only thing standing between our reality and chaos is a guy out for a jog and an ex-park ranger with a homemade EMP. So if you're ever out for a late-night run and you get that feeling of being watched, trust your instincts. You never know what might be lurking in the shadows. The sharp pop of the tire exploding shattered the quiet night, sending our car skidding across the empty highway. I wrestled with the steering wheel, my knuckles white with effort, as we finally came to a stop on the gravel shoulder. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by our ragged breathing and the faint tick-tick-tick of the cooling engine. "Everyone okay?" I asked, glancing at my wife, Sarah, in the passenger seat, and our daughter, Emily, in the back. They nodded, shaken but unharmed. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air a stark contrast to the stuffy interior. We were in the middle of nowhere, miles from the last town we'd passed through and who knows how far from the next. The moon hung low and heavy in the sky, casting long shadows across the deserted landscape. As I inspected the shredded remains of our tire, a sense of unease began to creep over me. It was too quiet out here. No crickets chirping, no distant sounds of traffic. Just an oppressive silence that seemed to press in from all sides. I pulled out my phone, already knowing what I'd see. No signal. Of course. Looks like we're going to be here for a while. I told Sarah as I climbed back into the car. "I'll change the tire, but we should probably wait until morning to try and find help." She nodded, her face pale in the dim light. "I don't like it out here, John. It feels wrong." I knew what she meant. There was something off about this stretch of highway, something that set my nerves on edge. But I pushed the feeling aside, focusing on the practical aspects of our situation. "It'll be fine," I assured her, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We've got water, some snacks. We'll just hunker down for the night and head out at first light." I set about changing the tire, the familiar task helping to calm my nerves. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the immediate area around the car. But beyond that small circle of light, the night seemed to press in, thick and impenetrable. That's when I saw it. A pair of headlights in the distance, approaching slowly. Relief washed over me. Another car meant help, or at least the possibility of it. But as the vehicle drew closer, that relief turned to unease. It was moving too slowly, almost cautiously, and there was something off about the headlights. They seemed too far apart, too high off the ground for a normal car. The vehicle came to a stop about 50 yards behind us. In the rearview mirror, I could just make out the outline of a large truck or van. The headlights stayed on, blinding in their intensity. "John." Sarah's voice was tight with fear. "What's going on?" I shook my head, trying to appear calm for her and Emily's sake. "Probably just someone stopping to help. I'll go check it out." But as I stepped out of the car, a chill ran down my spine. The truck's engine had cut off, but no one had gotten out. It just sat there, headlights blazing, like some predatory animal watching its prey. I took a few tentative steps towards it, my hand raised in a friendly wave. "Hello? We could use some help if you've got a moment." No response, no movement, just the steady glare of those headlights. I was about to turn back to our car when I heard it, the sound of a door opening and closing, followed by footsteps on gravel. But I couldn't see anyone. The space between the headlights remained empty. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the vast emptiness around us. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, moving towards me. But there was still no one visible. Panic seized me. I ran back to our car, practically diving into the driver's seat. "We need to go, now." Sarah's eyes were wide with fear. "But the tire—" "No time." I cut her off, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered once, twice, before roaring to life. I threw the car into drive, the partially attached spare tire wobbling dangerously as we pulled away. In the rearview mirror, I saw the truck's headlights swing around, following us. It started to move, picking up speed quickly. "Dad, what's happening?" Emily's small voice came from the back seat, trembling with fear. "It's okay, sweetheart," I lied, pushing our damaged car to its limits. "We're just playing a little game of chase, and that's all." The truck was gaining on us, its massive form filling my rearview mirror. The spare tire was making the car pull to one side, requiring all my concentration to keep us on the road. Suddenly, a new set of headlights appeared ahead of us. Another truck, identical to the one behind us, blocking the road. I swore under my breath, looking frantically for an escape route. There, a narrow dirt road branching off from the highway. I wrenched the steering wheel, sending us bumping and jolting down the unpaved track. The trucks followed, their powerful engines easily handling the rough terrain. We were being herded, I realized with growing horror, driven deeper into this desolate wasteland, away from any possibility of help. The dirt road ended abruptly at the edge of a cliff. I slammed on the brakes, our car skidding to a stop mere feet from the drop. The trucks pulled up behind us, boxing us in. "John!" Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. "What do we do?" I didn't have an answer. We were trapped, with nowhere left to run. The trucks and headlights shut off simultaneously, plunging us into darkness. In the sudden silence, I could hear doors opening, footsteps approaching our car from all sides. "Lock the doors," I instructed, knowing it was a futile gesture. Whatever was out there, I doubted locked doors would stop them. Shapes moved in the darkness, barely visible in the faint moonlight. They were human-like, but something about their movements was off, too fluid, too precise. A tap on my window made me jump. I turned to see a face peering in at me. But it wasn't a face, not really. It was smooth, featureless, like a mannequin's head. Where the eyes should have been, there were only dark, empty sockets. I heard Sarah stifle a scream. Similar faces were pressed against every window, staring in at us with their eyeless gaze. One of the figures reached for the door handle. I tensed, prepared to fight, to do whatever it took to protect my family. But the door didn't open. Instead, a sound filled the car, a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. Sarah and Emily slumped in their seats, unconscious. I fought against the encroaching darkness, struggled to stay awake, but it was a losing battle. As my eyes closed, the last thing I saw was those blank faces, watching impassively as we succumbed to whatever force they were exerting. I woke with a start, sunlight streaming through the car windows. We were parked on the side of the highway, our spare tire properly attached. Sarah and Emily were stirring beside me, looking as confused as I felt. What happened?" Sarah asked, rubbing her eyes. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog from my mind. "I'm not sure. Must have been more tired than I thought. Pulled over to rest for a bit." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The events of the night came flooding back. The chase, the cliff, those faceless figures. It couldn't have been a dream. It had felt too real, too vivid. Yet here we were, safe and sound on the highway. No sign of any trucks, no mysterious dirt road, no cliff. As we pulled back onto the road, continuing our journey as if nothing had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd experienced something beyond explanation. Something that had chosen, for whatever reason, to let us go. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a truck appearing on the horizon. But there was nothing there. Nothing but the long, empty stretch of highway behind us. We drove on in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. But I knew that none of us would ever look at a deserted highway the same way again, because now we knew what could be lurking out there in the darkness, waiting for unwary travelers. And as we passed a sign welcoming us to the next town, I made a silent vow. No more night driving. No more remote highways. From now on, we'd stick to the well-traveled roads, the busy interstates. Because sometimes, the things that go bump in the night are all too real. And not all of them are content to simply watch from the shadows.